Hadi. İleride.
Yeşilli.
Kanına göre buydu. Hadi eskenge de.
Men pakamalığı kurulur mu? Ha?
Kamalı doydu. Tarada. Kamalı doy. Молодой король, что ли?
Команды партнерские это нормально играющими, то для других это даже лучше. Им не надо прям за топ пиздиться слишком сильно. Так что такое типа. А кто у нас еще раз? Фейзы, твисты, нави и...
Здорово, Казанов.
Все. И все. Ага, понял, охуенно. Да, мы
Баня
сегодня-
var это.
Да, я
А,
о партнерских командах говорю. Но мы сегодня с нами пересеклись, Нави нихуя
Alo,
вооружались.
eğlenin de.
Да, ну.
Мы шляпу с этим соседом передавали друг другу на терминале. Думаю, они сегодня разъебывать будут нормально.
Вау, 1000 рублей. Молодой человек, передайте, пожалуйста.
Hoş bu ki anlatını istiyor da ki bile. Hunya mı bu vakti?
Присаживайся.
Kimin? Pakamalığı kendi.
Чё, пока
Man tohu kore kore.
Like, it's always very nice for me to look back at those pictures and those videos and those clips because I think no one made us caster scream more
Bu tohu yutamara çatka.
when they saw my 4x M4 spray transfer in Sanok. I think it was north of Paradise.
Good job. Smash goes down to Miraku. Meanwhile, Vasco will finish off another. 6-0 goes. Diego down. Oh! Iro gets the quick spray transfer. And now we're down to
I was just in the zone, pretty zen, just destroying everyone. And that is one of my favorite moments in my career as well. Like, it was a sick play, 100%. We kind of knew we basically won the tournament going to the third day, so it was pretty awkward on the third day. Like, that was definitely my most anxious, most stressed
Kim bastı
day
kata ayar etti.
in PUBG because
Buyur.
you have a huge country and
Kitinde sulka.
you're trying to secure the win.
Tu?
But we were
Sulka
also having
kitinde.
very rough games as well. We were
Sulka
just
değil.
doing rotations, taking
Kitinde.
fights, and nothing was working.
Ah,
and
ben ne
going
kine
into the
vurdum.
final game, like the whole match, we were just
Kim attı?
looking at
Aysin
kill feed,
attı.
seeing if people behind
Buyur,
behind
habat.
us were losing players, and I think we
Evet.
kind of died early as well in the last game, and I was so nervous, just waiting for
Tablica
the
Marda.
casters and
Alo, alo,
whatever
alo,
to just
alo, alo.
confirm us
Da. Kim bastı
that
kata
we
ayar.
won. And then when they did,
together. WTF.
Es.
Pavuzur sırka.
Çapa vazırstı varık.
Avaratın
Ben
da
gittim.
yihetten de.
Sen mihim bir atatör bol.
Da yihetten de varıka.
Çaysen.
Старше надо усыпать, а не ляны в бане.
Ты дятым yihetten yetim tutu.
Da. Tal. Hadi sen. Tal bit komandadan ikisinden tal bit. Так.
А, таблица горна жанды уже.
Ох. Просто. Ay bitiyor hayır ne bitti.
Қаны командалар балары беш көстеліктер.
solidifying that
Çok
hard
garip bu
work
ayarga.
and getting the results
Bittim
also
bakarı.
was just an amazing feeling.
Diego down. Iro! Iro gets the quick
Onlar
spray
gitti.
transfer. And now
Tabu
we're
kanalı
down
bu,
to a
çatka.
2-1. Miraku.
So we might not have the big
Tak.
stage, we might not have the trophy lift or the confetti in real life. This is of course online, but Saga, it's still such an important tournament for these teams and for these
Саналиктер
players.
не әдепті.
It's so good
Aha.
to see
Hatta
the
bu
players
streaminin
who,
karaları
you
oldu.
know,
Da
back
geç
in
kalak
their
bitti.
heyday were the ones on
Stream.
those big stages, lifting the trophies, confetti
Aa.
falling,
Bir de
messing
sul-
up everyone's
stream
YouTube
sulkatan
progression,
mute bu da.
whatever. But the
PUBG
fact
gen
that
bad
they're
dedi.
still here and
İstedi.
still competing after all that time, and some of them took a break and then came back, and just
Aa.
to see the passion never really left for the game, and it's just so great to see that, you know, even after all this time, players
Так,
like Morocco
че.
came back and have a
Хоча,
chance
блін,
to
гра зловта.
find glory once again with a brand new team.
Can he find glory?
Че, давай, фейс клан.
He can.
That's for you.
We'll talk about BBL in time, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But, there's definitely the potential on this roster. It's taken him a while to settle and find a team after his comeback, but I think no one can really argue that as MEA teams go, BBL is by far one of the strongest.
On your screens right now, you can see what to expect for the next few hours as we play 6 games. And of course, we've spoken a lot about how much this means to the teams, what's up for grabs, what they could win. But you know how we do it at Grand Finals here for PUBG. We got something for you as well, so make sure that you're following PUBG_Battlegrounds on Twitch. We got a bunch of awesome PEC emotes, so spam those in the chat. Make sure you use them and have a little bit of fun with those. You're welcome from all of us here. We hope that you enjoy them. And now you get to enjoy 2 other voices as they take you into game. It is Toby and Kalaris.
All right, thank you, Sam. Yes, it's 3 days of gameplay to crown our champions, find out who's going on to PGS 3 and 4, as well as... Well, actually, I'm on P90 watch, and my big Owl Cup full of tea is ready to go.
There you go. I don't know how you managed to segue an Owl Cup of tea into the show, but there we have it. If it was on your bingo card, we're for a good one. I think it might be for a good one. I actually kind of like the fact that they just talked about Iroh. Great segment there with him as well, because going off of what we saw during last chance, I think if we are to see BBL anywhere near the top, they have to come out right from the start. It's not going to be a slow day one for BBL. They'll come back. No. They started last chance with 2 wins in the first 3. I think we're going to have to see something similar in order for them to find the top once more.
And the problem that exists, though, is that this Grand Finals lobby is better than last chance, right? I mean, they found themselves, what, 5th place in last chance overall. The group stages was a little bit more rigorous for them as a whole, and it does kind of push towards the idea of constantly talking about the fact that MEA has been shaken up a lot. I still kind of, I would put Howl at a better position for MEA as a whole so far. To kind of go off this for a second, I'm so happy that I get to cover BB team finally here, Toby. I almost called you Toffees. Because I have high hopes for this team. I think they're going to PGS. I think they've got big chances of winning here and maybe doing well at PGS as well.
Definitely a promising roster, and not only that, but they've already shown us what they're capable of. And I think I completely agree with you. They are far from done impressing in terms of great play. I'm curious to see how they're gonna fare for sure. But going back to what you were just saying now, I mean, with Howl, as an example to kind of compare with BBL, I mean, they made it. It's only top 2, assuming, of course, we're not including the teams that are already guaranteed to go through to PGS. Howl managed to make it. Exalt managed to pull one off. I mean, there's definitely a scenario here where yes, we have some of our top teams to expect to be in the top. See 1 or 2 teams come out and shake things up and maybe send a not even in the conversation to PGS 3 and 4.
Аска ровно кеме хадвия бе пулал. Аска брасе жук мен zaman bulanıyor.
Кактыма.
Бэткейбте бля. Аба карты уже върдот. Блин зону гости. Че бля. Мен наибина.
Тугу. Сюжета выпуты видели.
А ким zaman kim dete?
Нави деди.
Нави дете да.
Мен футре да. Мана таблица му. Пура таблица. Те брасе ки духа да.
When things just don't match at all. I love
Men Europa.
we have going right now. It's a whole new color, but I'm not gonna lie. Like a Leatherman jacket with the keep the like the black, white, and red colors of the team itself, but a teal Leatherman jacket for FUT esports. That'd be kind of cool.
Zaman.
That would be interesting. Yeah, they've also been repping a lot of merch. I've seen a lot of their tweets over the past couple of weeks about the boys over there being able to join up with what's been going on with FUT. We already saw a few of these big fan favorites on screen at the moment. We saw a BB team just before. We saw Ascend as well, who, I mean, Kobo said it himself as well. Sometimes they play awesome. Sometimes they manage to play mediocre. And what are they going to do? Ascend, obviously, they started last year off fantastically. Even were able to push in PGS fantastically. Same usual spot here, and they're going to have to gain big traction to be able to compete in this level.
I think a lot forward to continue off of what you're saying. Looking into Ascend, looking into FUT as well. It's going to come down to how much space do they manage to make on the edge of the server.
Now, before we actually get all through into
Аңызға заман бастыйлар бұтада очарып болар бұтада.
for the first game of the day.
Я завжди чекаю, поки почнуться турнірі матчі.
Деп каталбата қоланы всі
Чекаю,
красивість.
коли почнеться перша гра, я зможу змагатися з найкращими командами Європи.
Ким деп каталбата
В
қоланы?
начале игры всегда присутствует
каилах
некое
было.
волнение, но оно проходит, как только я нахожусь в потоке и стартует игра. Волнение проходит, и разум становится чистым. И играть становится намного проще.
Қасы күндерін еға.
We don't want to overthink stuff, which means we want to play the same way.
Қанды көрімін да.
Яға 3-14.
3-15 мен.
First game of today is most important game for us because if you play good in the first game, all team is getting hyped and all day is going good for us.
Because it can be quite exciting to like start playing finals, let's say in this tournament, because the payoff is going to be huge if you make it. You have to be in that good mental state. So everyone has their own routine. Like for me personally, I do some stretches, so my muscles are relaxed. I don't have any pain in my back or neck, whatever, and I listen to some music and play some training mode to get in that flow state, I guess. Something I do pretty much every day before games. So I usually listen to Daft Punk or Beethoven. That's my personal stuff, and it's usually just us talking about what's important going into the first game.
Ama doğru Ciko'yu yoruyorlar.
We need to focus on what we talked about. We just go over them, and then we just jump in and start shooting people.
Well, regardless of if it's Daft Punk or Beethoven, BBL actually started things off all right whilst that was going on, because they were able to take down one member from Bumble. And that is how
Так,
the game
қая
was
фейс
started.
биханна бар. Фейс. Көрекси. Кемнен бәпін, конечно, ол уже зона керала.
Sometimes I put on some Daft Punk,
Мен
sometimes
кем
зона бар. Фута. Налар футтархан керен.
To go off of what you were saying there as well, BBL getting themselves a first kill. I think an important.
Асқы заман ким кейбітей? Асқы ғынюға. Братья кейбітей дұлғақта? Или... Друг минусқа точно бар. Бұта бейкен... Нольға тақып болаты да?
Нольға болаты. Мені плюс
Плюс 500 дейін болаты да, ені?
Плюс болтыратын чего да.
Да. Друг минус корбуны дюйн. Мен под 0 бар бұты. Братья мен 0 бар бұты қалаты да?
That I don't enjoy. What I do not enjoy really though is how Lou and Perfectix, yes, they got the first kill here, but they're also kind of isolated, because if you guys look at the map, which I strongly encourage you to do, you will see that Batulans and Example are currently about a kilometer away from these two boys who currently are set up on a hillside with, I can't imagine any vehicles nearby, because they would probably be down in the compound, and the remaining three players focused down there. You could wait, but
Хаскилладин.
Separation is quite stark, but what's important for Twisted Minds is they kind of just play almost
want to destroy команда бар бұта.
making sure that their opponents aren't really being too aggressive. Meanwhile, Ascend is going to be one of the latecomers to this circle. Thankfully for for the most part, this circle was quite, I'm going to say in inverted commas, fair. To the point where nobody really has to come super late to the proceedings. But for Ascend, they'll be a little bit bottled up on that west side, especially if Twisted Minds continues to hold their ground. Eventually, they'll bottle that up a little bit north of Picardo. I mean, effectively, when you go down straight on top of the path, you know that how things are going. And as you're saying, I mean, it's only really Ascend, Bumble, and Entropic coming in from the southwest.
А так фаворитар кендай, Twisted Minds шуди коню желато вообще.
Normally, you would see by this time in phase 1,
there's still синглер, что ли? Нихуя.
Синглер была,
to kind of, you know, get themselves fitted in properly.
Соғытын принцип қылан.
X Lyrics сағдар қандар күліп байды.
Тәтіл тоқын ял тұрады. Сыңғы түрік.
Ақыр кликтері бавыры.
Бастауып тұрай.
Естілер жылыр, что ли? Ага, сөзі кеттай. Тамасы. Есі. Отын бейі, қақалар. Сөзі кет, қанат тұрайды дехасқа.
We can reap the rewards off of it. Let's go for it.
Yeah, especially Lil W as we just checked in right before. I mean, Hello
Так
Senpai was
разбросьте.
just doing some like peacocking shots here and there.
А то
They
бастыгы
basically
точно
created a
Hello
little bit
Senpai
of a
бага.
wall for themselves up in that top right-hand corner. One
Да,
team that I am
Нави
concerned
зона
for in this
килбит.
lobby though, in the grand final, I have to
Бейс
say,
килин
is
эле.
Bumble team.
Футер.
They already lost one.
Газалар
The reason I'm
это.
concerned, though, the reason I'm truly concerned
Навела
is
футер
because
хайсахтар
I
надо.
do think that they might have been a little bit lucky in the
Раз
group stage with how
отлетай,
the
да ладно,
atmosphere
на
advanced
изи
on.
500.
That's rough to say.
То
However, the one win that they did get was on the
Тысяча.
back of them rotating along beach
То
on
по 500,
Erangel, as we're on
все
board with
500.
them now, and then getting
Касатта.
priority compounds
Математика
east
Касар.
of Milter, and then kind of just
Бля,
waiting
алты
there for
картаны
circles
бардын
to come
кайда
their way.
хана
If they don't
автотан
get that win,
чебда.
they don't advance. It would have been fairy tale getting 8th
Кем
place
наконец это
into the grand final, who coincidentally did not qualify through last chance. This is a bit of a long-winded point, but I am concerned for them here, Toby.
Бля, ханнар это фейс ин товары молодых пай. Кем я говорю на апузига. Эй, нин. Кем я говорю?
Оля.
Ben face'leri pushsam istiyorum.
Zona bu Med Booster'ga buluğa kararı. Hoğullarında Med Booster. Bayağı.
Hadi.
And Bumble squad might have another casualty if they're not
This
careful.
meta
Thankfully for them,
commander
Chris
the
isn't hit
Bumble
with the
da.
Orcs, so he'll have to move on away. It gets
Da.
some mini 14, looks for a few pot shots in the
Hadi.
distance.
Ki
See if he can
kişinin
take
hep
it.
Center shooter bitti.
Realizing that
Şeydir ha.
Mika is a little bit further away, he's going to be
Skill
retreating.
bug'ı da hayata
Wise
hype
move
bitti
here
bu
from Mika.
Bumble'lara.
There's no way to just dart
Ha,
through there
dokami.
and know that you're going to be fully
Portal
safe. But
digami.
he's turning around now for it after a little bit of a repositioning
Yeah.
from Bumble. They cannot see
Ben
the
net
road,
bir
so he's going to
portal
get
dik
away
oldu.
scot-free.
I love
Hadi
that you
gel
say that and then
Skill bug'ı
instantly
onda
just
kandı
one
gel
ladies
durduk
with
oldu.
Did you just call me a chicken? Hell no, I'm going back straight into this one. Just 180 sends it through and luckily for him, gets to live to ride home about it.
I mean, it's
Вести лотер уже бирочку лахта.
Twisted vargana baramın minigasi havatın Twisted haddara.
Напоследок, да.
Наби мирамары шеди гоняча жигин олда.
Наоборот, битен ди тостан кирам марала балата Twisted. Психолог там оттарды. Хайди гитарда диевкен ким нахатарда диевкен.
Med Boost. Hoğul. Ama minisi geri alın değil blad.
Distance to circle might favor the most. We are cutting out a ton of playable terrain here. So you're pretty much limited now to Minas, Cantera, the former La Bandita.
Vart
and then you have
Easy.
Graveyard and
Bas, bu
Hacienda,
Vart
and
Easy
that's
urku
really about
face'ler
it.
de.
A lot of this is open fields, James.
Yeah, Pera's going to be laughing with the position they have dead set
Yeah.
in the middle.
Rank
I
it
mean,
to
you would
it,
expect at least
Navi,
something that's playable
Navi,
when you've already
Navi.
Oh,
started
давай.
to begin with. Foot
Фут.
looking for little
Бля.
pickoffs where they can find them, but
Або
shots will come in
гонки
the distance. Vard's going to have none.
Это такое хаки.
Another team that I think will have to come off to a good start in order to be
Они
successful.
противнее
They
это.
last year, I mean, they were pretty much cursed
Чить.
all the way through grand finals last
Dol-
year. They
dolgu
started
yaptı.
off somewhat weak, climbed their way
Dolguyu
back to the
vardı.
top and just fell short
Bakalım.
twice. Yes, they did make their way
Ben
in
her
the
vakit
end off of
ortadan gireyim
60
odak
points,
var.
but
Banya
they wanted to
var
get
oldu.
global tournaments, and I think this one is going to be one that they have
İki
to
yıl,
fight very,
iki
very set
has
on. We have
kılar
to
mı
come
yıl
off to a
kaçta?
good start. You can go in and bring it home in the end of
Makaran-
tournaments like we see with
Makaran
Twisted,
Med Boost
like
diyor
we see
bana.
with FaZe.
Şey ya, Med
They
Boost.
want to come off to a really strong start.
Med
to not
Boost
have to play
Twisted
catch up.
Navi
Banya-
такой дамбран.
And the tough thing about that is,
Banya
Toby, I feel like
тут
their
деньган
play
ду
style, we
школьникын
saw
ду
it in the
тохын.
last chance,
Сахар
right? They were
жашин.
playing in very
Ve
slow.
zona-
They were constantly winning edge
zona
fights,
bine
and they
daydarga
were being
kadar
able to
buldu
win
vakti.
games off the back of that
Der.
style. However, here in the grand
Ah.
finals, there are not only
Teha
good
lomay
teams
bataha.
that play that same style that sometimes, like on Erangel, for example,
Oğlum,
showed them
oğlum
their
be.
normal drop spots, be coming in from similar angles.
Manna
But
bir
they're
de
also
bir
some
zona
of the
öyle.
best teams in the lobby as well. So that becomes even more precarious for
Здорово,
a team
Андрюха.
like Foot,
Здорово.
who
Хасиенда на эти аллара.
in the grand final.
Да. Аллара гәрбә он хасыянда
Кемп
икәбдә.
ылы кыртык типа.
Да, навелер кире алын
Бля, под самолётыр шидал аллардан билем, под самолёт гармыдын нам.
Especially on Miramar, in the last chance qualifiers, put
Потом под
really
самолётыр хадан
pushing
ничего
teams into each other to
Ничего.
set up third-party
Ну,
fights
либись
for
ба.
themselves to engage in.
Чусу да вахтырып ты президентте бар
Just
буду.
look at the
Он
map
неким
now,
бар
Foot
хибак
with
бол.
Navi on one
Неким
side, BP team on
Леванта.
the other.
Oh.
They're not exacted to
Present.
just allow you to push them around the ship.
Президенте var быта.
No,
Под самолёт.
BB team's one of the ones I was alluding to earlier, man. They're just, I'm scared of them in this lobby. I'm scared of them for the year. It's rare. It's since
Бакалавча
Tornado Energy, I've not
киберспорт
been
там
exposed
клёш
to a
там.
team I know, it's ridiculous, but here we are, BB team. They're looking awesome, and yeah, it's going to be difficult for Foot to wiggle on around those. Meanwhile, Ascend is just looking down from the hills. They've been able to find themselves a nice little entry point for the most part against these hills south of San Martin, but once you're having to come off those hills, once you're sort of expecting to on a circle like this, that's where things get dicey. So they're trying to scout out as much as possible to the east to see where they can go next.
This next circle shift is going to be incredibly interesting, especially if we go anywhere but hard west. You have Bumble, you have Ascent, you have Twisted Minds out there, Oakless and Win or Die in the vicinity too. If that entire power grid plateau is completely shifted out, there's going to be such a big, heavy amount of traffic coming west to east that you're going to see 2, if not more, teams go down before the circle is even gone all the way through. I like the fact that Bumble team is already leaving now, saying yes, we might not know where the circle is
فينال
going,
قد يسترجل
but
مع
let's get out of the chaos
كيف
before
كده
it even happens. Even if it doesn't, we're still going to be better off. So they take the right northern route. Makes perfect sense. And now, there you have it. Circle goes east, and everything between Pera and Lil W right now is going to be practically unclaimable. There's little to no space to fight for the rest of the teams that are coming to the circle.
Have to get together. I feel like Crunch will go down. So many other teams already coming in. Here comes Mad Bulls. They did fantastically in the group stage. In between the position here of Howl and Para.
13:59, 14:00, 02, 03.
Now though, also not hitting shots from the Mad. Nobody warmed just yet into this lobby. Gives them a little bit of room.
I mean, either you're playing Graveyard Minas or you're playing nothing else. Spotting the split of Yes, he has. He's trying to make a run for it, down to half HP, but will be able to get to go back to what you alluded to before, starting to take casualties simply too late on their group up.
I'm a bit surprised, if I'm honest, when it comes to consolidate and they were unable to do so. I mean, it's difficult to between those two locations very quickly when cars are coming in, but here comes a fight again. He's got himself a second on the board against Terra.
Black Hadagaro, Terry, Banyo like Kim Boys.
Fighting for control over Minas proper.
It's a tough spot to fight over. I was pie in the sky thinking, oh, great, maybe if somebody got rid of Pero.
In face, Zaman.
Out in the middle of the zip line, go
Zaman kimden atıldı?
If I don't look at anyone, no one will see.
Naviyaları banya futbolistleri.
Maybe don't try and do that either. We'll see if they come out successful as they
Hatta futur kanı gılolları.
It's a great place to be, but I feel like that's one of the spots where with mortars added to the game, it's just a ticking time bomb, really.
You got to make a wild move though when you're coming in that late on a circle like this, and they're gonna try for it. They've already survived. Remains to be seen as Twisted Minds has got themselves a really decent 2-2 split across some of their center of this circle. When I was a little bit concerned as to how they were going to be able to make this rotate, but as soon as the circle popped, bam, in their cars, ready to go, ready to take this. Good scouting by Batulins and the boys to be able to take this away from anybody that may have been
Doğru zaman okuyacağım ha.
Southern side taking the position away from, or off of, I should say, Oakless as the E picked up to the mountain. That pricing has been completely vacated. Very satisfied with that position. Bubbles rotating for a while.
BB'leri ha baksana böyle. Ama Face'ler garaham oldu. Sukana hani. Face'ler havın. Biz nakal oluyor Face'ler. Пацаны это хава вот это. Abo, маркированы надо было. Abo, скажите, Бам! Хаешки полетели, бля. Бам! Бам! Бля,
in a terrible position to try and deal with some of this attack that was going to be coming their way. And now Get
Kutagan arada keyin smoke
It's
bitti.
dangerous for a multitude of reasons. One of them being, yes, you get yourself a decent spot inside the circle, but you cannot do anything actively to prevent your opponents from getting to you. You can throw smokes, but that just prevents your own vision as well. So really, I mean, as long as no one else is engaging win or die, I mean, there's free picks on the step right now, and Twisted Mind's getting a piece of it now. Get Drugs trying to wrap here. Mika down to half HP. He's going to be found as well, and now it's just Killiakai left alive.
That's the thing that surprised me. The fact that Twisted Minds was keen to have a little bit of a look over this way and see exactly what they could find. It's put themselves in a bit of an odd spot now where Win or Die is kind of close to themselves. They've got to be very careful. These reinforcing shots are going to have to be important, but they can already hear Bumble Team coming down below them here. Deal with that. Already Batulins as well as Lou and Example hitting a good few shots here on Madsy, so he goes down. They're just... Honestly, they're bumbling about in this game. It has been rough. They're trying to go everywhere.
Ama bir slash'tan hep bunları bu. Kuri. Oi, kötü. Slash be. Sen hamburger albay hayır. Face bırak nerede unuttun? Vino
a bit of a recovery position after losing two. But they will find a little bit of cover. Orky looking into the distance, seeing if FaZe are trying to enter now up towards the north. They've gone a little bit wider on that west side, so that's leaving them exposed as well.
FaZe tried to rev all the way towards the western side of course, the fight between Win or Die and Ascend, and now they want to make they're the last team up here on the northwestern side. If they can claim this, be free for the sake.
The beat. Are going to have such a ridiculously difficult time going up the hill south against some of these positions. There's so many lines of sight for teams like Entropic, for example, that are just looking down their way. Even Bumble technically can look down on those fights that are going on eventually if they're able to get over a little bit of a lip, but that then exposes them to some of the teams south of them. So it's a bit of a problem. As big shots come in, Gedrox just trying to find himself a little bit of cover, but the contact has been thrown. That's three names. All angles covered.
Yep. No.
Safe
there. FaZe might only get one kill. That's too early though, because now we shift once more over to the open cliff face once more. Twisted Minds in a good position up the hillside, but look at how many teams are in the western part of Minas Generales. I mean, half the surface. Many players in Minas itself before.
This game could be a situation where from game one in the grand finals, here's all the kind of commotion about BB team and says, did you forget about us? 7 kills on the board. Right? They're getting themselves a central position. They're flexing out 2-2 at the moment, trying to find some of these lips to be able to play. And if Twisted Minds can start off strong here in the grand finals, well, they might have been. We might have been counting our chickens a little bit too early about some contenders to their throne.
To go into them a little bit. Yeah. You look at how good they have been, and not to say anything bad about Spiro, but then they get excited. I mean, of course, there's going to be a period from where they're going to have to kind of melt everything together. But if this is the tournament for them to get into a really good flow, that's a PTC championship team right there.
لا Twister. في استراحة أنا رأي أنا لا. لا بس ما يترك إلا البتة.
FaZe has a little bit of a recovery mission on their hands here. This isn't exactly the easiest to be assaulting this warehouse from. And Vex will go down thanks to Dante once again.
Yep, not made players from BP team as well. He'll stay alive, they'll fall out. We are only now making our way not even into but close to placement points as the remaining 3 Foot Esports players try to make their way up through the southern side of Minas.
Really like what Entropic did there. I mean, they identified the BB team had gone there very early on during these proceedings, and they were wounded, so why not actually ram into them here? Meanwhile, Foot is ramming into BBL. They have gone down. Difficult on this southern side here to have enough room because there were so many teams clumped in this area to move up on the warehouses of what is effectively west of Minas Generales. Is open, so you've got to be very quick about your approach.
Wonder if they're all going to try and play below here. They might actually do. The thing is, once they commit to it, yes, you could jump down if you're up in the high ground already, but for now, if this one swings northeast, all kinds of trouble. The thing is, Entropic has no clue
reason to think there's more teams coming in from the south.
Going down the cliffs, yeah, was definitely unexpected.
No,
in terms
no,
of
блядь.
Drag no, but Dedrix will reply in kind here to try and bring something back here for Entropic. Teal team versus Teal team. I can't believe Foot's Teal as earlier on, but I'm getting used to it here for a moment. Dedrix, can he shut him down? Oh, that charge of the nade, just a little bit overcooked there from Vard.
Oh, now you have Howl wanting to dig into this as well. They smell the blood, and they want to see if they can find some points with it's committing 2 down on this side of the hillside. Actually, make that 3 as the maddest down here too. Dedrix solo player, obviously not going to be doing too much, knowing there's 28 alive. Can't really get to his teammate, trying to see maybe if he can get himself some placement points, but it's Tosta who maybe a hit got in the way as he was shooting at Dedrix.
Yeah, a little bit of a walk forwards. I mean, they're not playing with much room, right? Or a Bumble team down where they are, so you're very limited. They will go down thanks to a nade from Perfectix. Twisted Minds is racking up the points right now.
Here we go, Dedrix trying to hold off, not gonna happen. Marco will spot T-Bone from up high. We'll see if the rest can be committed to another. It is the second, maybe even third time. They'll have to commit to the rest fast if they want to get it, as now the PEC comes over the top once again.
Под самолетом.
They're in a precarious spot. This has been a success for them. 7 kills go down so far. Twisted Minds is still looking for even more. Has gone down. Pod Samuel actually really being extremely aggressive about their approach here, because they kind of have to be to get out of that warehouse and try and find a way up this hill. I was saying it earlier. This is difficult. So they've actually been able to dislodge a lot of Twisted Minds. They only have Example left, but again, it's kind of a success mission, even though I think Twisted Minds probably expected themselves to get more than they've done so far off this game.
Always want to maximize every single chance you get at it. We've talked to Betulans a ton of times in the past. He's always looking for more. How would you ever get anything better done? He's going, well, I'm sure there was one point in this match that I could have found an extra point. And of course, oh, nice, Marco, Matt, Ruin. Holding off, getting kills all through. That's going to be foot down.
Trying his best. Unfortunately for Diffex and Ferris, they're gone. Lookaruk's putting in a lot of work, a lot of eyes on Mad Bulls as well for this tournament, considering they were able to play second in that group stage. It looked really good whilst doing so. So many veteran names on that team that were looking for an opportunity, looking for a chance to say, okay, we're not washed up. This is the result. 123 points in the group, second place, and they've got themselves a few in this game so far. Still alive, ready to go. 3 alive.
Marco added to the team again. There's always going to be that gelling phase where they have to figure out exactly who's going to do roster changes. I think Hal definitely a team with a lot of as we make our way here through the first match of the PEC Grand Finals. If they can take out Example, it's not going to be an easy task because they're going to have Pod Samuel to work on. Get that plateau away from him and kind of play with the no one behind him. That's going to be everyone downhill in a lot of trouble.
По идее, да. Он обувь как миллиметр.
And they've been rewarded for it. Yep, wide 2-1-1 split, but they, I mean, they had to actually manage to regroup when they had to. Smart in their disengages, been able to stay 4 alive through it. Now we'll see if they can make some of this circle, which, as you said, I mean, they're literally the only team inside it. Blown off, but somehow only 48 damage done. Is rough. We've got to be careful about that. Ruin, though, looking for another angle against Pod Samuel. They know that they want to try and take out as many kill points as possible, considering that a transition to the next circle for them is going to be difficult. If you're going to do it, though, you have to take out either the teams on the high ground or the teams on the low ground. Moment now.
Да.
Gitarda.
Sen.
Oh.
После катка Энри минус кабарды.
То?
Баня меха 5 меха истят. Так что мен по нулям ходил. Баня плюс 500 идет. Эн минус 500.
But now he's getting pushed by 3. Yeah, there was a scary spot there. I thought maybe Pod Samuel might have forgotten or like didn't know the presence of Example when Howler moved away, but looks like they were keen about it and do shut it down. Quizzido takes down Ruin to get things going here as Howler had to come around this northern southern side to
try and find themselves an entry point, but they are being punished by Mad Bulls. Dante goes for the spray, doesn't quite fully connect where he needs to. Ooh, a little tick of the blue there, as well as some extra damage. But Mad Bulls is absolutely ruining these teams in the south. Standing their ground to
И PEC везде, нигде. А вот что дыры?
Get back on his feet somehow, not going to happen most likely. As Ibiza looks over the top, trying to see if he can get more Quizzy down to blue now as well, so it's just EP left alive.
Trying his best to get themselves out of here, but it will be lol W just looking for the hunt, as you said. For them, it should have been their game, and it will be their game. They are absolutely tearing pieces because
Ama lul вторгли, да. Ama скажи это вообще.
around them to start things off. Well, I mean, the control game won for them in game number 1.
Ahora clear muhtemelen.
ده حقا توريجر بستير خماندا بستير ده أشد بيت وخبطي الجيم كده جاني كنا نجيب
Beca.
Dia jam banyak orang
ده كيس برين كم تايره بستك
بس قبلين زمان.
بس بيت همي ميرا ماربطة
إذا تبليس أنا كجاس
Так, доступ перехана.
طب بستكنا باني كيدي بلا من كيستي علمت بس فوتنا
Это.
Ой, чувствую. Так, твоя кире.
تمي تخلو تيستت ماين ديвин كاتك зарастаныларни быстыкаты кен
Так.
Кискими баня да
Кисмена тахтара.
But then again, as pointed out during the cast, only 6 kills to go their way. It's a low kill game for them, but they take the secure win any day, right? Twisted Minds driving around the circle, chilling, getting as many kills as they could. They could have maybe, I feel like, pinched out, squeezed out a little bit more of that. But again, this high ground, low ground, unplayable area, like it's so hard to play around. It's rare we see these circles.
Под самолет.
I mean, the ending here, Saga, just absolutely insane.
Bedbunda dedin de.
He was just popping off. It was like fish in a barrel, right?
Yeah, but they had to be very
Tankiem
patient
zaman.
to get to that point, and this is kind of reminiscent of the lull
Haraz
we saw
dalın
through the
keşke
group stages
tespenne.
where realistically that zone was beneficial to them in the early stages and definitely in the late game, but the mid game.
Bukan ne weekend'de kayına ñawp.
Лист 28 Мари.
Бля. Ой, здесь. Она оправат. Лист 26.
Qanday yutdin da tablitsani? Ha bu. Платье блузка энен кире алайды.
Лист 27. А, PEC yang kayak apa itu?
Kalau dengan every hayal imitate.
Kayak gimana kadar? Nolina hotel bazım kadar. Cool.
Scary for everyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern, but I also think a lot of teams just need to shoot back. It just seemed like a lot of that time, it was just a buddy system. They had 2 guys on the side of the hill holding the dirt road, anchoring, while the other 2 just drove around the field and went and got in grenade range and third-partied everyone while they were either just proning in dips or nading each other. No one really actually shot back at Twisted Minds for a large portion of that. So maybe just not letting them have that much proactivity could be all it takes to slow their momentum. And you need to do that, because once they build momentum, it's pretty much impossible to stop them.
Off the back of what Saga said, Avenger, why do you think the teams weren't shooting back?
Overall, I mean, they're shooting back, but the guys are just better at hitting, right? So the few shots that they may be hitting, right, then they're going to get dominated by top players on Twisted Minds. But again, the amount of control that they're taking, the third party they're doing, they're just... I feel like Betulins is just like a full dictionary of every single dip, divot, and ridge that you can play around, and he just kind of maneuvers all his players around, and he knows exactly where these guys can play based on like that extra meter of elevation behind that other ridge that they can play. Of course, when you have some other players that are just driving through, trying to kind of third party it, they lose a few players because of that, but they're taking space because they can afford it as well, right? They have kind of an area where it's hard to play besides maybe between one car and a rock, so they play 1 or 2 guys only in those areas. and then they just make it work. One smoke here and there, and then start shooting at everyone and everything, right? So that's what we're gonna see from Twisted Minds. I feel like they're gonna be very, very focused on getting the kills and kind of getting into some of these fights and putting themselves into positions where they are gonna guarantee themselves a lot of points, but not necessarily the win.
So a lot of experience in Twisted Minds is leading to this aggressive play and allowing them to put themselves in those positions. But another team that has a lot of experience, Saga, is Mad Bulls, and we saw this in the group stages. Very similar aggressive style of play from them. How did they play in this particular game?
Yeah, certainly a lot of experience on the individuals, but as a roster, this is a relatively newly formed team, but that didn't stop them being the highest performing team on Miramar throughout every phase of the competition so far, averaging almost 60.
Kim manna var avda? Moses. Barga nyavda.
Юрестра.
Şeyler babalar. Doktor bu. Vurur bu. Zevу. Просто bu arkalar battılar bakinlere. Bir de skrashta ödevde. Mad Bulls.
Ну, maşallah.
This phase 3 popped, they're already in their vehicles, already making their move, somehow managed to navigate their way around Howl and just full send into a crash into a 2-2 split of Pera. And Pera lose basically everyone else because to try and get back into the fight, they have to take that 2-2 split that's over on the opposite side in Graveyard and then try and make the same rotation, and they just get picked up on the way over. So it's really well-timed aggression, really smart maneuvering, and again, it's all just about the pace. They're ready for the phase 3 shift, they're ready to anticipate that it's not going to be a good zone for them, and it takes what is a pretty bad position and turns it into one where they have the ability to just get on the rooftops, hold out teams like Na'Vi, and look for third-party shots over the top. Eventually, though, their downfall was pushing in towards Howl as they held out Pod Samulet and for Lil W to push up the hill and clean everything up. From a position where Mad Bulls at the start, you may not have expected on the ball.
Тут подкастер генки все эти. Блядь, я сижу и играю нахуй, какой-то долбоеб.
Doktorun batın ararlar batak. Ödemeliğine. İle. Atın Discord'unu alırlar olur.
Or just out and out firepower. Or both.
Team speaking all this.
Experience and synergy, of course, and to tie into the Mad Bulls thing here, if they didn't lose Nixie in this situation here, they would have gotten potentially like double-digit kills and could have potentially even taken on a little W in this case here. But yeah, losing a player that is just rough. Like you obviously they'd rather be 3 guys alive than being held out. But if they could have been 4 in this spot here on a high ground playing on the warehouse, that's just so strong, and they could potentially make, you know, like 5-10, maybe even taking the win from the game here. But yeah, losing a player in that situation, it's just heartbroken here.
Lil W takes our first win here in the grand finals. We have another Miramar, but first, a quick break.
Долгая, долгая Марина.
Какие шансы это не надо?
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations.
Даже, бля, там, наверное, доктором ехать.
And finally, the recall system update.
Мало ли, бля. Bumble
We've
Squad.
got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for adorable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various company strategies. The arcade is also let us know what you think. We're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tango. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes updates, world bug fixes,
Скажем, финал гейме будет
be sure to
пинен гермал
and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Tamam lan G-Coin da G-Coin yapıyorlar. G-Coin verirler işte.
Dайте код перелез.
Президентчидах bu toka kimdah pat simulator diye.
Second floor. Mama, Anas.
Picking outside.
Ben ya 10 milyon bir de vuruyor.
Nasıl var?
Çok iyi going here. Kayeri.
There's one guy in the house and they stop green line. Only one guy in the house, guys. Picking outside of me. Ibi, on me. Outside.
Outside of me.
Nice, Ibi.
Öyle.
Behind. Two in the car.
Nice. Flash him, Ibi. Nice, one up. He's
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back.
Yeah.
Team. Low W. How many is low W?
Four.
Guys, I need one more on me. I need one more on me.
Instant.
Listen. Thank you.
How?
They're pushing us.
Yeah. Not done. Nice. He's the front guy, probably.
Closer,
No one gets close.
I'm on the wall. You guys baiting. I'm blind.
One for edge of blue. You don't have to overpick.
No,
Nothing
no,
under
no.
here. Two active.
One for one close. No.
We have three here.
Can you come with me?
One got far, one got close.
Different team far. Not far.
It's pod, two active pod.
Needs front go.
Замечательно, это бра оуна, оу, блин, хаме имбана. Стоп эмка хуйня. Ау кем ба? Бәс кремге. Мен ара укта хажудым де.
Bilem bir havuku batama liyim bela kunyata kunyawa.
Айсчимс.
Ау
кондам када.
Ау фикси кемтре.
Şekilde.
Тогалаватах биттем бир. Биттеси бахя уктаган. Разброс полета булжата педес ваншот турбата.
Первые 5 пуль.
Олен.
Будын коня тükködür.
Onda batan Türkiye'ni getir. Emkatta. Emka ucuz batan. Hudya da renç pepata. Patap. Так что, аугунан, аук.
Kind of. With it, it's always lovely to see
Упордах
people,
забанах
some
или
of the greatest
вертикалах.
at the game try and make the most of a very hard and very, to some extent, unpredictable situation.
Ор либо вертикалка,
In
да.
a lot of situations where it's
Это
like a
меха,
uphill
он лучше.
battle, effectively, a lot of situations like that in PUBG have
Играем
slight small
меха, не
plateaus that
быта.
you can kind of exist on along that kind of incline that does exist, right?
Вертикалка киһи Жонор Хүрәни булактарны
And that's about it. But anyway, let's get into it. We've got ourselves game 2 our last round of the day, as we have ourselves a different playing path to get things rocking here for game number 2.
Здорово, Данил.
The fact that we're kind of
Калаш.
horizontally mirroring
Пристреляй,
the
давай
playing path,
по
feel as
там
nice as it was for the Eastern
Ничего,
teams in the
ничего,
previous game now, we cater to the
убойный
teams
бы,
out
Калахан.
towards the west. Once again,
Первый шлем, первый броня в лошади. Да, Калаш.
Скорость выстрела бадам почти.
The Chumacera region, just to see are there going to
Под
be any early
самолет он
skirmishes,
бедбу
fights for
натита.
vehicles, something like this. Again, I think
Самолет
if
он
BBL want to come out victorious from the
En
start,
бұғыдан
they
әсе
need to
мені
really
на
get space in the
интерспликет
early
шлед.
game because they're surrounded by pretty good teams. So you wanna really make space for yourself.
Yeah, losing one early in the previous game for Bumble team. Bumble
Как всегда, локабулярилары обортлады.
happened, and there is a slight, not even really an overlap. Get away from the islands, you crazy people. That slight overlap, losing one early, really impacts you like this. So,
Especially when you're an edge team. I mean, for Bumble Squad, you can see they're trying to kind of fit
their
their way in on multiple
Локабулярия,
occasions.
да.
Never really catered to them.
Бля, без блумберга заебись.
All not in the middle of the playing path, but close there too. So most teams will be pretty good with where they are. The few teams that have to come in, interestingly enough, are all going to be coming in from the south. So expect to see some very hard northern raps, perhaps all the way up towards where San Martin is, and maybe for a team like Fnatic in particular, look to see them go very wide around the circle before entering proper.
Yeah, and since everybody's trying to get themselves a decent spot, let's hear from the teams once again about how they feel about Miramar and where they like to loot.
I guess my favorite loot spot on Miramar is North Los Leones, as we lived in this for 1.5 years with my team. I find this loot spot very special, as you always have a lot of space around you, as teams cannot loot near you, as you don't. Only if you have a different team looting it with you on the south, but coming to this tournament, we don't have any teams who are gonna loot at Viva, so we have
the
whole city for ourselves.
So
it's pretty nice to play from, and you always have a lot of high grounds around you, so it's giving you a lot of info to rotate in any zone you want to.
Suosikkiluuttispotti Miramarissa.
Bas
Overgrid on ihan hyvä. Keskellä mappia kivi joka puolelle, niin pääsee farmaan.
Our favorite spot in Miramar is San Martin. In general, it is my favorite spot among all the maps. First of all, because all the large number of available mountains. Secondly, we have Twisted Mines looting close to us, and honestly, it's kind of nice when we have such a big team playing from your side, especially when they got Kirgan as a coach.
Well, Entropic might have found themselves their favorite loot spot here during this game, but unfortunately for them, already losing one. On the board.
I like to think of this as we hold that thought for a second. Finding one from Orclus. That's once again Orclus taking casualties in the early game. I like to think of it as Caverna syndrome. You have that much space in there, map that normally isn't contested, as these vehicles ride along, and Voldemort, I would imagine, stays alive to ride home about it. It's again where Entropic, they're like, oh, we're so far out in the west, we should be all right. But what you don't expect to see is the El Pozo team full speed send it 4 men into that compound. So can't really fault Entropic for not or getting caught off guard there. But again, just kind of goes to show, even when you don't expect to get pulled up on, always have your car parked in a position.
На ротацияга 50 шайтер. Тайминг.
You gotta think, okay, we have a somewhat prior location here. Could anyone pull up? And if so, how do I get out? And clearly, Entropic just wasn't ready for that form.
Getting out's tough, and where BBL was, right? It's tough. You're going to have shots go your way, and Voldemon's already to get one on the board. I'm actually happy to see Voldemort, who made quite the impression in Last Chance, now starting out with BBL again as well. There's been some shuffling here and there for the roster, but Voldemort put in a lot of work for them during that Last Chance. And speaking of a lot of work in the previous game, that's Twisted Minds with tons of kills, tons of damage going their way. And again, it wasn't really a very defensive play coming out from Twisted Minds in the previous game. They were flexing with that 2-2. They were looking for the fight, found themselves great opportunities to take those fights. Just went a little bit awry once everyone realized, wait a minute, you guys are all spreading and having a rough time. Podstone will have something to say about it.
Yeah, it's we'll see now if they can get something of this one too. Let's put Samulet all the way down to the far southeastern side here. In the meantime, I mean, again, not that I expect anything to come off of this. It's just casually getting back to his vehicle, living with the Scav Navi, driving full team straight past him, as we see the stats from the previous game. And again, for Foot, I mean, a team that didn't probably offer the circles they were given expect to come out victorious in the previous game. So a 7-kill performance from them is a good start to hopefully a good grand finals for them.
Won't be surprised if eventually they come in on this higher east side for a circle like this. They are biding their time. They do not mind at all with a circle like this. All fully geared. So we have a few other teams in the south still coming in. FaZe entering. Likewise, so is Na'Vi. Pod Samulet all the way down there too. But if anybody's got some E pickups to get things going, they probably will use them if they're on a heavy edge position, trying to get themselves to another side of the circle if it shifts far away from them. There's no use of it just yet.
Let me devil's advocate you on that one, because yes, you pick up whenever, and I always think of this, whenever you pick up onto a circle that's on the plane path, that means the prior slots are either taken or the vehicles have been taken from like all hard spawns in any vicinity inside the circle. Already gone, because when you're on the plane path, there's a big chance that teams have landed in those spots you're going towards. Even if you're going hard to the other side of El Pozo, those cars have already been taken by Little W. So if you're E-pick up into a circle like this, I think it might not be the advantage that you're hoping for. Yes, of course, I mean, you crash into a compound and sit there and get 9 circles. Sure, you would say that it was worthwhile. But I think for the most part here, save it for phase 2, phase 3, until you're pretty much sure that you won't be needing vehicles any longer. I think committing this early on could potentially, or would most likely, I should say, not be the reward you're hoping it to be.
Yeah, it's got to be later, or you do what you were talking about. A lot of
هيدا
last chance,
هاي
which is you
هيدا
go
بريمير
really far in the circle and look for
حتى وانت
vehicles
غص حتى
far
هبة
off and away.
حتى
Like,
هبة
for
بير
example, the far west road or something like that. If nobody's
ما
rotated via
كان
that way or
البداية
anything like that.
هشتغل
But for now, everybody's just finding themselves a shored up defensive position, as you can see along this road south of Pozo. Oh, sorry, Picardo. We've got ourselves Mad Bulls just
بس في استربلات خير
probably will in the distance eventually be able to spot out Navi, but I don't see much conflict coming just yet. Not too much.
I think, at least for scouting, the hill that both these two teams are going towards is pretty important in terms of getting proper information for your rotations to come. So I think this actually might be worth fighting, or not fighting, like a full-on 4v4, but at least taking some shots from Potsemulet already out of the vehicles. Scare Navi off. You want the space here. You want to make room for yourself to be able to scout. You don't want to rotate with a team right next to you. The fact that Percenti is seeing all these rotations and actually allowing them through is a bit surprising to me. Rather pufferfish, scare them off, force them to go elsewhere, because now you have to rotate side by side with Navi, who actually just beat you to the circle as well. Now they are the cast too.
Twister zona zajebiście.
Presented
Darało
a little
gimy.
bit too much of his head
Zona
there
się
and
ja.
peeked over, and I think Navi realized that, hey, wait a minute, something's going on down there, so let's be a little bit more careful.
Potsemulet'e baran ангардırga hıcalar
Things were to go down.
Bu kartlara twist'e kupudum gibi.
You don't kind of have to do both, because then you.
Ben twist'e kupudum. İkiz kartlara баня бедбум отузилах. Анта bakayım. Помеха подсумлет. Темех намар зона буттер бедбумна дикет аддара ул хаттар. Буттер.
Уф, мен жана охуенная жабырап это.
البوزة تبدأ والله البوزة улларынники.
Того ханнык быка между собой усаутте. Гими.
Ханнык быка.
Бедбум хендин. Бедбумга промокод бар надо да бабаня.
А?
Биттер. Биттер. А серьезно? Надо да. Фрибет.
Тол фрибекканан ставкалама кайда хан хачигин тахарика хепта.
Тахрана.
Спокойно тахрана.
Где? Он внутренне фрибетин рекламу лучше.
Yuttum mu? Ha kirer gemi. Kirer. Gemi kirem dedi. Укса.
Ставкалыш, что ли?
Ставкалыр, а. Это чапыр итым де ютубка. Күри, блядь, соны 50 бар да вот.
Бум. Это новичоктарга верилер, да?
Ага.
For what little or what few compounds there are available in this.
Yeah, kind of theorized as to a circle like this could have been a
Я
good
не
time for
ставишь
some of those
персоны.
late-coming teams to then now pick up and try and get themselves somewhere on that west road.
Ба, по самолету лошадь барды де, бля.
I don't think that's going to be the case just yet here, as the great migration is on the way.
Гасан, бля.
The server will be a bit laggy. That's a lot of cars.
The scary thing about this as well is that you have Montenuevo, a massive kind of just blockade in rotations for teams that want to wrap all the way around, and because the mountains that are very north to south are blocking off a lot of rotation points as well, you kind of force to squeeze in towards Montenuevo proper, which is why we're right now seeing just teams going in circles, trying to, again, untangle what has now become a massive traffic jam affecting over half the server.
Shots coming in from Mika. Already putting it in against Hello Senpai, so that's a good start here for these teams. Maybe a little nade across the way. No, decides against it, as Lyrics is already down as well. The crashes will continue fast and furious, though. The rest of Lil W are a little bit disconnected from this fight, so they've kind of accepted their losses by the looks of things here, saying, okay, well, there's no way we're going to get over there in time. We may as well just stay here as two and be okay with, I suppose, playing this out as two.
I mean, kind of ironic too,
Бля,
right?
ти кемтер свободный, да не лайн, ти, бля.
Earlier in the game by simply just not being ready for the potential pull-ups when the circle pops. They weren't in their cars. The cars you could see weren't parked in positions from where they could easily get back towards their teamates. They were also driving their teammates to get into set positions. So just not ready for the push to come through. And now for FaZe, trying to make the way another 2-2 split as well.
Да, Уллар берестер,
with the two teammates on the hillsides on Monte, but no, Gustav, you're the trailing player as well. Who turns around now? Now that James is on the other side, who 180s? Who comes back for the captain?
Yeah.
It's tough, isn't it? I mean, unless he finds something along that dirt road, although when we did the flyover there, I didn't think there was anything available.
Антонуева на этих хаядике, да.
Somebody somehow forgets about him, but Navi's completely in the way of that rotate.
I think it's a strategic disabling of the vehicle. The circle's gonna hard shift. Claim the compound and win from there. He's like super smart guy. It's all planned. Ooh, in the meantime, Schengen, smoke, hello, I don't care. I'm gonna fight Citrix anyway.
Бас. Серьезно, что ли?
Когда Броскин толктал интернете.
Бэм толкман керем, да.
Бэм бэнкинг, да.
Сливаешься, что ли?
О, ляйся. Я на варгейме керем больше.
Здорово, парни.
Здорово.
Кемейкаден делать.
Да.
Ставка брата. Кем кайде бастыганы?
Баня.
Кем я куда?
In trying to claim victories, the rest is on your own via your scouting, via your mechanical skill to
Кем
bring
я
home
хоккей,
champions. I think for Bumble Squad, they are well aware, though at least currently they're set very comfortably to not have to risk it.
Бля, потом
They
сука.
realized that technically they're
Бля,
towards the center of the circle right now, but they're waiting. The circle is about to pop. They're seeing if they need to use it or not. Because if you don't need to use it, then newsflash, it's not going to be that useful in later stages of this game anyway. So they're still there. At least one of them is on this. And they're dropping down.
С самолетом хайсикл левитайте.
Okay, I was just gonna say there's no way in which he's actually flying up there. They would have been able to get a compound on the far northeastern side of the circle, but I don't think that was gonna reap them a lot of rewards.
А бас под самолетом ходили.
No, definitely not. Sunlight now making a bit of an aggressive move on towards where Bumble Squad is, as well as FaZe. They haven't quite got themselves Gustav over there at FaZe, so they're a little disadvantaged in terms of manpower. However, Bot Sam let's themselves in the middle of two teams, so that is going to be a little bit agonizing if they want to take something too aggressive. So they're going to sit in this compound and be okay with it for now. The only problem is, where do you go next? It's going to be a war for them pretty soon.
Definitely, and also, I mean, while we can't see it fully on the minimap there is a massive road in between them and Pot Semulet, or Bumble Squad, I should say, and Pot Semulet. And we know that in city endings in particular, roads tend to just become like rivers. You just do not cross them unless if you absolutely have to. So even though the Bumble Squad are nearby, it would, I would imagine, require a hell of a lot for them to actually opt to engage on this.
Line it up. Schofield, will he take the shot? He sees Beam, he already took some damage there. The shot did go his way, but decides to hold the trigger. As you see,
I like the He knows that there's a. I mean, he doesn't know that it's T-Bone, but he knows there's a player nearby. I can see he's heard the footsteps too. T-Bone might be in for a world of hurt if he casually strolls into this warehouse. So I love the fact that Schofield gets the info, feeds it across to his teammates, which you would imagine that he did, and doesn't shoot it because he doesn't want to give up his position to T-Bone.
I'm not too sure who it is as well at the moment, but yeah, if you know that this is eventually Foot, who likes to be playing these scenarios out, then you'd be a little bit more wary about taking that fight. Gustav is still on this side of the road. Sosa, as well, is using this little location for a vantage point for some scouting information. He might not know that Gustav is here.
No clue whatsoever. Yeah. And as soon as he gets back in the car, I mean, I would imagine it would require a lot for Gustav to start shooting. Because even if he gets the knock and the flush, that's you now alerting an entire team that you're in the boom. Yeah. I mean, it's just not worthwhile. In the meantime, now I saw Howl starting to rotate north as the circle swung. He's curious to see how far they were going to go with, but actually commits to El Pozo proper. Now the issue is because Foot opted to take this rotation too. These two teams with Para and Foot up here has kind of stalled, and now Howl is just running into yet another blockade.
And rotating east of this as well is difficult, because look where Foot's found themselves. They want to play it slow, but playing it slow into this field when you've got a shooting gallery of Twisted Minds across the field makes the rotate even more scary. So they have managed to get themselves up to the kind of south side of those fields, though. And August will be very happy that they did not move for a while off the corner of Monte Nuevo. It's not the most amazing spot. Is that corner actually? It's not amazing lines of sight. It's not amazing cover, but you've got small little shanty town effectively on that corner, really, to work with. And Ruin, unfortunately, Howl here, this rotate has not worked.
You can put it this way. Once upon a time, there was still areas to be played in this next circle, but then mortars were added, and since then, well, that is not really a thing anymore. In the meantime now, Ascend realizing they have to make some aggressive plays to get something done here, full-on brawling their way into the remaining 2 players of Little W.
You gotta make something happen. Here comes the breach, trying like a SWAT team to get on in here, but Schengen says he take down Brexco already. A few more smokes to try and kind of get them advancing a little bit further. Slow Jacket goes big. He is able to get 3. They were 2 alive during all of this, having been taken out by Ascend earlier. And they get the revenge.
Full on 2v4, standing their ground, getting the rest up as well. A clutch play coming in from the duo of Little W, I think are not done fighting just yet. Goes down to the last 3 first states. He's going to try and make his way further forward. That nade is going to go far, but doesn't matter. Marco dies to the bit.
Love that by Lol W prior. Great stuff. All things considered. But anyway, BB team is going to be next on their chopping block here. If Slow Jacket has something to say about it, what is going on? As a doozy has fallen. Meanwhile, in the distance, trying to take some damage. Yes, they will beam. He will beam him from a distance. As example is now not. But still, Lol W is acting as a barrier to teams like BB team and what is going on?
If they can successfully keep them out, Schengen finding Tipo now as well as Filsfer is finally able to breach into the compound. Will take Schengen out. Foot in trouble as well, but as you said, they suppressed for long enough that BB team are forced to take the fight on the hillsides. That's going to force Foot up here to stay in the open as well. And even though they get the knock onto Example, the rest of Twisted Minds have already repositioned. Now Pera comes in as well. The northwest here is going to start lighting on fire. Even more than we're seeing now.
Touch the God will go down there after Foot has already been alerted to his presence. If Slow Jacket is a one-man army in that spot, who knows what the potential is of him up there, but he is the only one left alive. Example now back up on his feet, will finish off 8. He's a Fairist with a Panzerfaust. What is going on down towards the south? Regardless of that fact, though, here in the north, still very much in turmoil. Vard looking for the nade on Pera, trying to shut them down completely as Baron peeks off on the other side. Big damage goes, he sticks them and Vard goes down to perfect it. Oh my days.
Absolute carnage on the northwestern side of the circle, and it's not done just yet. Twisted only pushing up with 2 perfect. She's rolling up with 7 bullets in the gun. Hasn't reloaded for the last minute and a half. There you go, finally the reload comes in. Spots the rescue mission in the open, and down goes both Corexia and Gustav.
Cheeky angle on that as well. Very, very cheeky by Pod Samolet. But again, we expected this to be a war down towards Montenueva, and they're not doing too badly for themselves. Taking out Tuster as well was Pin, but Spiro against Pera to try and deal with Laza. Lots of nades going to be going their way. Schofield's going to be the main guy to try and make something happen against BB team, but Swatch still in the building.
Yep, chilling, trying to wait for the perfect time to kind of spring the trap from the next house over. Twisted Minds, again, don't want to fully commit to it. You know how quick casualties can go your way if you're fighting your way through. Build first will fall as Batulans spots him. Yet another Ace-32 main in the window, and that's going to be Pera Esports down. That's Baron Peak falls.
A big cleanup potentially here for Twisted Minds coming over this hillside. Really good stuff, great approach to it. But Bestalosh and Spiro still have something to say about it. An example with a Panzerfaust. He's looking for just that slight opportunity. If anybody pokes on around here, he's got to be careful of those kind of windowsills, though. But the nade goes through.
I do wonder how many Panzerfausts are in the cars parked outside. Who knows? Who knows what was there before they all blew to pieces? I can see Example looking for the mega shotgun kill. If you can find one, he hears the footsteps upstairs, so he has to isolate. Now running into the blue to try and get it. This is risky. This is unnecessarily risky. Example, what are you doing?
And now Patulins has gone down as well.
What?
Well, the other Twisted Mind guys are running away in the opposite direction here. That was not what I had on my bingo card here.
And who came out alive of all of this? Jacket. While there were 4 teams fighting in his compound, he actually gets to stay alive. Probably as confused as we are, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I've got my confused face on. But you know, I mean, it's if that's what you want to do, if you want to use your Panzerfaust, you can use your Panzerfaust.
Yeah, I suppose. I feel like that was personal. We reached a point where it was definitely personal. But there you go. Down they go. Maybe, you know what? I mean, if you can, as Twisted Minds, and we're mega theory crafting here, if you can force a bad game on BB team, you're already through to PTS. I mean, if you can take out BB team before they get things going here in a game that could potentially have looked really good for them, then sacrifice yourself and take them down with you. That might be a play if you don't want to see them at the globals.
With all the hype around BB team, it's not a bad theory.
No,
Let's be real.
It might be the reason. Might just want to slow them down before they get started.
Maybe here. I mean, already Twisted Minds is looking phenomenal. Aside from whatever happened just then, they've already got another 7 kills on the board here, and they've been able to rotate into the circle on that east side, far east side. But a lot of shots from Nixie. Going to be actually trying to pepper down Entropic in the distance. Mad Bulls is still for a lot. Still has touched on this circle. They had a good game in the previous one. They just didn't have Nixie, who a lot of people right now look as one of the best players in Europe. Just to put that out there. In terms of on a battleground, on a lobby like this. So maybe this is Mad Bulls after almost getting themselves a win in the previous one.
And James, not only is Nixie
Siis
alive, but he's got
P90.
Oh yeah, it's the best gun.
It really
is. I mean, I guess we don't include Panzer but we'll see now. It's James again. The phase play of this day so far has been trying to stay put, trying to make your way on through, and this one ain't gonna be an easy one. Everyone's eyeing extra points in the blue. They know phase haven't been fully eliminated yet. So, James, I'm worried that once you peak, that might be with a bullet with your name on it.
Beacon on over, see what they can find here. BBL team.
That's another team.
They are a team, yes, correct. I don't know why I'm doing this, but Bumble Squad in the distance, going to get a bit naded for their troubles. That was kind of close. They were going to retreat back into that smoke. Looking like little bumblebees away from that, but another nade comes in. Oh, Leosh and hello, my bad. Are able to put in a lot of damage. It is up to only one member.
Even that attack, but she didn't have a pick of the shidder.
Exactly where they have them now. Global Army, double explosion stealing away too, but there's still one more of Bumble Squad left to rewarded with the point as Matzy. While he's down to just him, we'll be able to do a little bit of damage in return.
That's actually an excellent steal from August in the distance, right? Just being able to take 2 when that looked almost certainly win or dies. Almost boatload of points. Leosh will finish off Madzi though. Bumble Squad goes down. I mean, it's a difficult spot to be able to defend when you've got so many teams kind of coming in from the west, coming in from the north on your position. But now August will eventually start looking down towards Win or Die, I would suspect. But they're also Mad Bulls, Twisted Minds who have moved in there as well.
And
Mad Bulls app. Thrown back down behind the rich when they can is perfect for them. BBL can't do anything to push up. It's only one, so if this circle comes off the hillside, the Mad Bulls are really gonna be in trouble. You can see now BBL is starting to eye them. They want to keep them up in the high ground, but I mean, for now, Mad Bulls can really just chill and take the shots.
Yes, they can. Does Mad Bulls logo look like the beef jerky logo? I feel like it.
I don't eat enough beef jerky.
No,
it kind of looks like a thong.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that too, I suppose. I'm going to go with the beef jerky. Regardless of the fact, I mean, they're chewing this game up. They are absolutely in a great position to be able to keep going here as Twisted Minds. Unfortunately, Perfectix will get knocked by Lyran in the distance. Instantaneous pickup on that, knowing that they have a little bit of cover.
Yeah, I should also say it only looks like it when it's at that smaller logo. It does look like a very majestic bull when it's, you know, zoomed in a bit. Yeah, that's me trying to avoid getting evil DMs from people from the
En soruyor Randy. Minik istavanmışlar.
Able to find one instantly down in return. As Win or Die. One difficult rotation at a time. Here they make yet another one, but now they're running straight into the Mad Bulls.
And what they can, nades will charge up once again.
Mad Bulls alone.
Yes, let's go. We have got
face alone.
in action here. And oh no, if Nixie has got this, I'm able to go with it. I don't know how you're going to be able to shut this down. Cinematic explosions. Got to be careful. Do not get hit by that flying car. But August's going to rock up here, try and go for the flash on towards him and do what they can. But more shots are going to be coming in from the distance.
I love the timing of the wrap around the hillside, but they really need to connect some of these shots, and it just ain't happening. Nixie once again finds one there with P90, one with the nade as well. Down on entry. And Lyran, only player left alive, so big that Mad Bulls are able to take these guys down as fast as they were, because BBL was smart in their timing. They said once that fight escalates, we peek on over, we engage, but Nixie shut them down before they even get out of the car.
And how do you shut down a P90? The answer is kind of go for that long-range fight, or at least mid-range fight, considering this position. But even then, BBL has got a little bit of a timer against them, because Madballs has been able to wrestle away that circle, that center circle position here. And in the distance, Nixie once again, also excellent at range. 5 kills on the board. We picked a perfect time to start focusing on this man, because he is an absolute monster in the lobby, and he's got some monster kit to follow it.
Sure does. 4v4. It's been very different games for BBL and Madballs respectively. I guess the main difference being Madballs had the high ground. They could see what was happening. BBL, well, they were just trying to make sure that Madballs didn't come down and take the fight to them. But now, there's no other way around it. They're on even playing fields. They're on even sides of this hill in the middle. And this fight is bound to happen as BP around the edge of the smoke finds the double.
What a perfect double to get this going as well. Now as Madballs plays very aggressive on this and sees him in the distance as well. That's 3. Will he get 4? Schiller goes down. It's going to be up to Madballs here to close this out in style. Voldemon is just high. He knows he's done. He knows he's done. What a play from Ibby here in the final moments.
As the OG's the tall Dutchman still has a lot of firepower in him. Finding the double, instantly swings on the 3rd, almost hits Voldemon there as well. What a huge play from Ibby coming out there.
Between Ibby and Nixie, man, this was Madballs.
Madballs. Şöyle ha. GK. Game babın devtata.
Det är storad. Kanske det kan det gilla.
Anton brorsan kill bitti. Anjo.
Kanna.
Var bitti Discord'ka. Kabir oynuyor olacak. Ayşe.
Biz şey dedi. Dedim ki.
Game अच्छा kadar karta kisadu, manna kisadu.
Kelergeni.
Ama game ki dana kaybı ki her azı baltıratan çalar repet.
It did pay off. Twisted Minds' aggression on their first Miramar Avenger, but then we saw that aggression the second time where they kind of took like these really risky plays, and I think not the smartest moves from them.
Like that?
What do you think was going on there? Like that, there we go. Good timing.
I think overall, like, this is just such it's a hard
area to play,
right? This open area in between, like, you have to decide, okay, do we try to go into with half the other part of the server, or do we try to send it into some open terrain that...
Tuhul bütündü de. Zoda yaşıkcık oyun.
Speed'dan.
Meme speed'dan. İkini bir bitirdi.
Between El Pozo and Montenuevo, like, it was 3 or 4 or 5 teams that just completely demolished each other with all kinds of crazy decisions throughout this one.
You can see there Madballs 19 points, those 9 kills. Twisted Minds still racking up the points with their kills, so that aggressive strategy is working for them. But those 2 teams, Madballs and Twisted Minds Saga, those are the ones to watch. They've had 2 very good Miramars. Does it continue now that we changed the map?
I would say so. Madballs definitely, again, living up to their expectation that they set for themselves on the group stage. Part of the reason why we picked them as the team focus was their Miramar was so damn good. And they picked up a win on the first 2 matches of the group stage. They repeated that performance here as well. Maybe not quite as dominant, but we also expect the zones to be a little less chaotic, and then the teams that are playing towards the edge who do get to hold that little bit of high ground, just being able to poke and prod every single player in the zone.
We're 2 games in, which means we have a leaderboard now, but of course there's 3 days of play here in the grand finals for PEC Spring, but Madballs and Twisted Minds are 2 teams sitting on the top there. But there's not a lot of difference in the points. It's all to play for today, so that leaderboard will chop and change as we go. What is interesting though, and I think is a team that Saga said we should keep our eyes on. He said this was a team that was going to do very well. It was a team that he desperately wanted to focus on for Miramar, and it was a team that went out first. What happened to Ascend, Saga?
So this almost looks like one of those games again. They play slow towards the west. They send Brex up quite early to go towards the bottom side of Montenuevo. That high ground scouts forward. He scouts as far forward as the concrete compound to just to the south of El Pozo, so they make a very early move, a very wide 2-2 split, and then when the phase 2 shift comes around, goes hard towards the west, it looks almost like it's another one of those games where Ascend is gonna, you know, have a pretty
Здоровье
uncontested
тебе,
side of their
Тензиги.
zone. They're gonna have a great time from here on out, and they actually did well in the early.
Да, ладно, кому-то волу.
Через эти бетонки, вот они заехали на эти бетонки, и в дальнейшем к ним переедут сюда.
Ух ты.
Допустим, Тиситер, где? Если даже хамы битые тофта е. Тофта был бы для них. Им похуй. Они спокойно.
See that there's proactivity on the cards for
Да.
Ascend
Slow
when
jacket.
they spot an opportunity
Нихуя.
to try and make it. Just didn't quite work out.
No. Нихуя себе
I
хаватур.
joke about how they didn't ascend here, Avenger, but then
О,
I realized
говорил,
you would
да.
mock me
Full
terribly
jacket.
if I threw a dad joke out into the mix. So I won't do that, but I will tell you to make sure that you
Ще-
spam those
Дилер bien
PEC
хавам.
emotes just by following PUBG
Ще
underscore
короче,
Battlegrounds. You
дивно.
can get your hands on them there on Twitch. And now let's go way back, because it is 7 years that we're celebrating PUBG. And Avenger, you've been there since the beginning. You're the big brain of PUBG history. A lot of the players that we're seeing compete here at PEC were with you as well, right there in the beginning. It's got to be pretty exciting to watch this journey unfold over all these years.
Yeah, it's been thinning out a little bit, of course. It's, there's still some top players that were top players back then too, and it's great to see Biza still have it in his veins, of course. The flow of his dominance going through his arm. Honestly, that was some of the crazy stuff, right? Because Ibi was kind of a younger guy, very young guy back then, and now he's.
Короче, кем это? Нави твист энергия тоха. Партнердер бит.
Тоха.
Пабуга. Идер хем бир пагас финаллар каталар. Та пагас каталар хем бир. Ол хем бир ким нахбат идехтер нада. Это остальные команды. Так тох. Ким нагме бастаят улар бативистер. Качалар ба. Жела качтыр ба. Дело в деньгах.
On the game, there was me and my friend Matt. Shout out Matt. And
Да,
basically,
хасын скримы var ki
we
hata
just kind of
olşas.
blew their minds every time we hit a Kar 98 bolt headshot, and it wasn't that hard. Everyone.
Так что кадет олса нет.
Başka şey bu hafta.
خبر بيختار
Hafta bak.
خوفاو كيف اللي قاعد تعمل جنسي انتر
Aslında пока bir lobby var.
Так бросай я когда так зимбись бросай все для потом и
Evet ha.
чуть
Görüyorum öyle. Hastam olurdu. Start 13:00 sesten o tetogustan bulay ki he behe.
Pay
O to sanar sesten bulana. Bilgin 19:30 ses. Tabii. 2 saat rense oldu. Et 6 saat rense oldu tabii yine. Бля, это сейчас раньше будет что ли? Насколько я скриму часто, что ли? Я не понял. Ну-ка, ну-ка. Старт 13:00 сест. Бля, они... Время сейчас 19:21, да. Это? По европейскому времени, да? Aslında 13:00 bulanı bileyim. Kaç saat? Сейчас разница вот 6. Aslında ki Ağustos ne bu skrimi bile. Nihaya. Ağırda وقته.
Виша.
Diski Ağustos skrimi la hanna. Дис охуенный вот.
12 уже видям бо.
А?
12 видям бо.
Все, тут спот алауында дичиге. Интер. Тип-3. Рангел. Починки. Хаме бухан тирмені лақпыттаман хасын. Починки. Мирамар. Бля пару верпін лабынды хоқты. Минас тегерімді. Пикады дейін. Пикады дейін нах.
Брася грязи геле туо.
Таега. Хоса. Викенди.
Уф, брася хорош.
Трейн стейтер. Дикат алайстым бұтты. Бұл споты. Хирен кірі. Скірі бұғы харсынға. Баламын нақа де.
Pues, Inter, Titri. Починки, пикада, амбас. Пасан, ты не слышишь. Шиба.
That's alright. I don't even feel like you need to do that.
Басла караута.
Карауру.
I hope I...
Маснавалды олтар маннак. Пожалуйста.
Брасилер бо.
Нас изи тиер.
Тоқтады. Бирке, еккеді. Бұл манан ылға жалар.
Вас. Чечен ноқтаймыз.
Ең тыл тақыра олаула.
Тап.
Ата хава тоқтағыстың. Бұла, мен білен келер бәттір бұл бұла.
Aynen alanda tamam.
Bir öpte kala kalınlar.
Arabi.
Meha öğren eller ola bula.
Aha.
Брася под собой аптеку скинул.
Заебал, бля, хата истебетим де юрене хиллерин заебал.
За зоной. Зона Моего забрали было.
Кемер өлөрдө өттү ошо.
Ты нахылса.
Таптен аттаки. Ала.
Брася.
Мен провайдар көрөrdüm олтыр. Сама кара.
Abi bana aysaktın надо.
Левайдары да.
Ава налик бәтті. Нелі қабыды. Баскеге ағыстан ден имбайден ақ.
ولا هاي مسلبت جوجو فميخرج من نادي و
بس كريلا هاي خلقت قد ديرت
Anya хуя бля. Смерть пахерге гидим ала.
Туралых надо было.
Hatta kuşağı gitti bля.
Bu mantanta. Четверката. Он Ташкенттен барды олар. Эжебарда. Ол 202 бар булукта. Бөлеке.
Алар.
Алар бетонка алар да, пожарка.
Кирерне кем?
Арсмутта нейнди. Урашки.
For PEC Spring, we have got ourselves Tago on the way. Time to Tago, Toby. It's time. We're going to be going there. And I am excited because so far so good for teams like...
Қайсен. Твистет алай. Олың кайда. Минус битін жабады. Комбекті хынады. Хаддары.
Noble. Кошелегун ачан нет.
Если вот он нет. Твистет алын, что ли, уже не в меха. Конечно. Конечно, буду.
Дара,
ханныга тивди.
Мен твистет.
Ага.
Мен винардай.
Мен фейс 90 саға барар, фейстер.
Көрүп не таблица көстөт.
Фейстерін 90 саға бардылар, твистеттер.
Бля, бар, bude yapıt уже.
Твистеттің ханныга да bir винардайды. Бет бумнар хосанлар баралар. Бихе.
Винардай ханнардай. Да, ори.
Твистет нихуя вайд. Der.
Но метр kita hasil нет. Hasil.
Баба турактар хайсан ралап
Не похоже на.
Сакара жанр деле.
Урису тримуда, че хайсан.
Типа
هيدا يا خبري ما
типа
ببير
типа интерн на шафа в тихан хайсан куд балар.
بس إن لا نهاري بتداش
Ay. Bir tut bir
33
bir tut 3
34 35 36
Tamam 2 günde koydan yarıdı.
Artık mikropazla oldu или ahır toqtalab.
Streamler geçelim.
4'den 6, 4'den 7, 4'den 9, 4'den 9.
Behan.
Behan.
Behan 1.
Astayna değil mi?
Намерим тура ставки.
Is game. These roads do kind of become rivers, but look at this.
Vilar talbaka.
Spicy fillet of a circle. Not only is it far western, meaning a lot of teams
Vinarda
are far
hanna var.
to go, but look at how that peninsula kind of tips excluding water from, let's call it, possible rotation territory. There's really not a lot of space in the circle to rotate in from. About 60% of like the edge of circle 1 is water. This
Bu Ace'ler center zone varlarında biz bıcaralar diye bile.
Might not be the worst strat if you're coming in from the southern side.
Well, I saw some shots there for a moment. I want to take a gamble and hear from the players about what the hardest part of playing Tego is. It might be hot drops from some of them. I guess let's listen in and see if what we've got going.
Найскладніша в грі на ТЕ – це велика кількість опенфілдів та лісової місцевості. Через це бракує позицій та важко збирати інформацію.
In my opinion, the hardest part of playing Tego is that there are like a lot of compound heavy zones, which means there's like 2 or 3 teams having like compounds which are like kinda, let's say, OP. They see a lot of ground and there are not a lot of like spots left for other teams. So we are like an edge team, like a slow playing team. So it's sometimes hard to get into those zones and have like actually a good game.
Hardest part of Tego when you start fighting on the edge, other teams coming so fast for third party.
The hardest part of Tego when you need to make, I think, a cover with your cars in open field because you have no other choice.
The hardest part about playing Tego is that we have a limited time on the map, so there's still some areas that's a bit unknown for us. But mostly it would probably be like the north area on the map can be very hard to navigate around if you're not up there early. So mostly like the north part and some of the fields can also be pretty hard to play.
Oh, game sense, Toby. They're on the opposite sides of the road. I thought, you know what? I'm taking a gamble. Let's call for it. Let's see what happens. Oh, I'm happy.
Yeah, there you go. I do like what all these players kind of alluded to in their different ways of wording what I feel like was the same thing. It's a lot of open terrain, but also B, it's a lot of terrain that we haven't yet really been forced to utilize a lot. As we on your screens see our amazing 2024 Global Partner Team skins, which you, from the middle of this month, can get yourselves hands on. Starting already, James.
Some cheeky teases there, FaZe as well as
Obviously,
very, very prolific teams like 17 Gaming who won PGS last year. We're looking to challenge at the very top for PGC as well. Like, some great skins on the way. to already complement the already great skins that we have in the game anyway. So
just add more. Just keep them coming. Keep everyone happy. As these teams, as you can see again, we're talking about having space for teams to rotate. The team that does the quote-unquote foul rotation is Ascent. They're literally trying to hug the water as much as they can without sending their cars into the ocean. And they're all driving within the same 1 mile of width of space here. This highway is narrow, and that's why, as you see here, teams are going to be forced to run into one another.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you come in, as we were saying in the beginning, teams will be coming in fast behind you. Phil first already finding a few shots here as Ascend is looking for a bit of a scramble, a bit of a reinforcement as well. Some of the other guys coming in from that west side are looking to actually reinforce against Phil first, and he does take some shots, has to go prone to get away from that. Kilyakai also switching over with the Dragonov. Actually, this is a perfect range for the Dragonov for him to be able to do something against them, but neither team taking this very aggressively.
No, again, I mean, neither two teams here liking to fight in the early game. So this is more of a no, get away, we were here first sort of thing, and not really wanting to full on fight off of it. I think Ascend realizing they have the better position. No one got to swing around. They get themselves the compound they were looking for. They now get to play smart and play safe. But again, Ascend, a team that wants to make space, they do so by instantly getting up on the hillside and forcing BB team off. Because if they allow for them to sit right next to them, that drastically limits the amount of use Ascend can really make of the compound and the surrounding terrain. So I love the fact that Ascent very quickly kind of registers what is the Achilles heel of this compound, where is the weak point, and, once they realize BBT might actually go up in that exact spot, they force them away.
Technically was up here very early, right? Or kind of up in this area when the rest of them were dropping in host. So as much as we would normally kind of look at Ascend as like, oh, this is a late rotate team and stuff like that, almost, their hand is almost forced to exploit a circle like this early on, and let's see how they're gonna fare playing kind of this center style, we don't see hugely at the early stages of games from Ascend. So I'm excited to see how it plays out.
I am too. Loop in the air, flying his way forward, saying, oh, don't worry, guys, there's no one down there. Oh, wait, I'm just too far up to see what's going on, as he tries to kind of guide his teammates to safety. Sorry, if you hit that, you're Luke does jump off. Let's see what he gets. Let's see if he likes what he's given. Maybe he saw a vehicle in the open. Maybe he's going to the hillside towards the shoreline. I'm not sure, but it seems like that is indeed where Twisted Minds are opting to set up.
Making him aware of his presence, will take a few shots towards Lou, not hitting too much. Someone did hit him though, so into the shack you go. The rest of Twisted Minds will be joining on soon. This isn't the most pristine of positions though, let's be honest.
You know, it's an interesting circle on a newer, I should say, map of esports when Twisted Minds are forced to play a shack in the circle center, phase 1.
Yeah.
I mean, we're 7 minutes into the game, and this is that show the very limited space that we have to utilize. Luke already gone down, seeing examples starting to get shot at, as well as more and more of these teams are taking shots at one another. I'm just waiting to shift north, straight into the open once all these teams have to across
the position though. The shack's not great, but that dips are pretty good. Those kinds of dips is the kind of mortar potential that does exist. What's up, Toby?
Now, you know we always talk about the island circles and the rainbow, right? Imagine the island circle on Imagine he's looking at that island. It's big enough to eat a couple of circles. Come on, James. Imagine, chat. Can we get some, I don't even know what you spam in the chat. Can we get some hopes and dreams up for an ending on this island?
I don't know what they would spam, and I'm not creative enough to think of
dinosaurs. That's the best emote on Twitch. Just spam them. Get them going.
Yeah, people do love the dancing dinosaurs, I guess. Yeah, use that. Although I don't want the island ended. Look how flat the damn thing is.
You say that now. But you would. You would definitely be all for it. Because look at, I mean, there's one shack and a house on that entire
island. Уже ставки отлетаешь, могу залететь.
Уже тردус бәс алтыз карта кисягым боже. Бедек үз карта. Пока плюс.
Таблицаны оңрым ярда. Кинеде. Айс.
Тردус кине химерere. Таблица айсы.
No, айс.
Айс.
Гейминер что ли?
Айс минус тынча хаджар. Баня по нуля. Мене плюс. Плюс 1к.
Ай. Шутка за 50.
Suka, blin kaya saktan Remy ska bara på najina. Bla kaya ya khna suka. Fizi.
Так, понятно.
The river. We don't know just yet, but we can infer that that's going to be the case, and it will be.
Bla hasi olur da bilin. Bla Facer öler olur. Suka baskı tutmadı.
I was actually hoping for it for a brief moment there. But
Bütün
okay,
okuna sen ileri.
late, they'll get themselves crates.
Bla karşın öler bitti.
Давай, беслыш, хуярь, бля, такарова. Хайри, бля, хайтлар, бля. Беслыш kalsın kaleci.
Бастуй,
бля.
Is this twisted metal?
О, бля, фейстеры нокtada беслыш хата. Делай краски.
Типа, кто выше день ходит-то? Банди долбоеб винер дайте туда.
Who's in the distance, and a deuce is going to steal it away from the temple in the end. They see Manballs in the distance, but yeah, the fields, the way in which the sides of these fields work in the middle of this circle are actually pretty good.
Хотели в команду там.
Your side of the circle as you're coming into them. So we'll see if, like, for example, Pod Samulet can exploit some of those fields as time goes on.
So as I'm looking at the map right now, one of the main issues that we're seeing that causes the situation that we have here is that we have a lot of teams that are coming in from the east. You saw Faze, you saw BB teams, you saw some of these guys try to really the west of the circle, but you have an entire gallery of Ascent, BBT, and Mad Bulls sat here denying Western rotations. And honestly, for LoL, this is a really smart rotation. As long as the amount of space in a circle that's already limited. Like, make a line from the north point to the south point and look at what's on the western side. All the teams that were driving into each other down around where FaZe currently are, we're trying to take some of that free real estate on the west. Ascend, Twisted Minds, and Mad Bulls said, no, you're not getting through here. Therefore, they're all now kind of just bunched up on the eastern side of the circle with oceans of space to play.
Literally. I mean, there's an ocean that way, and Lil W's using
it.
But for a circle like even Phase 1 circle, Lil W's been preparing this for a while, and it's going to be great. It's going to be a good move for this team. I love it. And normally I'm like, yeah, bow rotation's kind of boring, but this is really good by them.
And they might actually even get a vehicle out of it too. Yes, people do have hope, but it's Pod Samulet who went here split, so not expecting that they would have taken all cast spawns. They could, of course, get a little RNG their way with some extra spawns in that direction. We'll see what they can offer as they will beach their boats.
Shots coming in. Lazar doesn't really hit much, and we'll have to duck out of there. He's in the blue at the moment. Pera is very in the blue. I mean, there was that kind of stalemate for them over in the middle city, so BBL's kind of the ones fully escaping. In fact, is knocked in the middle of the city, so BBL's not able to fully get everybody out of there.
No, it's definitely not always worthwhile trying to go for these extended city fights, and also if you're coming in now, I mean, where do you go? What's the play? Everyone again is already set in what few positions there are available. Backfilling all the teams that already aren't in the
Where's that mortar going? Okay. I looked away for a moment. I thought maybe he shot it. Being okay, they need to get a bit of a shuffle on in towards the middle of the circle. Those fields are talking about. They're scary, but there is some room to exist in them. Navi's already positioned themselves in that compound. You could 2-2 split again in a little spot on the fields as well, but the compound's too juicy.
10 of 16 teams are currently actively making their way towards the northwest. So many of the teams aren't inside the as we see Navi get himself a crate gun. Moments from now, potentially FaZe trying to fend off against BBL, sends their way straight on through, but they trying to run the gauntlet will be torn.
There's a lot of teams trying to move through. Mad Bulls found themselves one of the compounds as well that has been kind of abandoned by the previous Navi position. Still FaZe looking towards BB some heads to pop out across this way, but don't really able to convert much here. 2-2 split of FaZe. I feel like it's a little vulnerable. They're going to have to eventually move
You say a little vulnerable. I mean, look at what they've got to work with, and they know they have the entirety of BPT just ahead of them as Batulins off camera towards the east finds themselves.
Big point برضه تيست.
Getting some util. Knocks over on the hillside as well. Oh, Lyron, not there in time, but again, this fight, I mean, this is for scraps. This is for
Ben de dolmuşum
what would be a 0-point game to at least something, because both these teams through the match are going to fall.
Yeah, the teams on the party side know as exactly as you say that they're going to go down. It's just a case of how many kill points can you actually get from this especially with the getting absolutely battered. Hello, my bad is able to put in some big damage there again.
Kızlar 2 puanını gitti.
Points here and there.
Dere bit bunlar habarga nach. Pekizuna. Tehdi bit klanıgar bara men. Jeli gitten çıtı.
Hadi bir dersleri de bu.
Smoktaş bitir. Dere feel first sana. Dere raskit na. Kiki raskit.
Дай point alırdı.
As a doozy will hit one to get things going. Good that goes down. Will there be a response in kind here? James is going to go for a little bit of a clumped up from BB team, but it's not going to be on the right angle here. But doozy peeks away to try and have a little bit of a look. This bush alone is giving him a little bit of room to wiggle around with here. James peeks over, tries to go for the shots here. Does hit Phil first, but best of luck replies.
Nice instant trade coming through.
Doozy na характере.
Peek around, finds yet another. Sorry, Correxy will be there to take him down. And now the Stranglers from the east are starting to fill in. This fight had to be done with quickly, but it isn't. And now Orclus and Winner Die are creeping this way too. Correxy's solo player left alive, but all of these guys in and around this area are starting to feel the hurt. Yes, they get the circle, but who's going to be left to claim it?
It feels like nobody wins at this situation. Somehow recover to deal with. And again, I get it, and we even heard it at the beginning, right? When you find yourself in these spots on Tego, it's just a little bit too flat. You know the teams are going to be in those strong positions in the middle. Correct, still looking to try and shut down the rest of BB team. It's not been the best of starts for the BB team, but we know that the potential is there for them to get a whole lot more. Finds Phil
Kurexi technik faster.
Ermi 6 puanını alırdı.
Brilliant stuff by Corexi. When your back's up against
Kosti aldı.
they were able to persevere with it, but at the same time, Winner Die is going to be coming in on the north of them. They also know that Global Army is still lurking around as well. Meanwhile, over on the west side, LW and Ascend have run into one another. Ascend had pick of the litter in terms of positions of where they were going to go.
Да, Фейстер алточку, Виннер алточку, ебать,
has an opportunity to move in from this west side, but a 4v4 is currently boiling over here on the west.
Bedbu mata jawana hajara.
Bari işte kilane kıvıt.
Great weapons on the side of Little
Oh,
W
Lurix,
as well.
давай.
Jimson noktadan. We'll see if he can utilize.
Var ork.
Gres.
Abas gece böyle solnik na.
Maybe. Famas as well as you were saying.
Ama da bir testet.
Abas sesi Winner'a haydi attı.
Abas. Now it's going to go Orgless.
Kurexi hota kaldı.
Nades are being charged up
Хорош, Kurexi. Hava esna.
Arasından face tritler. Bunlar da ağzı şkola. Üstleriz.
Winner alsa çikolata.
Minus ya. Plus 500 kaldı. Sıkı.
Aynı толпы решили на нервах.
Баянайда falan banyo böyle.
Trying for some smoke play, seeing if it can slow him down even more.
Kesin hemen bir ileride
I
böyle.
kind of like them slowing this down.
Evet öyle. Abas. Bir şey. Bas olacak ya.
Abas. With the P90 and hand kill, they able to find one as well, and that is going to be the downfall for Little W.
Big difference in how much damage.
La Winner ki hasta üstler что ли Winner'dir bile. Aha.
Birisi daha varlar oldu.
Here. But even the slight desperation move of
Zona
being able
hook
to take that
winner'ga.
fight out of the blue from Lil W to
Nah,
keep them
perfect
going.
nokta
Ağız
A little bit of
açıklaktır
urgency on their side. Meanwhile, Navi has found foot rocking up. I saw the tail
işte
was
Batur'un
about to stay
haydına
on
bitti.
Tropic, and then
Ne bile
instantly had to navigate away from it.
Abi noktaları tinirdedir.
Here they come T-Bone, able to do a bit of damage, but will eventually be taken down. They've already lost BB
Bani
as well,
suka
and
belat
now
na
the
karapala
native is
hajadan
not
rangin
going
bala.
on in.
That wasn't a bad nade on towards the
extension of
balcony that is there, but it does not connect. Johnny in the distance.
Bani winner da gidiyor ya ne polis bit satın
In Tropic actually, very split across the other side, but here is Foot still holding on
Lemon can break the
against
final.
Navi. Blue zone nade does not connect too much damage. They were able to zone them out enough to the point where they're able to do something. Defex actually does connect with Vard though. That might be the push forward.
I mean, I saw them with 11 nades and 1
Katılıyor
point.
şapını lan hocam.
Isolate one angle at a time, and eventually you will clear them out. But Samulet, they've been up here in the northern side for a while now. They heard the commotion between Lil Dog and opted not to engage, and they didn't because they said we don't care about the extra few points over the hillside. We want to be in a good position for whenever the victor of that fight comes to us. This is why they were set up here in the open, waiting for the team to come on down. They did, and they took
These
were always going to be their checkpoint into the late stages of this game, and they're controlling it well. There's an opportunity for them to be able to press up against that road, and then maybe if they've got enough utility smokes, if they have to get across the road, but I mean, that's for a much later stage of the game at the moment. Right now they're sitting very pretty on the west.
Victors of the previous
Ben
match.
havarındır.
What they can get in this one.
Nasıl böyle
Towards that western side, but now they have, I mean, don't have to, but try
Хорош,
to
блядь, случай,
get
блядь.
a little more impact
Да
on
есть
these
нахуй.
fights.
And Tropic trying to leapfrog some of the teams here. And I don't think it's a play. I think it's a bold play.
YouTube kırdı lan da
If
ben.
it works out against Twisted Minds, it is difficult to make
Kalımay
work
battıcız vurmaydı
in
hiç.
some of these fields.
Oldu
See
lan
the
evet.
spread across it. They're trying to cover each other. That's one of the disadvantages of the field. That you've not cleared some of the angles that are available to it, and that's why you have to pick each side of the field so you can cover the other.
Бля, сюда ты нахуй что ли эти,
But
бля?
now
Беги,
Maple
бля.
is pretty quiet down in this compound. Now they're starting to flex out and make their presence known.
Yep, credit to Hello My Bad for chilling in the blue for
sen
long
kan
enough to
bekle
get
adam.
placement points as well. They ain't gonna be much, but at least, hey, they got the 8 kills this game, so a good, again, what was a salvage out
Vinnare
to
heter,
the east
bля,
back,
heter,
which is
han
a
är vinnare.
formidable scoreline overall.
Yeah, we'll take it. We will take it.
Winner kullanır rehberini. Adı direktör.
Ne böyle
You
diffix.
love to see it.
I like it, especially since
Dawid
they
jechał
got
ty
the
na
with the
idę
Famas.
się
Wait,
zadany.
also has
Zona
two
nakti.
Famas. I guess they took
I mean,
the
they
other one off
Twisted
Jaeger.
Hada.
got great
No,
buffs.
bля, لا جنل.
Tosaç bola. Win.
Capabilities as Hello My
Top
Bad
vision
as
below.
Win or Die do fall in 8th, and now Twisted Minds again. I mean, the first team to really fully commit to that
Батуля,
western
не
side,
умирай,
still alive with
блядь.
3.
Тащи
It
Батуля.
has not been easy for them
Аббас,
to
им
get
забыл.
fights around it.
And Tropic not too much ammo
Well,
left here, but
ben
they've been
gidin
good for a bit
hadi.
of a
No, no.
Ama spesifik çizimini.
Unfortunately, hits Janny.
Everything.
Moved across him, yeah.
GG
This is
valla.
tough for them.
GG
They've
ya.
constantly had to go from fight to fight, but not really been able
Dina'da
to clear so many kills from
Tosaç
it.
bola.
here.
Top vision
Now
buldu.
Hawkeye is going to be really the only one remaining here for Entropic, trying to
Zibi.
down in the middle of this circle, but he's still doing work from the edge.
The timing honestly couldn't be any worse. He gets the press back up, but that's 10 seconds. To commit to that. That was in the Nox game. Now they have to pull up, but now the remaining individuals is kind of prepped and reset for it. Goes for the heal rather than the underhand nade out the window. That could potentially have been Granny or Janny down. Granny does fall in
Bля,
the
флеш
bit.
клата.
So we'll see now if Patula stays alive. Does it just about straight?
Bля.
It doesn't matter. Janny will take him down.
That's the problem on the slowdown right, that you're mentioning, because unfortunately for them, other teams are moving. Bumble Squad's moving. Navi is now moving here, realizing that they have...
Motherfucker, o kamerası.
What the fuck?
Bence polis tıncar aslında.
Kayakta kayak taktırın. Banyer kırdım edin.
Ha bilin toha.
Lemon kayar şansımı açadı.
Aysen. Bilin terdüt. Bir de kayda xana minustan da xaladı. Полтора танча было уже. Так что шанс бар бы. Баня сука. Пиздец спортовый кигенде, бля. Новичкам везет нахуй.
I'm not sure it does. Now he will fall. Sakatori finds Navi's kill number 7.
Very good cleanup. Making
Game-
sure that
game
their
kartını
bot
bileyim,
side
Ramar'da.
is
Game'in
completely
panıyla.
free. So now you
Weekend'i.
can use these cards to the full ability.
Zaman mı
Şey
sıktı?
ikinci at.
Tavsiyen?
Kim talar bastan? Karamutlu at.
Min basık talamış söyle. Tava? Game talar babileyim bastığı. Hangi biki?
Eho min bir tek talarım. Hangi lük?
Direkt dururdum gibi.
Sıkı böyle. Tak. Ola. Ola. Ola.
Hole inene bağlar bu bir dizi yine.
Kimi lavne? Kimi lavne? Bля, ты рахан нави болбутум, твистед болбутум, фейс болбутум. Ставится под самолет, медбулс. Наха хоол ин тухату. Винардай.
Tamam dozizm böyle de bak.
Дудум, адузылах. Weekend'e comeback تختار ده بده.
Winner da şey bitti bakın.
Winner'da şu yine. Top 3 gerektiren hep yapılır. Yine. Şeydir bu. Diredin komandalar. Hada medbulls bulup mağaram bile. Medbulls olamınca. Medbulls.
Medbulls'ta. Bulls. Aha, ikiz banya.
Ata kasihan beliin pas kita utak mo dokta. Minus to utak mo.
Evet al ben. Tal ciddi bitti.
Tak. Bari. Ne face ba?
Face'te. Zip. Ben güvende lavnayı. Çöna видях.
Give me.
Bad Bull.
Go.
Удачи.
İyi de destaktırım.
Atan şeydir ha Weekend'e. Kim? Weekend'e twist'ler mi doktor? Ata kimde badal sıkı.
Diskarta ıdıktaktır.
Men kandık mı dedin? Medbulls'te.
Medbulls.
Banya. Feyzi de.
Banya adı gori. Taşıdı. Bir çözdüm.
Auto beliin kayak udah cah rasa ikitin coba aja.
Baltara bu.
Baltara ne?
Pamyakan abi. Give me Bedbu.
Ла ми минус 1500, да? Ебать, на.
Криха давайся.
Пока плюс 500 идем. Нормально.
Минус 3000 орбат не умер.
These guys have, if Madpulse gets pushed away from, if the circle pushes away from them,
Oh,
they're
black
going to have to go over the high ground. Dante gets Hakatori to start things off. Puts a little bit of a timer on Na'Vi and their recovery time.
All down, but haha, joke's on me, they have 2 of them, so that's not really the biggest concern, I would imagine. Right now, Dipex's got one as well. Back on their feet, they go, as of course that knock came in at such a distance that the instant flush wasn't really possible.
Japonya doxuyorlar çatka. Çadıyor. Random verirdik nere.
Bana kod verirler stream'e. Onu speden harıyor kanan. Kupon kalari. Yüz kuponi. Behen kuponi.
Dipex's just trying to find an opening, an opportunity. Smoke wall now goes down. They realize that they have to maybe move across this road soon. Code Marco realizes that he might be the point of weakness as this smoke wall comes his way.
Yeah, Marco is doing everything he can to be as irrelevant as he possibly can, but now realizing he's got literally the only hard cover remaining in this game, and unfortunately for him, everyone is eyeing the opportunity for a Shaq play, at least for Potsamulet. That's exactly what they're doing. Nice smoke wall, runs on forward, damage done, but not enough to make a significant difference here. Marco will fall in 4th.
Madballs must have been eyeing up the potential of being able to bombard this location, realizing that Podsamulet, this will be the next place that they will be going to. So how can they approach it? As Presenti just getting stimmed up, good to go. Navi's found themselves a little way down the field once again. A position of power. Trying to get up and close and personal. AB has moved all the way into the center of this circle, is getting loot, and could be a snake in the ground.
Dam dedi arasına harta.
I mean,
Bir
if there's
bunlar
something about
havalar
EB in
kırıyor.
open fields, we've seen it
Kim
before
diyeyim?
in global stages too. He's a
Dante.
tall man, but lying down in grass, he's gonna be as incognito as the next guy. Shots over the top, not gonna catch the top of him. We'll see if Tivix can get a
Hakikaten
better
iki
angle
kilo
with
mu
the
pata?
second shot over. Not gonna,
Well.
I would imagine, even really go for it, because again, it's a 4v4v4 in an open field ending. How much are you willing to commit to this before you're forced to take the fight?
It's such an interesting shot, that arm shot, though, because he knows that somebody's on that spot. It's just, can I take a wild shot and deal with it? Because, I mean, how often are you going to be able to hit with 8 shots left on your arm in a late game circle like this? So dime a dozen, as we do have Ibi still snaking around in that area. Center spot is open. Now
Баня
it's
весь
playing
маханда.
the long con, lying down.
Тудым котопнут.
I mean,
Дискидер. Баня хочу у него.
Now, and the game is ending on.
Kire mavli.
Dedim nutta.
Ona tran ruin.
Sen komputerin juga mutaya.
Men hangi kire'den bir? Ama var Ayşe.
Kanki de Так, блин, фейстерка я вар. Так.
Абыс. Навига нахуй. Не, блядь. Чуть проверил рахпаттарба.
Hakatori actually does take down Pin in response to that. The smoke wall's trying to cover their approach. Dante goes down Defex with the difference, but Rox will finish him off.
Now is the punish. Where is Matt Bull's north? Is how do you engage? Which side do you come into this one from? Can they somehow wreck around on this one? I don't think it's going to be possible at all.
No.
As Navi is down to just 1, but Samuel sitting at 2. Matt Bulls do get 1 taken down, but now it's all Presenti and Rux left alive.
It's a normal rule of PUBG at this competitive level. Never be the first team to engage when it comes to a 3-way fight in the last moments. And Mad Bulls is exploiting that fact. They came in at just the perfect time to be able to exploit this here. Pod Samala, now they've given up this ridgeline. They've been able to push up. They've got the foldable shield out and ready to go here. Mad Bulls is not doing too bad, but Presenti did get that nade across.
Defensive stunts being lopped on over, trying to isolate for enough time for them to get the rest on through. Because of the flash and the molly and the blue zone nades, limited space to work around. So Pin will fall to the blue once more as the peak comes up and over. Presenti able to find the first on Ibi.
Not bad. Quizzy will take him down though as well. Will this be the back-to-back? Yes, it will.
Atlas slipped.
Olha kita.
Bölüm.
Oldu. Merak girenler.
Kimi друзья, вот так раз смешно.
Озовит фоне.
Тобуку мага потом.
Баргин демеха.
Баргин.
Башкин отруб. А отруб кумлаут.
Друзья, потом мне РБ волама добавляет аут.
О, Минди.
Озовит.
Така баня меха.
Такие лидерик.
Слабый 90.
60 Гц. Монитор 60 Гц, что ли?
Ага.
Блин.
Она и дальше дню на хадара.
Потом без стави ревендайдах на компьютером кайбатируют.
Амбасы. Хатаки бахан это баня.
Охмут. Игроки без команды варгают.
Кем бахилах тен уксовта. Бестимя.
Позабей.
Нахуй надо.
Баня восстала даме, абыс.
Винердайка дыксел.
Винердайка. Сорга винердай баня илер тейин.
Турвара.
Винден тенкейден аблот.
Андпа. Лузер. Да, хамандатай лузер дайнден. Так, примерно вон мютеля попала.
Унанют, билде.
Да, беде, любой арба. Мен аву болдум.
Калашлар.
O bilableyin kayar ki biladi bistenak. Polis ikiden çağıralım. Öyle pokoy bağlar. Ese o kan kita takatırıq polisten çağala. Uf.
Bala.
İşte kayıp ki.
Asya'ya kaybı kira.
Cabe bidde gibi gibi. Eyvah.
Banyak kita kaydı da.
Ha? Niye kira?
Söylerim kumulat.
Tamam.
Ne udah şahan naha tutmaları yani öyle olur olan bloka. Ne gelemez.
Öyle.
Ha barın tuttum benim izini.
Aranın yanına gelecek.
Ha bu cigede. Hop
Bula benim Asya'ya bacı gınamında. Eyvah.
Banyak. Mana kotor doktordan 5 mega dan mekan.
Oh, nah.
Ha? Aku er mekan şöyle vogar.
Emang işin kontrolü kim bunu? А вы скопятинники. А вы совсем не выкуни.
O zaman monitörün 204 anahtar.
206.
Boleh nanin. Boleh sih juga nyuruh ke muntah.
Dia kutta.
Baskınan блядь, banyak.
Apa ya?
Mal. Banyak lah enak.
Apa boleh?
Ambus.
Hayır. Ambus.
Bas. Elbette. Ой, бля. На нахуй.
Ambus фонарик.
Ой, круто, нихуя себе.
А вы смешно.
Мақтал.
Нет! Голалом это, сука.
Ih, блядь. Что, бля, менеджеры птоки.
Хорош.
Диску доложити.
Ну, блядь.
Бадіть, тебе таке риса.
Уже барбадает нахуй. Гимми хана orada.
Marun.
Опас.
Мешок подобань.
Она... Это...
ايش كوريا؟ لا حمد لو شكر بك كمان زود مزوك.
بس تبدأ.
Ой, блядь. Хорош. На рожевар.
Нахуя это? Да, у нас там, да.
Абас обеить.
Барбара сильно.
Блядь, Баня.
Опас. Шикарно.
Абас, ну нахуй.
Переиграл. Абас. Переиграл. Тин.
Баня пати терэмбэр.
Баня, у меня хандара вард. Абас.
Хорош. Да, камбэк.
Oh. One hour. Zaman. Oh. Блять, Баня.
Себе. Охуенный спал на деле. Баня для шлема вот на гостей.
Передайся.
Хатар.
Караван алыр быты, сука.
Абас, бля. Я себе.
Абас.
Охуеть, кадавр. Көтлер.
Aha. Bitireyim.
Tekne hile. Бля, аирдроп сейвность, это охуеть. Пиздец, вас.
Волга таңара бар да.
Ой, бля. Ай, да, ол тирени алар дия.
Блядь.
Bitti sırkıtıran bana unuttum. Так, иду тасаха.
Провалы. Провал дейді ол тайник.
Қай секундат? Bitbeğen ağız toz. 2 minute, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
Секунды да. Ve time'di.
2, 14, 15.
Bas.
15.
Stop'tan.
Pauzalanmadım play.
RB2, RB3. RB3.
Şey buldu beni. Hübette. Hübes. Hübetos. Adut.
Decent Navi, but the only thing I fear the most is my IGL
Başka bir
get
başkalar.
this guy can easily change your
Сатасın
game
ki.
upside down.
Vallahi bas.
Бандин не преследует.
Dinler akıyor acaba? Face'lerim ya.
There's a lot of teams who
Пасхан да думаю, что это.
who are fighting
May protection
strong,
karuba.
and one of these teams who is like making some pressure on us with fights, making us pretty
Ладно, как всегда, нахуй, мне на лома не плохо-то.
Наханны кыны?
Нави.
Нави.
Burada rahat jarıp Navi bit bu.
Фейстер шиди жалар.
There you have it. There you have it.
Чиш.
There's the teams that are looking out for. I'm
Boom.
surprised about example.
Rahat jarıp.
Бум пиздец.
Toby.
Yeah, I was too. I honestly was.
Банит winner
until
evinde.
you said it just now.
Oh, weird.
It's very weird that I just all of a sudden
Kita
after you
will
saying it got a phobia. There you go. The more you know. Beamy tried to sneak his way out and
Ellen это что ли?
infiltrate the Howl camp with his teal camouflage name tag. I'm not sure he's gonna be too hard to spot, but we'll see how Foot are gonna make their way in through. As we listened in with Besto as well,
Karaks
talking
yapışır.
about how Foot can be a little bit scary. They haven't been that scary as if yet had a strong first game, but of course hoping to get more going. But now Matt Bulls, I mean, it's a roster where when you look at
Bu
the
hep
names
üç
of
kuatır daha
individual
jarıp Mad Bulls. Basımına da kistırır bu tane.
storylines. Again, there's a lot of years, a lot of experience on the roster, but it's also when they were Wu, or the majority of the roster was Wu,
Mad Bull bizi her geldi
their
altara
success
çıkola.
stories were kind of few and far between. It's like the old entropic of when the short era that they really peaked in. I'm hoping that this start to Mad Bulls that we're seeing turn into what could hopefully be a long-lasting success story, will be one, and not kind of a fall off after an event that I have.
Yeah, it'd be great to see. I mean, I'm going to be frank. I've covered them in other esports of Mad Bulls. There's an organization, and they've done really well in other games as well. So clearly, them as an organization have an eye for talent, and what we've seen from Mad Bulls right now, the MB and the logo may as well stand for Mad Badasses, because they've been looking awesome throughout today. I don't know what BB would stand for in these first couple of games. Probably something not very nice because they've not done much with it, but I'm still hopeful because they're still awesome.
Ne?
Yeah. I don't know how to. But yeah, 6 points.
Bir gigant bu komanda. Просто они дорого баханca.
Not the start that BP team would have hoped for, but again, caught on the wrong side of some pretty spicy circles, and maybe arguably the most unconventional for them is early game casualties. There's been a few of them, and of course it hinders you a bit when you're trying to play edge, when you're trying to spread out and take control, and you're trying to kind of utilize this 500 meters plus between you and teammate. All of a sudden your stretch capabilities, the terrain that you can take control over, gets reduced by quite a margin when you're down to 3 within the first circle.
So if I can draw a parallel between BB team, as we have a few teams looking at each other and taking some shots, but I'm going to talk about BB team still here for this one. In the day where they won 4 out of the 6 games during the group stage, the Vikendi on that day, the circle and their potential rotation looked almost exactly the same as this. Sorry, Global Army. They usually rotate north, rotate wide in on a circle like this as BB team, and they found massive success with that style. When circle 2 popped, 7 seconds after it popping, they were in the cars and moving already in that Vikendi that they won from a similar circle in a similar position to this. So there is still hope for BB team because they know how to play a circle like this. I think it did. He must have. Yeah.
No wonder he quickly got that thing back on the ground because
Баран неме бул улуулар кытыгажалар тапты да.
Because like it's very hard to kind of trace your bullets in the air. Because shooting, nothing's gonna happen. When that random headshot connects and he goes, wait, now they got me dialed in. That's when you instantly just get back on the ground. And, well, understandable for LSM, but at least for a while, got back on the ground. Now, though, issues with getting the thing in the air. And, yeah, might just have to wait for a teammate to come pick him up.
Yep, yeah. Oh, hello, my bad. What have you got for yourself? FAMAS and a ghillie. Oh, that's not the cool white ghillie. Sorry, bro.
Take the FAMAS.
Did he not? No, he didn't.
He didn't take the FAMAS. Maybe other loot will be there for him for the taking, else he gets himself another ghillie suit.
Yeah, well, one on each arm.
Yeah, I mean, if he wanted to.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. Is that... He's carrying the helmet to his teammates.
Sure.
Nice. Man.
Yeah.
He is quick swapping between the loot to pull the helmets back down towards his teammates. No reason to be looting in the open when you can loot down behind them. You know what? It's a small thing, but massive credit. Round of applause, +1 in the chat for stuff like that. Because you don't see it too often. Also, of course, great for the service to catch it. But these small things, to avoid pointless mistakes, really is what can get you into winning.
This right here, getting off
the hill with the loot for the players to come and take. I mean, that could potentially be now got them all in the cars who have drives with it.
Yep,
that, my friend, is a
Discord-ка ник булар та, PUBG-га ник булар та.
Бар хова помеха слева не могут.
Wiggle on in there whilst the rest of your team is looting those boxes. So why not just have one person do it? Look at that. Oh.
Santa Claus is coming.
Убаганный. Эссо. Кивилый.
Do you think Santa drives a Zima?
Well, I mean, depends on which country your Santa is. is in. I don't know. I do not know. What I do know, though, is Pod Samulet and Bumble Squad have been close to one another quite a few times today. And for the most part, Bumble Squad has been the ones on the receiving end of a lot of the damage. But right now, behind the rock. Good thing he had a vehicle, though, so we'll be able to get away.
Whilst that was going on, I'm slightly surprised at BB Team's entrance to this circle, as they've come in up against LOL W and just gone straight into the circle. They weren't going for a wide route like we saw. Too much success in that group stage, so I mean, maybe this will work out. We will see. As Crossbow is looking around for a few more shots here and there. Frozen Lake areas, though. There's not really many players even around him. So
время паузы берите.
Каким толстый? Понятно.
Only BBL as they wrap from that could potentially up to swing back and kind of engage in this. As Twisted Minds now setting up their E-pick up and great timing for doing so. They're sending Lou an example of vehicles moving.
Ayşen. Ben onu göre kara. Öyle bit bumdur.
Обратно, битбум.
Твисты таптыры geldi нахуй.
Без класс похуй бардыр будто прямо.
Ташка уларда ватта хола. Ташкалар атабды. Медбулс катат. Ава вот опустан. Медбулстар. Harsin skirimi keye ağaç şastanlıkta.
Toğustan bırak da.
Ağızdan evet. Nereye dersitim bu soğukun talaş fitim. Bisna.
Ama smil attı.
Kimde hok bala kiram. Da beşakta hayırları oldu.
Mehder xamandan bile min oynadım ama.
Spat bir şey medyan baramın. Cevara alırımdı. Beşaka kanalca. Bana bu tuğu tutar bitti sıra kanca. Lan beri yerde.
Öyle.
Bas kırdık böyle. Ahar ol kanca böyle.
Hayır bu ki lol. Polis mi var?
Turu smoktana hadir ya. Ben nak. Zugu naka koyturu demeha. Hayır.
Nereye kaçıyorlar?
Ha?
Abi nereye kaçıyorlar?
Sok oynuyor böyle.
Where there aren't a whole lot of compounds to play around, and that's the Tropic once again punished for simply just not grouping up early enough, or maybe understanding the pressure. That's a toe tap.
You're a monster example. So mean. No, not my big toe.
Böyle bir lyrikse.
Free pedicure. I mean, what's not to like?
That's grim.
This man sign out.
Lyrics is
Batulin.
Well, and this I think is the success that Twisted Minds was
Bacı
hoping
bakalım
for.
böyle.
They're effectively leaving Lumberyard and get to
Zona
come
killedi
back, but
ama ne
now
killedi?
they get to scare, at least for the most part.
Zona
Very isolated in the southwestern corner of the compound, so now I would imagine they start by being this focused on little W in the southwest.
Diffix bilin kemki kirar yanına.
Metre şöyle oldu.
Zona kararı kimle haber edeyim de benim daiki onu esenge veriyor. Esenler benim daiki de.
And I will be interested to see where FaZe goes, because if they're wrapping all the way down into the south, you don't really want to be caught down in those fields in the south of a circle like this, because transitioning north is actually a bit difficult. It's very flat. And then if teams are in the hills, like where Howl is, if Ascend moves slightly east into those hills as well, it becomes difficult to really get a foothold where you want to be as these circles shift. So likewise for Navi and BB, I think that they probably don't really want to be here. They'd much rather be in those hills, using that as kind of the checkpoint move to get towards the next. FaZe is doing it. They're going all the way around. I'm scared for them here.
Living in the southern side, Ferris should be able to hear this real soon, as we're probably just expecting the circles of hearts to straight back into Dino Lane. For the long rotation here, but in the new one pops. Where are we going?
Perfect جاولنا جرن قدرنا
Good job on you, Ansvar. Oh, we're going east over towards Lumberyard, and I guess while it's not Dino Lane, FaZe did in fact rotate half the circle and did not.
Actually, I think Perfectix just went. Oh no, he must have just jumped off.
He did.
He did.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned there for a second. I thought maybe they got up again for scouting purposes and then come back down again. Like that would be ridiculous. But anyway, especially with the amount of teams that are right next to it and probably could have shot at it, that would have been even more concerning.
Twisted Minds, I think,
Face
also now
can
a point where yes,
bind
we
it.
have
But Allah
pretty
ajar
much the only compound.
I said being
Practically like a super city at this point.
Perfect جاولنا بلا قدرت
bunu fixi gömüttürüyor. İyi kayın takıvat.
I don't know how long. Are we just gonna stay on him until he succeeds?
بالبداية pro игрок.
Can we get some claps in the chat for Perfectix? He needs all the support he can get.
There
we go. And he falls off. No. Do you really want to be up here, especially with this circle shift? Yes, there's a hole you can fall into, but if you get knocked up here, you're in trouble.
يا شيء بلا تخرب بالجا. بيحب يتجسد تخرب
I mean, there is another way to be able to do that. You can actually use that.
Pro игрок был بلتها. أيوة.
But of course, you don't really
خلنا
want
نقرأ
to
راكوس كده خربها.
you've got currently, you don't want people trying to transition across from building to building. One little W is there as well, so that's why you have to try solo. But now FaZe has rocked up to Navi. Navi was separated a little bit. From that south side here to try and reinforce this position. Against him as well. They don't realize that double spray. Diffex, but Gustav will shut him down, but that's huge from Diffex.
insane bait, but did this knock in return come in time for them to potentially get the rest on up? James gets the knock, gets the flush onto Soset as well. Gustav instantly has to commit to the rest here. Hagatori is pulling up on this one as well. As James spotted in the open from Hagatori. I think he ran into a ruck there. That might just buy Gustav back on his feet.
Potentially Hakatori getting into position now to try and go for the assault here. Gustav in the distance will finish off Diff-X as well. Where's Fairest in all of this? He's near James. Rally forwards. He did see a glimpse of Gustav there, so he's going to try and charge some of these nades and throw it on forward. Goes for an underhand over the wall. It was a great attempt trying to shut down Gustav, but Gustav evades.
Really good
flash.
They saw the double buff come through. They know that Fex is. That one more is down. They're down to just Gustav, and with the blue closing in, they gotta be fast about it. Once we hit phase 4, if you don't have a jammer pack on, you are going to die even if you get rest in the blue. Space running around on his own, but Fairest and Hagatori on purpose here playing it Gustav the resses.
If you know that connects, you know you've forced a heal, so you lost a little bit of time. But Gustav was going for a hero play. He was trying to jump onto the roof and try and go all the other side during all of this. We'll throw them all in forwards here. Fex and Curexy are gone. It's all up to Gustav here to try and make something happen. He knows he's going to be losing James as well. Fairest is still in the distance, but Hakatori is holding this off.
This is exactly what they were waiting for. Get those kills coming. In a game that again, I mean, might as well just be tossed out. At least you salvage something. This one without nothing, and that's gonna be Gustav down. Headshot, bullet straight to the dome from Fairest. Eliminated.
Spokojnie, reakcje
knew that they could leapfrog moves by them as well. Play effect of what goes on in these lobbies. BB team is well aware. They need to start converting some points. You can't have a day number 1 in a 3-day event go this catastrophically for a team that's got a lot of eyes on them. Aduzi will start opening things up on Lorex.
Хорош, Адузи, добить. Оба забейте. Да ну нахуй, блин, давить Тайлер, что ли. Хорош. Ну-ка.
I think it is enough.
That is right. We've got ourselves a problem here. This is an issue. But him being a thorn in the side of what BB team is doing. BB team is just crashing straight into Lumberyard now. There's, I mean, basically what is 33% of this circle is Lumberyard. The entire thing is in this circle. So if teams are committing from building to building, there's not opportunities to try and get at least top 5 in this game.
Perfect split.
Only 2 tries was needed in order for him to get up once more, but again he is very exposed to that entire hillside, and this is why he's playing it this aggressively. He has to, I mean, in order to make any use of this terrain, he has to constantly force teams off this position. He's playing it this aggro, and that he's now found Schenken as well.
Not too often you see a molly thrown off of this tower here to try and shut them down. Hit that on Lyra. Okay, it wasn't Leosh, it was Extens. But he is up on the tower here trying to do something. They've still got foldable shields up there. It's difficult to hit people up there unless they peek, and with that peek they were able to swiftly execute on it.
Yep, might want to slow things down a bit. The rest
قدرنا معهد تسكيلر بداية معهد
ألم بعد تخمبر أبغى تخمبر أبغى
دي تاكد تورم هاي تاو
So Madballs as well is making a play for the north. Madballs is creating wins if this fight actually goes down. We'll talk about it in a moment. Now, Pera is still in a lot of space. Guess where we're seeing win or die. They're probably not going to be able to get him up in his against this here. Tries to go for the spray. Does Lazar against Hello My Bad. Doesn't quite connect with what he needs to. Still in the blue. Gonna have to move away from this. But maybe the shots in the main.
This rotation from Hello My Bad bait to try and kind of turn the attention away from the team that's getting behind. The issue is those guys fell down instantly. And now there was the Malta Nixie. Finds Lyra and Stacey next up on the tower top. So that is going to be Oakless down and out in 13th. That's Hello My Bad. Yes, he has the level 3 gear, but right now it's the stone that's doing all the hurt.
Let's talk about Winterfell. We have a potential of a back-to-back-to-back here in this circle. Because Mad Bulls, if
they're able to shut down the teams coming in from the west, maybe foot as well. There is a great justification to control the north, and if they can do that, a back-to-back-to-back could be on the cards.
Yeah, triple would indeed be not
blast
unprecedented, but incredibly rare. Wild to see, especially considering how well they actually played the first match as well. Now we'll see. As just talked about before, teams pulling up on this position, sometimes you just gotta go for it, and Ascender's done the exact same.
What can they do? Try to thread the needle here in towards the west side of this circle. Shots going off everywhere. Twisted Minds trying to shut them down on this rotate, but already there is a little bit of a linchpin for them to be able to secure onto. Quizzy also sees him in the distance here, where the Dragunov is able to connect one of those shots, but does look like Ascend might be able to get through on this blast example.
Get all the way through without taking any casualties. Them only losing one. Well, now it's taking one fail as well. Be considered worth, considering the amount of teams that actually had eyes on as they rotated on through. Kiljakai should be falling. I believe that's knock number 2 on him, so would have to commit to the rest here. In the meantime, as you said before as well, Mad Bull's trying to contain this northern side. Don't allow anyone up on the very northern edge. I'm surprised Foot isn't doing more to try and get some space of the Mad Bulls fighting on the west, but maybe they're confident on being sat on the east.
It's cold in the north, they are shivering. They're shivering. How are you supposed to deal with this? I mean, yeah, you've got yourself into the middle of this position, but Mad Bulls, all they need to do is throw down a few names here and there. This is crazy. Paris trying to go for it. Maybe this is a few kills here and there. Chris will clean it up along with Perfectix.
Coming through, but Ascend don't say no thanks to a couple of kills like that, making their way closer to placement points now, as well as Little W is taking out 2. Right now, it's BB team with the double, and Twisted Minds up there on the top alongside Matt. Bulls who are claiming effectively all the kills that they have to across the teams. 3-4 with 0 so far. That are racking up the tons.
It's becoming a problem if Mad is making such a cushion of points. Day number 1 alone. Down towards the south, they're able to do okay against FaZe on their breach forwards. A few points here and there. Maybe if you can sneak on in, maybe if the rest of the teams in the south have forgotten about you, there's an opening.
Could be.
Давай, Хакич, делай краски, бля.
Зона медбулс нах.
Мбаппе здесь выдавать охуеть.
Бля, мэтр, сука.
Без шансов ведь.
Шашлыкатыры играют, ну-ка ты позади. Калям достойно. Шоу.
We know that all these teams that are still inside Lumberyard proper have to brawl their way through, and there won't be much for Foot nor Mad Bulls to really engage in there.
I mean, I'm so glad you emphasized this, because who can shut down Mad Bulls here? It kind of has to be to a degree Foot, but the area that Foot has to traverse against Mad Bulls is actually very open. Mad Bulls has the advantage of not only height, but also a lot of range. Shilla does take down Bestalosh here, as there's going to be a big brawl in the middle of Lumberyard. With that, I mean, I don't know if Foot even can transition if Mad Bulls is looking at them.
No, again, the pseudo city of Lumberyard
is
shifted away from now the teams that thought they were going to get rewarded by crashing it earlier. Getting punished. Well, that's the first one down, but expect to see at least 2 or 3 even more teams go down. Circle has swung all the way in.
Yeah, definitely.
Хорош.
He was really working on
Можно найти оттуда.
BBL. He is on fire a little bit here. Nade goes through. Explodes.
А вот тебе
Хорош.
Put a lot of damage. BBL cleans up.
We're the best team with BBL. Плюс 2000 у меня. Плюс 2000.
So good stuff on the hold.
Mad Bulls boy.
Not just medium. I'll take that one all the way.
Хада. Багато вот. Уже минус скоро вапнуто. Плюс 1к улов 2 тумайдахпына. Так что достойно.
Now, despite we've been brewing for a while, but no, again, I mean, Foot just not really liking what they're getting. BBL has managed to make their way up closer, but again, I mean, Mad Bulls, they've made enough space for themselves.
Link image бастыралар да.
We've still got a couple hundred meters between us.
If you're going to jump the Mad, why not do a 360? I'm okay with it. He's trying to find himself a little bit of cover wherever they can. BBL still moving on through. Crooks cleaning up. It's Chris as well. The crux of Mad Bull's win is dealing with Foot has now moved up as well. Shilla is trying to hold off the angles here against Howl.
Yeah, Trying to fend off, trying to claim a few extra points. Solo player left alive, gets another one confirmed, but that's going to be it. As BBL fall in 6th, and now Mad Bulls have to try and suppress. They have a 4-man strong Twisted Minds that will eventually join this party as well. So for now, the faster you can shut down Foot, the faster you can force them back down the hillside to potentially get third party once more, the better off you're going to be. This is where we see
200 это да.
Тис.
Че мен Bulls чё?
Заебал, бля, мы тут потом-то.
5-я карта, вторая. Give me 200.
Так. Чаще, бля.
Помеха. Аныкны. Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls. Блин, баня üstte.
Natalie, эти урок темleri, kimler temleri? Урок.
Asıl sıcak bu diyeceğim bile.
How much more can Hal do with this? Some of the reinforcements are a little bit detached from this fight. So Perfected trying to get himself the heal up. Ibby's trying to look down the hill from this, but at least they've taken out Code Marco and finished him off fully.
Timing could not be any better on that Nate. Jumped over to the energy drink, able to cancel, get back together in hand. Now Perfectix falls, but they have quit, but they have Ruin proned outside, snakes in the grass, landmines effectively they have to run through in order to get inside this next circle. In the meantime, both Mad Bulls and Foot are set up north and still yet to find a knock on one another.
This is tough. This is very, very tough for these teams in the south now to come out with enough resources available to challenge those teams in the north. Foot's played it super slow, and they've been rewarded for it. Being able to get into these circles at the behest of Mad Bulls has given them a real opportunity here, especially since they know that all the chaos in the south is still ongoing.
Hatta kollarına tokavalları bile. Zona bile. Bir de flash'ın. Stayan ağırlı bir de. Toka bile. Stirbanın uyumaktır pozisyonu.
Rotatsiyaları şey dağıt.
Rotatsiyaları şey ya. Turuk'tan nasıl hammalar olur burada. Alışkın. Bля, şimdi twist'e bada ha.
Ruin is gone here.
Kim oldu?
Unless Quetpa can do something absolutely amazing, but no, it's already shut down with all of this.
Aha bu, weekend'e gelince.
Now that's interesting. Will Foot move on this, considering they know
is a
little bit detached? Ibby is looking at the move from Foot though.
They have to, and it's Lugarooks' job to hold them off. T-Bone does go down. Ibby from across finds one, but Lugarooks has to stand his ground here. He is the contained player. He is the one to deny them the cross through, but he will fall. With no damage done in return, T-Bone does go down, but that's from elsewhere. And now, Foot has the high ground. They can look down towards the Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds on the other side, but do not count out Quetpa. He's still lingering down towards the southeast with a good angle up towards Foot.
It was the perfect move from Foot. The split attention from Mad Bulls was exploited. Fantastic stuff by them to be able to rock up when they did. Oh, just a little bit overcooked here against Ibby. Tries to fall him on forwards as well. A 44 damage. They know exactly where he is, and they're trying to weed him out with the explosions.
Again, I mean, my eyes keep going back down towards Quetpa. He's effectively, unintentionally holding the contain from Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds is waiting for this Foot Mad Bulls fight to pop off again so they can engage on it. There comes the swing around. Nice timing with the flash up and over. Quizzy does find 80 on the rundown though, so it's just Vard and Beamy left alive.
They're going to be fully sandwiched now as Quizzy here. That I don't know how he is able to recover from this. It
will
probably not be a three-peat here from them as Foot makes
very,
very nice example. Though he's taking the fight here with Foot. This could get very, very dodgy.
Sure could look how close they are to one another. 1-8 from Beamy could spell the staff in his arsenal. Vard loves a flash on over, knows exactly where they have Quizzy. Not enough damage done though to take him down either.
Maybe a Molly will be able to go over there, and that might actually push him out from the cover that he does have. Up against the blue at the moment there, though. We'll have to move away from it. Twisted Minds
zona yanara. Foot'tur kadar alıp
I mean, look at the amount of
Ben
impact
bad boom buldum kardeş.
player, but everyone is forced to look in his direction all the time. It's a thorn in the ear for all these three teams. They just want to take the fight straight ahead, but he has such good off angles on all of them. And it's really tough for him to decide whether he can go for it now. Spotted once more, but Quizzy, as you can see, is missing shots. Has to turn around instantly again. They're completely surrounded and Quetpa is just a massive nuisance to all these three teams.
For Quizzy, the Wolves are at the gate. How are you supposed to get out of this? Any way you go around this rock, you are done for. They will go down. The 3-peat will not happen, but it was close. As Foot and Twisted Minds are able to dismantle the potential attacks here from Mad Balls.
Foot has the circle. Twisted knows exactly where Quetpa is, and what they're doing is, by not moving, they're forcing Quetpa to effectively backstab Foot Esports. Both sides. Quetpa is loving this fight going on between these two.
Shut him down, but now will Twisted Minds do they, after having Lumberyard this whole time, are they able to move out and be able to secure this high ground though? Looking good at it.
Not committing to the rest here. They have a flash. They know, if not exactly, then pretty much now they do know exactly where he is. Oh, Vard gonna reload. Does he have time for this? Does he commit to it either? Yes, he does. Isolate one ankle. He knows he's in a 1v2. Who knows? Maybe a Hail Mary could win you the game early. But he's coming off ankle is perfect from Perfectix. They know exactly where they saw Beamy crawl in. That is just going to be a bait. That underhand nature. Come on over. He sees it, but he bounces far.
Yes, he got the res off. He got the res off. Beamy's here. Oh, example will be able to peek on over though, takes out Vard, will be able to beam do much. He's got himself a heal off, but will it be enough? They're actually pushing aggressively up against this, unless Beamy can do something amazing. No, it's example, and Twisted Minds back against Mad Bulls here in game number 4.
Never had I thought a team that had to
Булстер баллар под самолет. Üstte bitiralım.
Так, когда блокна. Уф. Zaman plus 2 tane ayşem ya. Minus 2 tane çözeceğim.
Позовите.
La.
Minus
Hasan makan dah siap.
Akhirnya öyle.
Hasan comeback tuh mbak.
Belum dah comeback tu nak puji.
Belum kita kada comeback tuh lah.
Plus kali baru.
Так, английский кем бастыганы? Ача, заманда.
Мен kita будем бастыганы так будем бахта. Бит. Кредит алып та бастыганы.
Zaman ne spor bitir. Помехай баситанска. Minik spor.
Zara, kim bu? Abid bunları budum. Kadar ne water. Kada. Kalangıtın taxan bara alım çağına. Hiç.
Game 400 bolar deme.
Ne bu?
Kim?
Denetim. Da.
İkisi giymiyor olar bu.
İki spor. Min kaç spor? Min hiç spor.
İkiz game valla.
Min de spor da.
400 falan yapıyoruz.
Da. Atujuga horiyam da. Memang bu orang gede bu batahatna kalangıttan taxawan indiğinde. Şunda hadir ba.
They simply drove into it. As everyone else is just dying out in fields. It's relatively simple things that they're doing, but they're doing them so effectively, scouting the opportunities and making the most of them when they present themselves.
So let's take a look. Your leaderboard is coming
up
Bulsar
now. Naha Arslavis puarla dinle.
Top edin buluktan hep. Start taking a look at this day one setup and no surprises there. Avenger, Naples, Twisted Minds dominating the top.
Yeah, it's looking good. Of course, also got to note their example 9-kill game from him up until this point. Example had 7 kills. So he's sitting on 16 kills after 4 games. Like a flat 4 average per game. Really good to see from them. And yeah, dominating the very top. We saw it also in the group stage. This kind of style here. And Twisted Minds, of course, they're going to be putting themselves into that hat after a fantastic game with 25 points.
It's a really interesting one for me that like the likes of Foot Esports and BBL Avenger are not doing as well as I think a lot of people. I mean, we can bring up FaZe as well. There's so many fans that kind of expect them to be at the top part of the leaderboard. We saw them struggle a little bit in the group stages as well. Do you think that struggle is coming over here into the grand final?
No, I don't think so. It comes down to the game, like, and their plans is not the same. They're adjusting to what they think that the grand finals are going to be like, as I said at the beginning. And as we can see here, there's so many more players and teams alive throughout, especially in the early phases. Of course, this one, a little bit of standout there with losing FaZe early with a little bit of a rough fight for them to begin with. Also changes the whole style and whole impact of the game, because when you have more space, and this game is another one, right? You have Lumberyard that have so many teams that are piling in, and the only focus and only comms that we're probably going to be hearing from the Twisted Minds, but it's just like, just kill it. Like there's people coming on the west side, there's 3 points, there's another point over there. Like they're just pointing out where potential points are, because you're not really expecting a win from this type of game. So they're so focused just to try to squeeze as many points out per game, and here they're able to crawl out. They're staying so many players alive as well. They're able to take on the teams that, for example, is Foot playing super slow, coming in from the eastern side, holding on to the eastern side super proficiently and trying to stay 4 guys alive for as long as possible, because their sole focus was to win the game. They knew that they had a huge opportunity to do so, but then you just have a absolute monster of a team like Twisted Minds that just goes, frags out everything in Lumberyard, and then takes on the last 2 teams as well.
Fair enough. So one of the teams that I think has been doing pretty well, not only with Twisted Minds and Mad Bulls, has been Hal Saga. They've had a really good run throughout the first day here in the grand finals.
They have definitely avoided the griefing part of the game that has so often cursed them. In terms of getting the kills, it hasn't been all that much so far throughout the day. But
example, bastıdır robotı. Ne oldu ki lan? Bizi
they had their best Vikendi game by playing slow and control style. Maybe anticipated this to go a little further to the north, holding on to the compounds in the field, but dodging Lumberyard as long as possible, wrapping to the south, looking to hold out against the BB team, and then eventually they had to succumb to their fate and say, okay, we have no real choice, we have to go into Lumberyard. They didn't get too much of a chance to do anything.
Ikis lokaaks ühisiivitsä tädys perfektis behes kuviisi altus batuli täddisnik. Barta Mad Bulls on to. Example aparaattina.
Howl is typically a team that
If they
don't feel safe, they're going to do it anyway. So this time they're going to keep themselves as their number one priority.
Zaman tosustırırlar. Arayındakinde.
Hatta 5. koyunkin kaydı yine gelen.
Hatta hete huri badaktardı.
Unfortunately, a team like Twisted Minds, and especially examples, was in that area, so very difficult to get out from that position. But they did very well to hold on as long as they could. And again, when Foot Esports makes their wrap onto Mad slightly later on into this game,
Bilen bir bunları aldım bile. Ay bir tek duralım water. Mantan bilen one pozisyada hakınladı. Pam. Kaçır.
So obviously Hal was our winner last year in this tournament, Avenger, but I do think that I mean, yes, there was a victory, but I feel like they've leveled up, adding Code Marco to the roster. What do you think?
I think so.
Bunlar bir dayanıcı kim baktılar tavalaktalar.
And his
Herhangi aman ikisi de
here, but the question is really, does the gel as well as we saw them last year, right? Because it takes time to kind of implement a player like that. His style, his comms, the way of him kind of maybe forcing the team a bit of a direction that he likes and enjoys to play could change the whole composition of how they're playing. But yeah, it should be overall a level up. But I feel like compared to last year, in the last 12 months, 13, 14 months we've seen, the whole scene has just kind of put themselves on another shelf, like one more level, and the top teams are able to perform at a way higher level, and our mid-pack teams are kind of joining that top level and kind of
Мақтал даша, мақтал.
last year where it was hard to point out who was going to be the best team because some teams were struggling at the regionals compared to how well they're doing at globals.
It's going to be interesting to see how this goes because we've obviously got 2 more games left today, 2 games on Erangel and also those emotes running, so don't forget to follow twitch.tv/PUBG _// PEC emotes. We are going to be heading to Erangel, like I said, we'll find out how day 1 plays off of the grand finals.
Give me minus 500. Tara. Benim 2 karta kaldı. 2 karta hatırladı gömer. Плюс тынча қаламын бір. Так что не хоть терять. Олеген бәйім кыланырбын аластым дебет бумдыры. Бәйіс карта әрәңгілігі. Кәмбек тылдыр не білеттін? Қыдақ. Бітшіл. Ши команда біле. Коту подхвост бабат не біле.
Может, не сыгрались.
Это сразу минус. Бу хатче по 500 рублей кисяджал за каждую карту. Ага. Финал PEC Potter Европа кені. Bir картаға тоқтен, короче. Бұл талабыты Нави, Медбулс, Фейсінден, Медбул. Оны типа те bir картаға кім командада хаме бәқ очколақ. Ол кейкаяр, короче. Кемері 5 килла халі алар, 5 очколақ ханде. Кем 6 очколақ, кемері 10 очколақ. Ол команда типа каяр. Onda üst katlar bütke bari minus 500 verilir tipe. Bit bunlar cevabını hacılar deyip bile. Cevabınlıklarına kalanlarını takan bara alam. Мен пока на манге все это плюс. Все по плану. Видно. Это не болар ба. Они улара бабба. Бехада мен не полач. Pek bu turika bu pek temette. Ne cevabı bitti bir. Ya onda bir khas grupa değil. Ha bu Wayne bu hocalar bitti. Bir onda üstüne takıp tak. Антон калахан это группа тевта. Не, бесит. Манда бе ишерен тахыпыт. Дев кутук. Барда шөйте баста. Дейді. Anta bu çete finalga diyen baramıt. Garibre başı ağısıra çıkıyor. Jauh nasib. Ata bu bir grupadan birinci finalga bu Medbul sonra bu Vanyohir. Ata na şey namane lobby играбельный это дина. Башаню.
Баня болтра тыгынча удакта плюс.
Башаню көппетага.
Тыгынча удакта плюс.
Рандома, hep kata. Рандома juga. Кому повезет, те буду. Grand finals. Bildiğim tipi kimin değil. Bence meha besmah ister olin. Minus
Besmah hyr, dan besmah terer, dan plus bir tığınca atakar, dan besmah.
East on the tree. Close left, pushing left on you.
Okay. Nice. He's behind orange tree. I'm flashing him for you.
Arslan.
One still on top. He will jump soon. I shot.
Короче, скриминга тоха рибиттера. Bu bugünce. Ne götüremem. Bugünkü skrimi обычно тюникеттен болар ha. 1.15 olur bugün taharalır tipe onu. Gitlerine. Ana по выходным ден ана айбиттер, короче. Bu. O da bir biремевтен ке агыс частан болар, Европаларга күнүс bir частан болар.
Besmah 5'ten bular da.
Аяха ке 5'ten болар bu. Olen Harsın ке агыс часты скрими. Biz. Бастыртын не болар. Отана тюникеттен кесе bu скрими била тюнистен. Энди та хога дедим била. Bu büyüngenge kılabıra. Ola bina kıskıya bitir, bir behenge bitir bu. İkitten start diye kuduk bu. Так что, Арсен. Daraba olacak. Tak şahsın birbiremeden ki ağustastan. Hättetten ağustan. Скримы. Уф, ki ağustan den жабыте бля. Москваlar на него не ударба, ki. Наконец-то. Награха. Бähä. Kehä bu. Bete bitti kehä bu. Becedi. Nupa kehä de buları zebist. Bähä skribu ne yaptı mı? Bähä bu. Kas. Muhatta kamatın toksuz bula bu. Bu bir esports'tan kamanda var ha. Bu bununla. Bu hıdır. Bähä buları bir de sadda yapıptı. Даже баня сайбыта болар дейін да.Айды. Ничего я так касын ки Ağustan. Запись көрбетін де. Хорош. Это опенталась в этом уже. Луспот.
Кәтті, барда.
Пекадо Хасан трейн. Барда да.
Ким тахан барда.
Гимич.
Гимич баня му туда спить. Туратны көрөр бола баня.
Хамсада хава баняны.
Сылыр ол так. Кто играл?
Компьютер быта.
Already see the drops going down. Game number 5 of day 1 for the grand finals here. Ibis dropped super early for what I assume might be vehicles across the big split that they've got going on right now here to get.
Kanlı gidi. Men bed boom.
Kanlı tüyü.
Kanlı tüyü.
Banyo lul vetem bıta.
Men bulls.
Totalları olabilir. Nixon.
Северный булра.
Северный ол бат хаддаттан.
Гейми kanlı gidi. Twist'te.
Twisted,
the rest of them to go over and take yes, that is, I mean, that's very alpha.
Twister вкуска гибтрала.
You get 2 prime real estate spots to yourself,
Tasnafka
and
da
have another
блядь.
team just gotta sit in
Farm
between you
da
and
блядь.
loot what?
Хуй его знает.
Plank
Ты
house?
надо был.
Here, you can have a small table, a small picnic table
О,
outside.
фестер еще доллар
You want food? You eat outside. Okay.
Tefes mültecina. Doktora.
That's insane. Yeah, like the split.
Haysan arada diye bu bular. Med bulsa
As
gitti.
is usual when it comes to these commentaries, you know, from teammate, you know, me and Toby are teammates. What does Toby expect of me? Usually expect stupid dry British humor, great looks. Anything else?
Поебать. Барым хабаях. Твистед трендилері.
Disagreements on what's
Скалалар не.
Correct. That's correct. That's what you expect. But let's hear from
Блин,
the
вообще
teams as
болар
to what
бітті
they
өскен,
might
да?
expect from their teammates.
Opşeçkolar ağlar bітті da өскен.
Yani aslında hepsi oyunu bilen iyi oynayan kişiler. Soğukkanlı olmaları ve iletişiminin
Damanik final gidi jakana interview allarında. İşte hakalarga uru diye hem de.
sıralama elde etmemizde yardımcı olabilir.
Bence sıkı stream sniper daha vakit.
Köyse İngilizce'de harardı.
They are proactive. I expect
Yes,
that
Michigan.
they're communicating with each other.
Men haram.
Daha waffle.
I can really feel like in the qualifiers.
Hello, I am from Republic of Sakha in Russia in Iran.
District namski indigen.
So I hope that also happens in the finals.
Türk baba postar şakkene.
Is just a good positive attitude and everyone to try their
Atak
best.
Hasan bu
I think that's any
Maskanya.
player or leader can expect from their teammates.
I'm gonna expect for my teammates to be like full focus on the weekend, right? So like to be 150% there when we play. It's only 18 games. So
Surprise na.
So we have to focus every
It's
single
Chris.
game.
Kim знаю бодая.
Biz kırsalar devlet duraklar.
Davdım sıkın abi varım da
For
yani.
us that they are not going like with head downs in the next game. So
Abbas
we have
2
to
nok
refresh
birle
every
bitirmek bu
game
sırga.
and focus every game. So yeah.
Nin.
Yes.
He has a flag on
Я прям
okay, so
Баня чего была?
Кем это гене?
Везде бар, даже скримы. А, баня просто тох. Баня шлюхова просто.
Abbas, nerede gidiyordu bile?
you could, I mean, I had to rewind
Активно
just
принимаю
double check
участие,
what just
бля.
happened. So Navi jumps Novo, spreads around
Пионер,
there.
активист.
Просто доступная генда баня. Картык недоступен не было ханадова, как ханадова.
Almost
Аба лул вы хазер. Лул вы парашютах палах. Янава. Медбус киллер, тивистер. Нави спилики гидлер. Это уже заебисти.
Это уже заебись.
Он башил. Да. Справа футер баллар быта. Справа слева кискилерин каранара питис кыжасы лидах быта.
And radio tower plays, like when the
Карте
they're
накрывала.
always here. In some form, they're always here.
Ой,
Always
бля.
doing things.
This
This one was just a bit more sneaky. I
Ербай
like the
рейдер.
start. That's good.
Тибун
Not
дойдет.
too much love we get for
Бля,
Sharkfin these
будет.
days.
Питис кыжасы.
I feel like it's one of those areas that has never really been changed a whole lot. It's always been, well, not always, but for the most part,
Бля,
been
медбус.
this. Even when we've had shoreline changes,
Бля,
and
фарм
whatnot,
свободный турар
it's
быта,
been
бля.
very much like just every time I get like an overview, like a drone shot of Sharkfin, that's when I think OG PUBG.
А лул вылар
You know?
парашютахтар бахала саваттар.
Yeah, it's very OG. I like it.
I was racking my brain to see if I
Найвелер уже
any
минус
changes
1
that may have
нахтар.
occurred over there, but no, you're right. It's
Фейстер забисалар олар.
seems pretty bog
Папик
standard,
сигатта алара
for
берег
all of this,
жетик
and
толар олар.
unfortunately,
Хоулдар
it's
мишикилар олар.
not entirely bog standard just yet. They have
Тивисте дало вообще вягарану.
Вчера правый,
last
это
chance, and they've not really got much on the board just yet. I do think that this roster has
Нахнавар
some
фарм
some
гыжы
props,
берер
some
болу бля.
chops about
Метр
them,
габля.
but it might take a
Medbus.
little bit longer to come together in a lobby like this.
That's
Ба
the issue, right?
аврах
You wanna have, I mean, a
интерприктеге
semi-finals
бере
or a
хава.
shelling period where you get really the team molded together, but when we're playing the short form tournaments that we are
Interplicate
playing,
the-
teams that don't make PGS off of this grand finals have to sit around and wait for a couple of months before the next tournament comes around. You just don't get that many chances to gel. You gel in scrims, you gel in, you know, your lower tier tournaments that you get to
Baron
play
Peak.
here and there, but you have to be as
Бля
ready as
хабу
can be,
барон
and there just
пиги
ain't
ката
a
бра точ
replica
совгода
for
хайбрым.
high pressure
Кендер.
competitive play. This is unfortunate for many of these teams.
50
The
дышигы
only
мдата барон
place you
пик.
can really figure
Таяга
out whether things
один на
work
баня.
or not, because
Ол
focus
кыдыта.
is never the same in scrims.
It favors the teams that are GPT. It favors the teams that are like.
А, зоны вяха болар аямда.
PGS is like a,
Фарм
I'd say
тер болар
BBT,
ол.
but they've only got 9
Амски
points
блядь.
today, so you know.
Там уроки, бля.
Last place,
Кем да?
everyone's singing
Айс,
their
бля.
praises.
Hayır.
There was a lot of people that put them as number one, but right now it's
Bastard.
not looking so great.
Блядь,
The fortunes could
урок,
change.
да,
Fortunes could definitely change.
О, ля, грязно генди, бля.
Teams that do go out
I see.
here and do not go on to PGS, it is rough.
I
I mean,
was thought
I feel like the ultimate solution for like future years will be having qualifiers per PGS.
Well,
and then that's how it goes.
Винадай кайнера.
People walk throughout the
Парашютер
year
олгай быта.
with
Бул болар.
qualifiers to play into each one, but that is not what's happening this year. We have qualifiers to 3 and 4, as we have ourselves.
Да, хабары ise. Ставкалы быта. Тәһәтүгә итәрә инде бит. А? Раз минут агайны бит.
He'll realize that foot is creeping because now he goes to the team on the map. He's already getting into his car and regrouping with the rest of his teammates further towards the east. I was just gonna say, because he's kind of the player left behind that has to feed that info across.
Бля,
Now
ага,
his team there in the
җиге
distance,
полотняк
leaving
булы.
with the pot simulated name tag driving
Болох.
further towards the left side of the.
Бамбаларга фопестры бидис тәһәдер
I like
булды.
that play. You know, leave one behind. Figure, are we actually the team furthest west? Because once you know, once you confirm that
Хан
there's no team
сахатурига
sneaking
мандык
in
болар
behind
бля.
you,
Бара
it
зона
allows you to
киделер
play a
бля.
whole different game. Not having to worry about
Сахатуригер
being
мандык зона
behind
бля.
at all. It allows you to spread out
Үч
and take
төдер
control of a
командалар
different way. The
бара
thing is,
мана
Foot,
мана
well, they
мана
like to be the ones
мана.
on the edge, and because they like it so much, they also do not care if they have to sit around here for an extra couple of minutes in order to claim that position.
and I'm not the biggest believer in the concept of momentum, as you fully well know, but Podsamlet's had a great day one. And let's be a believer in results. Let's be a believer in execution. And what they've done so far gives them actually a pretty decent opportunity at doing well and potentially going to PGS if they continue on this path, right? So I would love to see them try and kind of build upon what we've seen today, because the third place 7 kills, the second place 7 kills, 5 kills when they only got themselves in 11th place, so they were still able to scramble something together. So there's definitely opportunity there for them.
Yeah,
It's always, again, I mean, great to get off to a solid start. We heard in the first game with the interview with the players, a lot of them are saying get off to a good start, and I know you like momentum, but for many players, while it might just be superstitious, it can really swing the element in your favor.
Yeah, well, I mean, so you bring it up, and actually, I was listening to James and Ibby when they were talking on Kovo's Hot Drop, actually. They were talking about how it works on land. Right? If you actually die early, for example, that's a shift south. If you die early on land, you can't do anything, right? So actually, in inverted commas, momentum does not do anything, which is obviously brutal. But we're not on land, we're online here, so we can be a bit more forgiving as time goes on, but win or die, looking for the more forgiving play, and we'll be flying on over to Military Island.
Full speed forward. We were going to get wild shifts eventually today. Taco baited us with a little bit of it, and now, well, we get it full on. Everyone making their way down towards the south just before it's probably going to shift north somehow next circle anyway. Let's see. Face, well, they know there's enemies on the other side of this bridge. They don't want to go the bridge too far. They'll stop out here in
one-man weak though at Na'Vi, as Fairest obviously went down earlier on, so they don't have as many guns trained on this bridge. So it's not exactly the strongest of holes that it possibly could be. That being said, though, Face is taking towards the edges of the bridge, whilst other teams are trying to poise to move across. Bumble's on the other side. Howler's trying to move through this as well. So they're kind of sandwiched here, and Bumble Squad is making them feel the pressure. No one's gonna eye this bridge because there's so many teams down here. The chaos is unfolding to the extent that it is Bumble able to find the first 2. That's gonna be tough to finding the double. Because this commotion is taking place to the extent that it is, all these teams are gonna have to eye to go across. As I say that, though, Twisted Mind's getting up as well, only now starting to hear the shots fired. It's totally brutal when you get caught on effectively the bridge or in a 2-2 across this bridge here. As we're seeing another drop. Why is it always Para and BBL getting into these conflicts with one another? But here we go, trying to go for some shots. Not really being able to finish with much, but still trying to make them feel the sting.
Yep, similar minds thing alike, and when some of them have been on teams together before, maybe there's still a bit of that old strategy way back when. In the playstyle favor.
Фейстер, Хоулер, Буннер, блядь.
Like, how are they all supposed to get across?
They aren't. I mean, they will get across
Ну
when
там рано
they
бада друзья, блядь,
you can come over and face go, okay, we'll come over. That's gonna kind of that's gonna open up a lane potentially, but even with that, I mean, this is just terrible.
Bad indeed. Mad Bulls is trying to go for an alternative route. What's it going to be? I just
Nope, he isn't spinning around, so they will see Para come full speed forward, win or die. He picked up into this position too. They're not even shooting right now. They're ready and waiting. This is a trap in the making. They have no clue that they're here. Now they know. As extends, it goes down, but hello, my bad finds one in return.
We're able to make something happen from this, but they're losing a lot of people now here. Schofield does take out extents, but at the same time, I mean, there's multiple teams firing at them. There's multiple teams knowing exactly where they've landed. So now they're completely caught in here, trapped in here, and Win or Die could even disengage a little bit.
The execution of this trap setup, the idea for this phenomenal get running up the hillside, giving the info. I mean, his main task right now is A, listening for vehicles that are potentially coming into the force position he's currently in. B, look for those E-pickups, because you know that off the circle like that, they will be coming through. If you set up high, because they came through with E-pickups themselves, there's no cast down there. So you just set this in, guys. Are you ready? A team's going to land in 3, 2, 1, boom. Then you start shooting. Then again, execution not so good. Lose one, I believe, maybe. I'm not quite sure. In that engagement, still the idea. That was incredibly nice. Well, okay, that was.
لازم بتشتين هابا.
Look, you gotta lower your IQ, man.
خاكش فيز نقطة خروف.
Bigger brain. Yep.
Twist'larga qarqan bo'ladi. Twist'larga qarqan, Medbus'ga men qarqan. Uzun nuqtalarni.
Available. His teammates are aware that it's
Balki ishim behin ada.
Or don't start shooting at them, but stop you.
Faisalar wo tula kar.
Yeah, this was.
Jawana dibla.
Bayay bla.
Oh bla.
It's all gone awry for Gustav, I feel.
I understand
the play, but just trying to get across this such open area with enough time on a retreat is just.
Timing is just incredibly unfortunate. He gets up on the ridge and he gets up there. Howl isn't really properly suppressed, so FaZe, like the rest of the guys, can't come and help him. By the time they can, the Bulls have already run over the hillside into the open, and now. Finally now, Howl is doing what Gustav thought they were going to be doing earlier, trying to suppress Matt Bulls and not allow for them to hunt down Gustav, but well, a little bit too late for that one.
It's like a game of cat and mouse, and the mouse has lured them all into the cats into a really yeah, they all felt the kind of blood frenzy of being able to catch Gustav as quickly as possible, but then they've put themselves in this spot. They could have gone south and maybe played something a little bit different, or maybe eventually hit where Navi is, but yeah, it's not ideal. They should be able to recover, but it's not ideal.
By no means ideal at all.
But you should
prefer to get off this position. In the meantime, we have a descent trying to wrap down around the southern side of military base proper. They've left Chris up on the observatory hill. I saw them drive off earlier. They've all gone towards the western side. Issue is once again, but Samulet, they've been on the edge before. They are here again, but now BBL has joined the party too. But Samulet were looking for a send. In the meantime, BBL is allowed to sneak up on the hill.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot to be able to take this hill. I do feel like
به باید دخلت هرازه بده بیولالا سكت كده راسنا قد نيجي نيجي
особенно من باید
روش دي فيكس نيجي
Now they're going for a big wide wrap on that west side after that little engagement.
بطلنا هاي
بطلنا alive here. Foot has made their way into the compound further west, so limited what angles they can really utilize. Yeah, hello my bad with a jumped headshot on a level 3 key at Baron Peak. Not often time you'll see that work out, but somehow able to stay alive.
First for the shots.
Somehow
manages to scramble through here with a sliver of his life left. But there's still more work to be done here by Kiliakai as the circle has gone down into this area. Vard already getting some shots from the distance. Kiliakai is now knocked. He will be actually stolen away by Pod Samulet. Who, again, mentioned it earlier, got themselves some pretty decent results so far, but only playing with 2 on that hill. I feel like it eventually will be wrestled away from them.
You'd have to imagine. Also curious to see what Chris opts to do now that his teammates are further towards the west. Well, they're on down actually as I say it. We take a look back towards the west once more. Pot Samulet, BBL. Big brawl happening here, but a brawl only going in the favor of one team. That is BBL, able to stay alive through it, able to make their way in with all 4
замес Валорда.
Highly of their execution so far. It's been not exactly the best of games for them here in the 5th. Now Nades move forward against Tuster and actually bounce off the rocks in Tuster's favor. So good to be able to recover for a second, but will they be able to fully against FaZe is looking for kill.
And
Bird goes in towards Matzy. He goes down as well. Space is looking for as much blood as possible to get as many points on the board as possible.
See now, if somehow Tuster can get out of this position alive as Vex, the blue creeping on him, fully charged jammer pack. From the other side, had enough of it, and down he goes, out in 14th.
Nothing really gone their way too much. Yeah, for FaZe, they got caught on this bridge and then they were dead to rights, pinned against a Na'Vi, a Bumble squad, a Howl to a certain extent, who got kind of
absolutely
Oldu
bulldozed.
bir iki gibi
Now
duruyor.
Twisted Minds
Bля,
down the
Orgul's
shoreline,
bля.
looking for an opportunity to move
Hayır,
in
lan.
up against this. One member of Orgless is still close in these buildings, so we'll try and shut that down as quickly as possible. Actually, I think Global Army and Lyron were shooting over towards this along the
Orglar
Bля, смерть бусы я нахуй.
beach.
Example şu kandıra fıddı sıra kimin durduk.
Because they were shooting at Perfectix, who was kind of isolated down on the shoreline. So crucial, you can see him running up here. He needed all the help he could get to safety. So very, very clutch. Able to hit those shots indeed.
Давай,
Continue their push on forward. Mad Bulls
бля,
now,
Ibiza,
with
Ibiza
eliminating
gidip
the
bayağı
northern side, know that they play with their backs
Да,
to
она
board
дела
three.
Ibiza.
It's gonna allow for EB to run over and take
Пидорас
shots
нах.
towards Orgless as well.
Квизи, бля, затонул или бы ты, сука.
О, блядь, вы нахуй, сука.
Okay, well that spray was
Я вон это.
I like the idea. I like the idea a lot.
So did I, you know.
Ну, что понять тут
The
было.
spray also didn't really hit the mark. Okay,
Бля,
well,
паяй была
just right
там.
off the last 30 seconds.
Просто долго
It's fine.
я
He got some pings on him at the end. Global Army.
We edited it out, it's
Oh,
fine.
I
Because
believe
here we
it.
go, Lyra, double headshot, right back at it. I
Batulun
like it. Batulun is going to be the target of a set headshots, and he will force Orgless once again. Struggles to really get things going here.
Хотя бы ген
Just
хадастарына.
left for Lyra. It's literally all the meds he has. That nade should get the better of him. Indeed, it will. A
Я
total is all it needed to take him down.
Робота
3
алле.
damage comes through, and that is Orgless down in 13th.
How often do we get
Oh,
this?
but a bit
circle
boom
where
zone.
nobody's controlling that line a lot?
Бит бум зона, это сука
That
дела.
is. Everybody wants to be
Ну,
the first
что-
one to move, but it's a strong spot when you actually do end up
Хорош,
getting
бля,
there.
хай
Bull
нахуй.
W is
Хорош,
actually the one
блядь,
that's going to be able to
размет.
get in all the way from the north, but we still have this fight ongoing here. Nixie takes down Perfectix, Lou with the able to trade
Nixie
behind,
снова,
and
бля.
it's going to be up to the rest of the boys.
Кися
All
хенер нахуй
Twisted
бадар
Minds
бля.
out.
Заебал.
The top
заебал.
2 teams battle it.
Мэ, бля,
Зон-
ля, ля,
зон-
ля.
They
зон
really
там.
want to deal with Twisted as fast as they possibly can. This is
Он
not
умер,
where
он
they
умер.
want to have to focus. They want to look inward. They want to
Ой,
look for
бля,
rotations to
Михаил,
come.
что
Right
ты
now,
делаешь?
they're forced
Забись хречка.
to give full attention to Example, who's still alive and kicking.
Да, ладно, хотя бы минус 200.
They know who they're fighting, and they want to shut them down. Here as
Не
example,
знаю, нахуй,
creeping
бля,
up on the
медбустер
right-hand
конечно
side.
то
Lou
поход
goes
бля.
down to the blue. Nades will follow
Бля.
here to try and blind them as much as
Хорош.
possible. Spray goes down. Example gets 2.
Хорош.
Will he get any more? No, he will not. It will be a
Easy
cleanup
video,
eventually
dude.
by Mad Bulls, but
Бики не
Example
делает.
tried to make it work.
Ай, холомен баты.
Холу мой бет, давай.
My bat starting to cross the road. Can he find the nade?
Бля,
Can
ну
they get
тари,
anything
здесь
over
поехал.
whatsoever?
Почти,
Chris
а.
down as well. That's going to be a send
Вот тут.
down and out. And now EB, he hears the footsteps. There's somebody nearby.
Zaman giden ağrı. Ecana.
Badlı. Allah şey de güzel.
Likewise, Foot moving up on that west side. They might be the ones to wrap around on win or die here as time
Бля.
goes on.
Бит бум зона это нахуй.
And now Gedrox is
А
gone.
ты же, бля, ты знаешь, что
To be
делать,
able to
да.
do something here for win
О,
or
сколько
die.
фудук бета.
Actually, he does have another member with him. Who's
Keep on.
alive? Let's see. Hello, my bad is in the distance. Never mind.
Curious to see how much space Foot is going to be willing to give EPL. Right now, they're all kind of fully committing on
Haban
the
behinner
north wing. We know
baralarım
that
bile.
Foot,
Metre haban behinner
especially here in the mid to
Harua.
late game, like to play up close with one another. to make these
Süperstar
moves.
Ibiza
Grabbing north,
bakanlar,
and
Ibiza
PBL
bakanlar.
registers this.
Lülükse hadlar
Them
ise
just swinging
var
in
o.
behind them and catching them in the open.
Bayadan bir
Good. They're taking a better spot in
Хорошо,
terms of the
друзья.
background potential away from them here, but at the same time,
Adresi de ver hadi.
Да, спидовато, да?
is actually
Спидовато.
spreading
Спидовато,
themselves
ты
that ridge line along the road to the
Спидовато.
south. This is the time that BB
Да,
can potentially
Бля,
turn this game
джал,
around for
ну ты,
themselves.
бля.
And Bulls goes down in ninth, 66 points in 5 games. They are flying.
Absolutely huge. Quick math, casual 11
Med
point
bu
average.
5 şkolak, Twist'te
Pretty
5 şkolak,
decent, if you ask
bu
me.
1 şkolak.
In the meantime, now Navi, not a lot of space to
Kere
maneuver,
bed
trying
boom.
to make at least something happen.
Bed
Divix
boom.
finds one, but Detrix is there instantly to shut him down and return. Now just take a
Blah.
he's down 2.
Хорошая друзья, конечно.
Бля.
As I said before, they do have some potential about them here.
Хорош.
Does this team and shut
Эй,
down
иди
pressure as well.
нахуй!
A
Бед
doozy in the
бум.
distance,
Это
though,
бед бум,
takes
детка.
out the rest of
Гоните
Bull W that
бабки.
were trying to get onto this ridge line
Гоните
where
бабки.
BBL's take kind of set
Альхамдулилля.
And Lil W will go down for their troubles.
Медбустер,
As
ага,
BB
профи
team,
кит,
this is their
да-да-да. Ох.
opportunity. Let's try and get something going.
Будем
For a
команда
team that
медбуст.
a lot of eyes
Просто
are on here in this
медбустен,
And
ага,
it's
арга
kind of
как
fun to
бы.
look at the teams that have managed to make their way through to the end game. 3 of the 4 teams that are alive here are ones that made their way over the western bridge. The only 3 teams, as a matter of fact, that crossed over that western bridge at
Zaman
all.
плюс
So kind of
3500.
curious that those are the ones
3500
that come out
плюс.
victorious. I also actually know I
Ахен
lied a bit
минус
on some of the teams
900.
from here as well. But still, point stands. They were able to
Minus
casually drive across. No one was
3000.
gatekeeping while the east just, was
Баня.
lit on fire.
Минут.
А,
And BB team knows that Entropic still north. Need a doozy across the road now. Get everybody alive and good to go. Actually, it's rare we get a 4v4v4v4.
I seem to think
Every team's taking a corner, taking an opportunity here to situate themselves in this circle and slow roll it.
I said minus atın çeki minus bir banya panula.
Блин, каясь бики битейге. Бля, хатар блинкай бики, бля, хотя бы нахуй. Хотя бы штукарно.
Te zona alarak iyi bitirip tadıcıla. Onları kadar çüsü de yaptım bile. Jibet bu manita yana.
Bля, من جد ما هتلعب
Tadıcıla hayatlaşır.
Counted a lot of points that could shoot you up the leaderboard. These are all teams.
Soğuk hürünüz
If
bitir
you're any one of these teams, you do not want to give
Aslında
those
bagi
points over
tahsa.
to any one of these other three teams. Because they're the ones providing for PGS spots with.
Çok kıskırım manyam varan pek çok sehöp. Hadi.
I mean, BBL hasn't done much flexing out on that direction, but Tropic feels used to
Bayana
move
evet
towards
evet
that
evet
position that will run them.
Bastı kim talırıydı? Gimmi talı khadivdi.
Айс тавырта.
Men.
Gimmi kis talırıydı.
Бля, хуй его знает, на.
Тара, talı khara.
Пут че, похуй. Пут рейнстрин. Пут. Кимич кими.
Meha food gimmi kim gene gimmi. Balaktan. Kim bu olan?
Орглес выгиме. Твисты. Твисты bu da bu da gimi же.
То twist bu bütün. TV iki tab bakın bir komandanın.
Çamin twisted daldalar mesela.
Кроме твиста атаны var. Medbulls var. От самолет, Нави var. Винардай var.
Ороктар дылды.
Face var.
Ороктар.
Biz bunu bobudun diyoruz. Ama az önce tetki laha yaptık saçık.
Ne medmini var sıkı.
Med boladı. Allah'ız.
Med boladı kim?
Medbulls bola. Ühüs kimi? Minda.
Zaman. Zaman.
Diye.
O kadar da değil. Ben bu yine hüs tabutun ona da dispavımda.
İkisi de hüz doldu.
Ha, kadar da dispavımda ça.
Tabii bu hasta.
Tam zaman da düz evet.
Ta zaman ça basıydı o da.
Ya bolun. Так, бля, винардай боларымду. Под самолет.
Это.
Винардайды под самолет. Еще командалар бите абытырды, сука. Тарабын адыжылай көрен бе. Адыжы 5 килах бітті ғотағаннақ. Хорош бітті. Топ один алар бұнды бет бұл. Мехнава. Блин, бар хайсай.
Ваня.
Ладно, кем болауын? Винардай, Facebook бұдым де. Винардай болауын сөйледі.
Увы.
Ага, винардай болу.
Винардай, да, окей. Баня.
Twisted Minds.
Амбас. Сучара, бля.
Амбас. Айсен готов бабки.
Заблоктай мне имя.
Блин, плюс полторы вон хавары товар.
Göreyim ben de. Bileğin ucu. Abbas. Futtur
Böyle bir daha yaptılar bu tuzuga.
Ne hatta kok buldur bu.
Футболы зря
Забавлен, когда начал плюс 5 тысяч пода.
Ага.
Bu kartayı.
Да, адужи.
Абба, энтропик. Трястяча.
Will he play spoiler?
Ergillen batılığını bile karo. Biçti atı. Oldurna kalını taktarına bile.
Bedboom topa değil.
Skat. Just to be in the entropy.
Oh, Dedrix had them lined up, got greedy. He wanted more
bunlar
than what he
comeback'ten
thought he was
mislendi
going to
bile.
get, and in the end, gets to pay the price because of it. By the time he finally peeked out from his hiding,
Takva da
two
yok
players
ende
were already
Bedboom'da.
down and the damage was
Takva
done
da
already. Now it's just
Bedboom
Sheila left
planında.
alive. This was
Вот. Уже будем отвечать. Когда ты не. Тепелин. Волган oraya
Kaya deyin diye valla.
Kılantın takama zaman kılanda bilin. Canı oraya mı dedi.
Kadakın itti adamcını. Adamcını itti. Aha.
And now
Sheila
can pull
Şans.
a miracle. This should
Bye,
be a
bye.
B team win. Yeah, and revealing himself there, not getting the knock on.
Hayır,
A catastrophe, really. You have to get the knock if you're going to make
Dozi
that kind of play.
hayır
And now BBL. I mean, all tact has changed. The approach to this game has
Dozi
changed. They're
hayır
having to play
katıldı.
defensively
Böyle.
against this from BB team. And they will
Bir
be able to
smoke var
probably
ki
push
bileler
down
bitiriyor.
and bear down some huge weight on Schiller, who is
Liberal
left alone to
desette.
try
Adran
and
galıp
deal with it.
nokta gelirin.
Team 8
Aduzi gibi
point
bedle bir
coming
kilo
into
oraya.
this game, but
Bedil.
now they find themselves another
Aduzi
20
MVP gibi var ne hem.
Very important, very important. As I said during this, all
Bravo Erik. Stavka olur oldu.
Kışılık. Kimin kışılık? Kıçadır.
Böyle canlar minus volkratın çağırdı. İlk kanatın çağırdı. 21 tane çağırdı. Kimine polis kaydır.
Kimine pandalya mı?
Bedboom zaman. 300 plus.
Çara futtur bile надежда на вас.
Çara twisted. Paltları onun beyinleri böyle.
Benim yoksa hep beraber. Hasan ne Erik?
Hasan bakın da.
Hasan kirarım.
Hasan kirarım. Kimin direğe gir. Bugün
Dansımın biridir mi ya? Şans değil.
Уже bir de kartı Erik. Alayım. Türden bilirim bir bu.
Billa bu kim example?
Abi ismin birin kaydak bana plus 5 tane çavrar yapım tabii. Uf. Короче, sana kat kaya anlattan talep etti bu kadar. Mana face ini bu kadar. Mana boleh win banyak kaibet, min kaibet pen. Mana win dan hori balah terimat.
Hurian da ya.
Pam. Rimbedek.
Zilon'u den kaybet.
Hasan kirem.
Bizim bir hikayeler gidiyor şöyle.
Как-то
неинтересно.
Да. Короче.
Заебала var.
Hırıyla. Marın orun öpürümce. Bu katka hübbe çikoların adı yemin. Bedboom adıcılar. Orumda hübbe çikol tabla. Koyaydı.
Блин, твисты
Довозил Руся acaba patates zamanı.
Batulin Discord'da vardı kim yemin.
Da Harsın dokayak iyi uksur boldu olaq da Harsın olaq kuş bolaq. Bir kartaga kaydakan уже 5-6 болдық батын үстін жылам. Абы жеке бада. Bir kartın üstü.
Barda hatırda kalmadı bile.
Barda bir kere game baby bula.
Tamam. Barda hatırda kalmadı bir üstün.
Bir bu. Üstün inşallah.
Göre bir bu mu? 6 stakan geldi.
6 ki.
6 kadamı olur böyle.
Bedboom kadar.
6 ki bir ki bardan game bula.
Kim? Da.
Ona nasıl inçana?
Eşin banyak. 16 tur bu Bedboom. Onu fora veremi. Bedboom'un bütün ortabın garip. 6'sı uf. Чего они делают? Ну делать. Каламбар. Уф. Лучше я не говорил, да, все на каламбар. Уже бахтын да ханадан.
Шити интро, шити. Пока молодой керенген. Сайбал. Чара футтер блэк татын олохна.
Adı cevap.
Scream'ı var badan kohane etti.
No, bля, var hayal bakalım. Ne var da benim.
Utiyara alın.
3 mesletten üzere çıkanı kalın elbette. Уже adıcılar.
Чуть. Только так медбулса пидя бля.
Medbus nahalauta. Ata ne facer jamanlar diyeceğine ne
Twister. Emi juga star hinan gahanar.
twist juga sa.
Блин, камбэк тамерен. Блин, топ-1 override
Aba
over.
bla tanın nah. Köri example bla. Lan dalpaydı nah keretne. Besan yugo bana az kill ahpat. Üstün çoronna.
Авст. Идаки. Уф, блин, не коня нарвал.
Твой tohum bla hilligin yavane. Turuna bana.
Так, тянан хаа нарида.
O adı ol az kill ah.
На вур. Оз бля пидиге хериде жанры. Дядька.
Kimler bul bular da.
Ты слева кто по хериде, бля.
Sava bağlar bitti. Olur bitti. Bul bular.
Ты здесь справа, ого.
Barta olur.
Свой жакет хандыктыр ойда. Яны те üstü robotta слева üst.
Eyvah. Acıkı kişi adak. Nah. Bu турктарга нахан бак тух берилдер дебиле. Тоты.
Внимание, да.
То, слот, блядь. Это он да хас командаларын туруктар. Пера бар. Бамбл бар. 2 болду. Орглес нахы 3. Хоул нахы 4 блядь.
Эрдоган телевизор.
ББЛ бар 5 нахы. Уны фут нахы. 6 команда нахы. Турцияттан блядь.
Это дози, бля. Бля, дози пиздец хуйня есть, сука, заебал. Заебал.
Тур гынар баня. Волбек тур гынар дейбит чатка.
Эва, пиздец келіп бұтты, бля, дози нах.
Тоқадин, тоайырга да.
Ох, бля, ворга, бля, сзади.
Келбіта.
Эй, балки ты, чапалахна.
Қайдақ келбекене қылаңғы бұбы. Стримну адданы көрі бұтым. Оны тора турик пағалатыды қайдар.
Қысмет оларыда.
Оны әтін қыламытын да қабыл көріш интернеттен. Бастан бидес мәхедеп біті онтан. Аты жылақы бар едеуін ба. Көшті марктарға ұрқытта. Тадыжыға ұры бұтым. Тадыжы ең белір бір бейді. Спергашенте гитар киллери ям девт. Гитам барам дискорд ко рибутум. Адужига. Караон киллерам девт. Killer aspect.
Winning a chicken dinner is tough. It demands more than skill, and luck too. Yet, you didn't quit. Your persistence always crafted luck.
Samanda toxudamda.
7 years thrived on your countless lucky moments.
Ne var?
Thank you for not giving up. Here's to our lucky years. PUBG Battlegrounds, 7th anniversary.
Kim ставкалар бет булман кашайдан баран эти промокоды хойда хатна чокка биттен чалат. Регистрациялар бул хат. Биттен чана мәне каллан така биттен чана уга хандар UFC. Football game.
Okay.
I was football.
It's helpful, I know.
Yeah, what could do?
Right, no one taking a risk, no one wants to submit?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Is it a European player or could it be international?
It's a European player.
Okay.
Cool. he started his PUBG career in Exalt. So born in 1998, started his career in Exalt, and both his first name and his last name start with the letter R. Anybody ready to take a gamble?
Yeah, I did it. YOLO. Let's go.
Okay, Evie's taken a jab at it.
Ibiza.
Let's move on to
Жуко
the
манды
fourth fact.
Ibiza
He
хадер.
finished 8th in the PUBG Nations Cup 2023.
Ата жуген баги кырын октай ргани.
Wait, he played for Germany, but he also played for Exalt?
I have no idea. It's Exalt from the past.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I have no idea then. Yeah, I'm wrong. I put in such a stupid answer. Oh my god.
Final fact, I'm pretty sure this one's gonna give it away. He is the team captain of Sin.
Oh, yeah, I should have waited. Oh, I know now. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Sometimes you gotta take the gamble, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it pays off.
This was so bad.
Okay.
There we go.
So the correct answer is, of course, Brexco and Ibiza. You took a gamble. It didn't pay off. Unfortunately, that means we say goodbye to you because you are out of the game show. But for the first time ever, we actually have a tie for first place between Perfectus and Baselosh, which means
I said the soda.
decide a question.
I said the soda, goddamn.
Hakikaten. Üsküdar yer oldu. Tolstoy çıprayıptayız falan. Lahir adam.
Ahmet'e Hasan bu.
Hasan هم شيء بوهي
عشان ده студент ол киседе en kisi ve kanşta tu слабишь.
Bayana vermedin.
Esasın.
PUBG'ye de oynuyor'a da vermedi.
Ata bu bete kartaga arayı. Ata kayda xana minus dönca var amda. Ata bolunca balgın baca harsın. Balgın mı da?
Sen bir kurdu kimutta.
Biz baytigeler.
Harsın hep beraber kidi nam ola deng ol kidi podpiştirip. Aça ona göre bir kasıpıda уже алтаут da. Hatta bir kartta kaydakan üstüne çala. Уже минуска бар бахан битте кайдахан. Хадда.
Boş ставка dar bile hatırlamda.
Зависит.
Hatır bile oynuyor kayım yani abi bile. UFC kadar hatırlamıyorum bile. Ne rapsem bular bile. Даже плохо доктор götürürdü.
Мен хотя хан әдемі бұл прогноз. Мен UFC-ге ұқсамын так. Ставка.
Мен UFC-ге ұқтачым, тұқыттырачым.
Бұл...
Ama news'in постоянно görürdüm.
PEC балачы ұтта. PEC'in болырданы бұл ставкалар тоқа балар дей. Баре матчка. Киберспорт кенер. Адан атайын ұқсатшы де. Bu hamanda top 3 girerinden bana kavsenler de kardeş. Libu top 3 girer, libu top 3 kilbeten diye bu kardeş. Na anne gel kaka noştu her takbatna 5 de hasta meyaktan halan bir de sebaba haybedi. Tangardı hasta tönce. Mene bile. Daha niyet tem batatlamda. Top 3 girer de hoğ.
Daha niyet. Kipiçe yapıdı.
They're gonna hold, Evie.
Nada.
Da, ada bet bumlar hamaya batık ıllar balıkta.
Valla, tezceği kim bekler. Doysalın hırısalar ama.
La machine ora vadi kimle.
Banya.
I'm flashing.
Vinandaya alıp diyor, bileyim Vinandaya kayara valla. Kaçıkatın haraz.
Evet o padiyinde.
Harazı onda telefonum yemerin ilişkilatı gıta tarafında.
Bilem telefon. Hep me khapa kana to en telefon.
Ben bileyim kotrağım ba уже.
Espit. Kıyım.
Manne kadar ya hava. Zberen diyor. Vas, manne kadar. Bir var.
Tuza
Ay, Let's go. Gimme.
ايوه
Gibi bla taksi kiremi bilir.
ايوه
Ник это هنا خيوني психологически тота хажавныр.
Gemi plus koran hep pa.
بس ما اخذ سكورين
Because when you're
Min
of course not
по-любому
taking, not assuming that Matt will have won the whole thing yet. There's still 2 more days left
Уже
to play.
тынча
But when you
точно.
have an unpartnered
Блин,
team
цхай
that
4 к
currently
1,
looking
да?
very comfortably up in the first place, all of a
Пиздец.
sudden you're looking at the rest of the unpartnered teams going, wait, are we
А
all
вас
fighting
видите,
for one
это
spot now? 'Cause
Gimme.
if we can coin that this early on, that's scary.
Чара футер, бля.
Game number 6 of the day.
Alma.
It's the final game of the day as well.
Kimde
One
bir
of
bu mu
the
bata?
fairest playing paths you can possibly have for an Erangel. The grassy
Bütün benim top edeyim
We've
buları.
got BB
Dara.
out early into Promoss.
لا ما حصل
Opportunity for them to keep racking up
زمان
those
خلنا
points.
نبدأ
Also, I just
Vinadai.
Winner.
بالله تيجي مرة لا ونرسك
Tabii خباي بعد بقى. من بلوس خاص هجاوني. İşan albatta. Beni hatta dakbına
ايوه
plus üstten calam. Uf. Bize bir şey.
5 лучше будет, да?
Ну, 5 лучше будет.
Ну вот خلنا
Чекайте, школа зона есть.
kudos to you.
Bolon hep ha.
Production, Sam and Swa, whoever came up with it. Got me too.
Вести.
Mehna var bedbugunu verir. Mehna var Allah'a verir
It was a
bedbugunu.
very brief time on Exalt.
Yeah. I didn't know it. I didn't know it
Mor
at all. I was
square
like,
idi.
oh.
Amba şey promo kod. Aa ne kadar? UC kısar. Zona onda bedbugunu verir.
Блядь, туй бы нахуй, сука.
Vinadai hanı var idi.
Neydi ki bu budayı?
Along with
Gimme
everyone
Gimme
else, I
bu da.
feel like.
Laf.
But this
Dur,
time
navigalar
around,
gitti ayarlarlar
they
işte.
might not even have to cross it.
All right, well,
Winner
of course, before we actually
şutun
really
nereye
get
şutun?
into the swing of things here, on our last wrangle of the day, let's hear from the teams as they played the Classico. The
basamıydı.
Erangel. Let's hear why they love it.
Erangel
Şey,
tercih etmek istedim
ulta.
çünkü uzun yıllardır 6-7 yıldır oynadığımız
Harama
haritada çok
Aa
daha
marangı kuduk.
alışkın
Bolla diye.
harita.
Zona hadi.
Bu
Her
mukavara
noktasını,
da bu.
her çukurunu
Mukavara.
biliyorum ya. Sonradan böyle son 1-2 yılda bayağı değişti. Bayağı çukurlar olsun.
Mara
İyiymiş
da.
ki Mete.
Bayağı
Dobra,
değişti.
hoğullar üşüdük olarak.
Mehmet. Mehmet şey.
Mantıklı geliyor bana. Ben çok seviyorum.
Ben canım başka kare bile. Kazakistan'a vardı bit.
Most easy map to
Ama da
rotate and just move around, and it's just easier to fight on.
Menlere bu hıcarlar, gaming gene bu hıcar.
prefer Erangel.
Twister, banya.
And the reason
Kim kanı dediğini?
is because I just feel like it is the most
Öyle,
balanced map
öyle,
available.
evet.
I feel like everyone
Diye kunyacısın. Kadın o kadar.
there's not much open space.
Kaçıyor mutlaka dur o kadar falan.
Kaçıyor udiyor var.
Stage itu mau Allah.
Nah.
James, do you prefer Wrangle? And if so, why do you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was gonna pivot and be like, you know, I like multiple
Çocuğun
maps,
water'ın
but I do
paraşütüne
like
kadar
Erangel.
diye.
For me, Erangel is the epitome of a battle.
Brazil
I
bol
don't
okudu
mean
zona.
just in PUBG. I mean in
Mhm.
all
Brazil
VR, right?
Bol
Like,
okuduk bu
La
oyunda.
meter şöyle.
Anla beri hesap ha.
It's only got better and better as
Ha
it
mihna var bu.
goes.
Bu mandı bir mihna var atak.
I would say, I know they didn't ask
Farım
me,
diye
I
hani.
didn't care for my opinion, but I'll share
Farım
it
diye
anyway.
he.
I think one of the main things,
Hava
and we actually
sokup
talked
konuşuyor.
about
Example
it on
ask-
screen after the Taco game, where we talked about how fun that field ending was, but at the same time, how much that field ending
Бастане game пилани хари.
Example.
Example da.
Example ha.
and it might as well have been there because those fields are
Звера.
very similar. I
Aa,
love
sağdan
Iraq for its
16
variety.
çıkıyor da.
You go down to Quarry and you're practically on Miramar with the way that the terrain changes. You go to
Okay.
Stalba, it's a whole other playing field too. Very few.
Да. 16
Спайерына кто-то атастас второй да.
16 turan 6 takalla. Adı önce. Da.
Still image of the city.
Aldıktan
Right? This whole
Kuri
map
beni de
has been
bir
made
kere
with
redire
little
ho.
to no, I feel like,
copy pasting. Yes, some of the buildings are the same, but they're put in ways that make all cities feel very unique. You want to take fights in special areas where I feel like some of the maps, to more of an extent, remind like different spots in the maps remind you of one another. But it's very different to have a Gatka feels ending to a Yasnaya feels ending.
Виннедер явно прошу полам bu bir çocuktan bu badaktan.
SB bu badak bıtça bu çocuktan kanır kanır duruk. Zayıf.
Yeah, and actually another
El
example.
kahlar cağalına harcarsın
Actually,
hatırlıyoruz.
it's a joke. Nobody goes to Zaki.
Kanki elimin cağalına harcarsın bu da. Abışka du rating rating ne?
Kasır fazla kala zaten düştü kastı. Bara. Anı bu.
Kim niye sen kıldın da kim niye oynayalım bu hafta?
Pada.
Say, yeah, say.
Bana gerek kız
Not
da karar.
biased, by the way.
No, not at all.
Yeah, not biased. Not biased.
But I mean, even Stalber has been reworked quite considerably, right? Like,
Yes.
so actually it's a very decent loot location. I've not actually seen.
Vinarday pratalten ubda.
Like you're incorporating now what is effectively 3 hills on there compared
Tuhtur,
to
daravasar kaji. Tuh. Чемпионат Европы финал. Grand final. Kim? İki komanda PEC var. Lohan Tudilga. Чемпионат мира год.
I guess so.
One day you'll like the SKS as well. With that said, FaZe opting to
Shelter свободно где-то.
it
Бля,
looks on the
дико.
map like a 2-2 split. I'd call it a 2-1-1 though, considering Corexia and Fex's distance to one another. Yes, they can see one another. Yes, they can kind of suppress
Ya
one
bu
another,
orjinallara
but it's
ahanan
two
evinde.
very separate compounds they find themselves in.
Hector
So
batır
curious to see how long they're gonna opt to maintain this,
Ne?
or even if some other teams, despite it only being
Bu
phase
X
one,
Luron
might
denki
end up at two.
var bu X Luron denki. Diken bil bakın da.
Aa.
Dığa tavta.
Kimi?
Digital
Kimi?
Athletics bolu. X Luron. Tedistır.
One another, especially if you're running around out here in the open.
Yeah, a circle similar to this is what actually brought Bumble's
Скоро
squad
фасил,
into
За
the
слотки
grand final.
селлера.
Like,
А то
you
не только
kinda
за
looted
слот.
that south road,
А чё
used
это
the beach
ламу?
for the rotate, found themselves some priority compounds east of
А
Milta.
отырым я хатва болан берем бандар. Öyle badla bala. Aducula.
But it's been a little bit slower for them on this game. Not too surprised considering the convergence of teams around there. Like as you've always got FaZe lying in wait, looking to take some
Biz
shots.
bunları bir
around
tek
this
aralar
area.
kadar
And we're
kumulu
with
olan
BB
bana.
team who are moving in
Doğru.
steadily here, but after a win and
Ha,
after them
hala
getting
razı iyi
some
başladılar.
confidence back on board, I won't be surprised if they try to convert big on this
Yestehin.
one. But Lol W is waiting for maybe a shot, but probably won't take anything.
The idea, trying to set up a little bit of a ambush. Good
Ya
thing
bu
for
ortaga
BB
bali
team
değil
is
mi ne?
that
Bu
they
baga.
they even had their hands of fast already.
Balarıtta baraların gitti.
Bu canlar barın toplam baranlar başanya akaca var bu.
Schengen'in nere sepete yapın balarıtta. Nece baraların gitti Discord'ka.
But they're always good to have in hand anyway.
Yeah, for sure. You need your options open. Imagine they just pitch up where Hello Senpai is, and all of a sudden it
Dinler
shifts all the way to the other side. How are you going to get to the other side of this? If it's
Şuradaki geri alır
something
bunları.
like that, you would have to be threading the needle about 6 times between very strong opponents. So not keen. Well, Army though, are you keen to peek?
And he might, and if it
Görev
does,
kararı
Gustav
taşını.
better start shooting instantly. That's the weird thing, right?
Ha,
Where
bir
you're
bum
a solo
savaş.
player in a position
Manlı
thinking,
geri
oh, I
alırım
gotta,
hepsini.
we gotta,
Çekten
this
bana
is
mantı.
scary, I'm alone, we gotta play it safe.
Bu maçı
But no, you can't do that, because
şekarna.
if teams don't
Yani
feel
ese
pressured by
tardara
you,
olamaz
like, why would a
Mad
solo
Bull'dan.
player just sit
Taddan
there
hep
shooting
ha.
the
Mad
right?
Bulls.
There's gotta be more than one. Therefore, we don't
Taddan
even consider
hep.
pressing that position, because who knows how many there are going to be there, right? Gustav has to play with his head on a swivel in this position. He knows that there are multiple teams eyeing this position, and should the next circle favor farm,
Samolotları da.
if he wants to maintain control of it, he has to right now get it into the head of both Oculus and Bumble squad.
Ay tamam blad.
Come here
Baralım
and
da.
you will die. That's the pressure you can set up early, and that's why you saw
Bu
Corexia
belli.
before jump around in the open and take
Bence
shots,
bu.
and Gustav do it now. Make it seem like we call it puffer fishing. Oftentimes, for those of you guys who are new to watching PUBG esports, like you gotta make yourself
Biz kelimeyi
more
kaldı
dangerous than
senpayda
you
havada
necessarily
hayat
are
lazım
being
bu
a
kanun
solo person
arkadaşlar.
in a building like that.
Anlık ötede. Kimden bu da ötede. Sen kapağı ulak bu da ötede.
Well, I mean, and also trying to the whole puffing part.
Sen kapağı onu gitti.
Yeah.
Senpai anyo hacı ötede.
Sorry, I'm being
Uf,
silly.
twist,
It's the last game,
zebis.
we've got ourselves- Oh, Nate, run away. He's okay.
Nate run away indeed. As now But with no helmet.
Bu var düşüyor o da var.
Gördün işidir. Nere şaltırgı kere alma.
Bu ne la bu da?
Manana.
BBL now trying to swing around and wrap for the south where VAD is currently
X'lerine da bir yerden
Attempt at a spray here in the distance. Lil W manages to get in towards the barns and some more poking.
Where's
the focus?
I don't know what just happened because that was very reckless.
Magay bir götürmüş kodununa girip. Dokka diye. Gat kaga diye.
Драбашна. Абыз.
Bara.
Карала баторг. Тужал не десе.
Это стрим снайпера инде de Tomakor'un Sienka. Gergin adam bırak. Karala. Ama zonu bileceğiz ki bu.
And that circle does not make things any better. You know what, even if we do swing north here, James, this, my friends, are going to be a landmass in a phase 2 circle. And here comes Twisted. The Punishers of mistakes, the ultimate pull-uppers on third-party opportunities. You do not give these guys 3 points unless if Maxi can pull off absolute magic here. This should be 4 points or make that 3 straight in the pockets of Twisted Minds with no casualties.
Should be, yeah, exactly. That's the
Ama Batur'un aptallığı bu perfect'in yukarı hideout'ta.
want to come in here and just clean things up. They've still got to be quite methodical about how they do it. Taking the roof here at the moment, that will be open to slightly some of the lines side of other teams, but not enough to be able to say, okay, well, that's not going to be worth it. They will clean it up. That is another couple of points on the board to catch up with Mad Balls. Mad Balls had an amazing day, but Twisted Minds is equaling what we're seeing from them. 2 teams being almost 30 points ahead is usually
Usually indeed it is, but they truly have separated themselves. Sitting, I mean, them 2 alone have as many points as the next 4 combined. Leaderboard. In the meantime, now it's a race on the shorelines of Milta. As these balls will try and get to routes that southern side first. Foot, though, I think will have to consider themselves beat. Saying that AC is still following suit for quite a bit of a journey in the meantime. Not sure how Hawkey ended up mid-air, but Kilyakai and Chris instantly find him.
Regardless of the fact here, yeah, that's an opportunity here for Ascent to really capitalize on it. They're in such a rough spot here, especially if suddenly lines are slightly open up for Foot to be able to put some pressure on. So got to be very, very careful about how they move around. Another team is moving in here. Hamas in hand here for Brexco. Apparently previous member of and tries for it, but he will actually take down quite quickly.
Yep, finds him. Vard will be disturbed. It's actually going to be quite the point. In the meantime, now for these bolts are taking the fight to Entropic from the other side. Oh, does the last remaining Entropic player go unnoticed? No. Movement's been made. Deathdrake's been heard and seen. 19 points of HP as he tries to swing the corner. Not gonna happen. Brex is there.
Nice. Ascent needs to get a lot more points on the board. It's been a bit of a disaster of a day for them. Especially in the prior one, I was thinking to myself again, it feels like a dead game almost. The previous game, the way they were playing it out with Chris being so separated from the team, but a few kill points on the board will help out considerably. But still, I mean, the funny thing is, literally every team is committed to the north. I mean, there's like a 1% chance that it swings south because of the way the circles go.
Yeah. But I mean, considering the fact that the center has to be on land, I'm not even sure.
Kuri berhasil navis pokoknya nahan.
I mean, a circle that touches unless if we're still in a situation where because the bridge is technically considered land, it could center on the bridge. But yeah, I'd love to see it.
Check out troll.
When you get a bit of it, you want even more. Let's see how ruthless this already very chaotic game is gonna turn out.
Sol taçaka gidiler bütün nayvalar. Sıçıdır bile.
There's a lot of water in the
Also, I was
expecting it to be. I thought it was just going to shift pretty hard north, all things considered. But I mean, can exist for quite a while. Excuse me.
If you're killing a Lipovka, you know, why hurry when you can just pick up?
Well, I'm scared for them, I'm going to be honest, because there's going to be 50 guns.
In that defense, had the 1% chance. In the circle, they would have beaten like
Yeah, they would have, yeah.
Navi would have gotten ahead of them, I think, but that's it, right?
Where do you go from here, though, if you're a BB team? You're seeing fights, you're seeing cars on all compounds below you. They don't know this, but there is a... They go shark fin. Oh my god, BP team are
Biz bunu BB'cileri var lazım.
This is a
O kadar takhalar anta.
from BPL, and their timing could not be any
Hatta
better.
orada havlularla
Well, considering I thought that they would just be dead if they were coming in from that side of the circle on foot and not really being able to find some footing. This is
Oh, ده واحد
is actually going to navigate around it. Very smartly done by them, but it's still kind of a Hail Mary to get into this building.
I think it's a great read by one of the guys. You can see that the info was given by one of those players that there's a nade in the middle of the street. Do not drive, like, get around the other side of the building.
Allah'tan bir
These roads being considered effectively, and Brexco finds himself drowned out of the middle of one.
Yeah, you're going to have a significant amount of smokes to make any cross on this, and actually, even apparently, smokes to get in these buildings alone. Let's try and find yourself a little bit of shelter is difficult. James looking towards. They have themselves a great compound. Second last right now. This could be the game similar to what we saw from BB in the previous game to really get back on the horse.
Earlier today, in a set of 18 matches, they're only going to align for the game is only going to do the work for you, give you the skills you prefer so many times, and it's up to you to make the most of those occasions. For them, this has to be one. So they
really good stuff there. Pod back.
Give me
As I said, they've had a great day. They've had a really rubbish day. I'm so sorry. But still 32 points.
Спокойно играет. Блядь, можно что-то гонять, да? Медбус, автокартами.
And Twisted Minds were absolutely farming.
They've
been an amazing spot.
Imagine had it not been Twisted, but another unpartnered team.
Sizi winner'ik tahan hıyılları olara. Spokojno takhalar bu tekanelerde.
Flipping tables quite literally because of frustration.
Tak, kuidas fitur bitti istirpiyelgi.
Over the next 2 days, I should say. In the meantime, now Brex for the second time will be able to get back on his feet. Chris tanks a bullet for his seventh. I think he's happy with his teammate back on his foot.
Building it's a slow process. Once you get that knock, it's very difficult to follow up on it unless you're really in range to be able to get a nade through a window, something like that. Hello, my bad's been knocked there in the compound that they've rocked up on. And still, a lot of guns are trained their way. Shot through the smoke. Chris is able to connect with some and move off straight away.
They want to get the rest up to kill their guy, so Chris obviously has to shift his focus towards foot, try and make sure that he can get back on his feet. But again, enemies in and around this area to keep it kind of out of view of all players at once, especially with the amount of windows some of these buildings have in them.
Yeah, exactly. The triple story is a problem because as much as it gives you a nice vantage point to be able to look at, there are so many windows on every side of the building. So you are very vulnerable to attacks from all angles, especially in a competitive play where there are just an abnormal amount of players alive compared to, say, your ranked lobbies where it's circle 2 and there's about 6 people left alive. So you've got to be very, very careful about how you even move around in the triple stories, especially.
You do. Fex, you saw there briefly caught in the open, but no shots connecting. He will be able to get back to the compound safely. But once again, I mean, it's FaZe out here just trying to make sure that they're ready for effectively everything. They're set up in position from where they can fend off against opponents coming in. And the Bulls, of course, waiting for this next circle to shift. They don't want to... They know that with this next rotation they're making, pretty much regardless of where they go from here, it's all-in rotation. You don't just send a guy and hope for something. You know, it's wherever we go comes with the risk of all of us dying. That being, of course, unless if they don't have to go anywhere. So we'll see now. They're setting up shop. Trying to figure out where do they go from here? Should the circle shift away?
Meanwhile, what do you think of Navi's split?
It's a split.
I mean,
it works pretty perfectly. They have effectively, by setting up the way they have on that southeastern shoreline, they have taken full beach control. They have set up a highway on the beach for them to rotate back and forth between. Now, while there's some distance to it, Diffix can effectively be covered by his teammates further towards the south, so it makes perfect sense. Fairest is looking over the shoulder of Diffix while he backs off. He came over, and now, with both foot and ascent, they have to respect the fact that Navi could be right next to them at any point.
Knowing that you can flex out as far as that and having Fairest cover those shots and with that angle is very, very smart. especially if you can, like, if you're able to just steal away one knock that actually goes down in these kind of building to building fights, because it comes back to what I was saying before. Yeah, okay, sometimes you might get a knock on a building, but how can you? Jesus, difference. That's
barely even 4 pixel, and it just hits the one that like headshots him.
Those are the kind of moments where you're like, okay, I assume somebody's going to be in this window, so as soon as I peek up, I'm just going to shoot, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, well.
And with this new circle shift, it benefits split benefits for 2 reasons. Not only do they apply a lot of pressure to ascent, but they also make sure, again, speaking of Achilles' heel's position, if anyone was sat on that shoreline looking at Navi's players in the gas station, that would be trouble. That would be trouble galore, as we see with Pear right now trying to send it full speed forward towards the circle center. Was it gonna happen? No. And BB team and Twisted say thank you.
Of all teams that could have put on some pressure against Mad Bulls after an amazing day, Twisted Minds is saying, hold my beer. What performance we've seen coming out from them the past couple of games. 64 points on the board, trying to catch up to the 70 that Mad Bulls has been able to put up in this lobby throughout the day. And Twisted Minds still has an okay score. Mad Bulls forced to move here.
They have
to take the, I mean, tough call. Do you take the fight to how if they catch them in a 2-2 split? If somehow Code Marco get knocked and they can execute on it fast enough, there might be a play for Mad Bulls to make. If not, do you look face what like what? You have to wait for the fight with Win or Die in the East to pop off, so you know at least they're in the you have faced, you have so many. Like now is where minutes have to come in handy. You have to know exactly what you're working with. Confidence. That's the main thing. Was the first thing he said with his teammates. I want teammates with confidence.
Futurism noktaları sayıp
unfortunately for them, they're getting in cars as this movement tries to move on here. Once again from It's Chris trying to find Aids. He does finish him off. Defect ran over Hackatory, never mind about that. BBL is getting smashed by Phil First in the distance as well. So all every single opportunity puts down.
Twisted kayak lupa.
Zaten kaydan üstünde mekaydan hem bir.
Points to anyone. Kai down to the blue. I believe it's just Chris left on his feet. And can he even get out of here in the meantime? James can sit in the comfort of the circle and just lob some mortar shells over the top and see if he can find something extra with it. No more points will come through. Chris will go down. Those mortars gonna rain in close to Mad Bulls. Not close enough. Oh, nope.
Close. Smoke's gonna go down. They want to transition towards the kind of lower ground on that farm area, realizing that this would be difficult to actually make happen. Lol W down in the south has been able to kill off quickly, as their transition from that ridge line against the beach was always going to be quite difficult. Trex is still looking towards Win or Die, holding them down. As I said it before, FaZe, they have the compound to try and make a lot happen in this game. They've not been super trigger happy about it. They've just been holding quietly, looking at everybody and trying to assert some control here.
Love the fact that FaZe are taking their time here as well. They know so they cannot fully commit north. They cannot taking more space in the circle because they ready to kind of attack them from behind at any point. So wait to see them start expanding their terrain more once they see now that Win or Die has been eliminated. They should know now with that information that they have no one behind them.
Mad Bulls still alive. They've sent all the way through into the middle of this, but they are actually seen by Besto. Dragonov in hand, trying to make some shots work against FaZe as well as Mad Bulls. That's a nade. Unfortunately for you, it was great, but not good enough to be able to get into a stack like that. On an angle like that, it would have been nigh on impossible.
It's never going to be easy with that. I do like, again, the proactiveness from FaZe here. James instantly over the hillside, up and taking the position that Mad Bulls have. They have very little info of what's happening over the side of this ridge, and now James able to put some shots. And even if he does go down here, it should be very doable for them to commit to a rest in that position. So, smart playing on their side. They want this hillside as well.
Гейми, когда она полторила, 500 была, не плюс 500.
Бас,
place
бля.
right now.
Yep.
After
Бля,
2 games,
заебал
full
нахуй.
damage here against Perfectix. James popping over the side, having a little bit of a look at an example. Twisted Minds is going to get absolutely smashed here, unless something cataclysmic goes on in the opposite side here. But this, it was trying. It was difficult to make this move.
Bence tarafı episode gimmick'e de.
And this is a new issue that FaZe might be running into. You saw correctly just then 6.
Бля, бля, хотя точнее нам
Been in
бегали,
this area of the map for
сука.
pretty much the entire game. They have 5 kills, sure, but they haven't gotten any of those kills nearby. So they haven't been able to root. They haven't been able to take more ammo from. The compound proper.
Big flex out from James. Has been able to put on a lot of pressure up to the top, and now he's been able to somehow get back. Maybe he's got his hay bale. He just needs to make this cross, and he'll be back to his team as Spiro takes some pot shots here and there, healing things up. That might have bought time for James to make the cross, and yes, it has. Great cover fire to make sure he can get back to his team.
بحرسن دخيا ولا بده بتقدم باب لخبطنا برادر نمولا السكن كيدي
They want now to try and make a move again. They were just on the edge of the circle, but not quite there. As they swing just a little further forward.
Yeah, once those smokes dissipate, I think they're going to be very open. Some of the lines of sight that exist in this
got a little
bit more smokes available to them.
PUBG will throw down.
Both the top teams, I mean, both of them have done enough this day, right? It's insane what they've done. But whoever can take out the other, little bit of bragging rights here at the end of the day.
Gotta give credit to BPL as well. They've been quiet for the mid portion of this game, but he picked up into Sharkfin, playing out of Sharkfin without vehicles. Somehow, by utilizing the shoreline, by waiting until both BB and Lil W were occupied elsewhere, they've actually managed to make their way very close to the next circle. I'm not sure Lil W has any clue that there's a duo proned in the field right behind their compound. So who knows, maybe if Voldo get a that could be them taking over Lil W's spot.
Yeah, there's still W still looking in those directions here to try and cover that off, so...
Sure. Balance. İstence Aysen'den.
Metre şey diyorlar oğlum.
Metre şey diyorlar Allah.
I think that's the info.
Ne doğru direkt vardı.
BB team has been shooting towards BPL. So Lil W they're like they must be shooting at somebody that aren't us, or if they're just
Rakanlık dallar bu afet.
So that might be the reason why right now I believe it's Sloy, Jagged.
Ya bas, bebeğiltin lan hayatı.
Field duty here.
Oh no. These vehicles blow up near me, I'm terrified. They just...
O bir yürügüle astırdı.
Yeah, they sure do. They sure do. Shuts down Batulins as he peeks over the deployable shield.
Twister nasıl çıkılaklar?
Anten placement ağırları bu.
No, do it.
Think about it.
Olsa çıkılak.
We could both see it happening. We could both.
One çıkılak.
Bunlar Twister'ga hayır var anlarlar.
Бля, иди нахуй, прохмас, сука!
La.
That's Spiro getting his former teammates down. Nope, not to be. Phil first will find him. That's Twisted Minds out as BP team.
One çıkılak.
Win on a rank on the previous game. Look to
Mid Bulls.
finish in the top.
Mid Bulls.
Toss çıkılak.
Bля, bebeğiler mi suka?
Kevin de Mid Bull top edini var diye bitimdi. Şans.
Overcome what could have been negative thoughts going on and just realize that they have got the capability. Pyro's somehow alive. Any shots from BB?
Rich is too good, and you can see looking for him, but can't quite get through. They want to deal with him though before having to cross. They know there's yet to be had. Good stuff. I mean, this is the issue, right? As soon as they peek the other way,
Nice shots coming in towards
Berengele Mid Bull konkretno avladı.
In hard here. At the same time though, FaZe does actually have to
Ultra hüsayetler bitti Mid Bull'dan.
slowly moves in. It's not going to be the
Bunların
easiest
ultra
transition.
gahacaları.
Is now trying to force the middle of this circle as much as they can, considering that Mad Balls is still waiting in the wings. They've put their cars in a fantastic position against this shack. Normally this shack would just be like, okay, well, you've got the shack and that's it. But
Spire
if he's
vurgan
been
ara
able
oldu.
to play the backside of it
Kiva
too.
ho. Anda.
Oh, that's... Ooh. Was that underhand? That was weird.
Good bounce. Nope, a bit too short on that one.
السبيل خير.
Stay alive outside as, again, these teams, I mean, they're fighting
easy bounce.
no util really for Spiro to be used.
Тиста тргаха нора дим.
Бля,
Это Спайро.
Давай. Вдруг симпайлерик, блядь.
Lyrics öldü. Yandı.
Dragunov! I mean, yeah, it was Gustav.
Туалеты живут.
Now the focus point here for FaZe. Can they move on through? They had a great compound. We said that they needed to get big shots off of this, and they've done so. 8 kills on the board. Now peeking over against BB team, the team that has been constantly on the recovery in these past 2 games. I'm trying to make it a basically a 3-horse race up towards the top. I assumed after day 1 it would only be the 2 horses.
Yep, they know Iro's over here somewhere. They heard him shooting earlier. They know that BBL aren't down and out just yet.
Дурак, бля. Если бабки хаешь камерой нормально будет гейр.
Where indeed, Iro still lurking around, so close to FaZe.
ناخي يلا
They've got
دي
to be
فيستر
sweating here a little bit. These solos.
Bedboom.
He doesn't.
Kıyır ne bile.
He's seeing the entire
Oh.
team now.
Гонечка. Иди нахуй, долбоёб, бля.
Зато Эвер и тут. Сквизель.
Он, бля, коленом дюштерс.
Gibi хорошо söyle.
A little bit of a movement from James on this right-hand side, but Philfest and Spiro are waiting in the wings, realizing this is the potential of James swinging out wide. He's no range of swinging out wide on this Philfest. Oh, he gets Philfest. Doozy as well. This is perfect stuff from FaZe.
We said that FaZe had to maximize the points they could get off of a game where circles have gone their way, and they sure as hell has managed to do just
Spyro.
Finds one more with an 8. Now they have the info on Spiro, but he's in a 1 versus 3. 11 kills already claimed. Players crawling around. That nade could have Spiro's nade.
Face plan, блять, чмо
Just like BB had to capitalize on the previous game, FaZe had
Ты
to
мне ставку
capitalize
лыжи догоняла, ты, блять.
I didn't know what to expect exactly, especially with the soul.
Çedişe istence var.
Amiz bir benim gibi. Tipo, tô aqui.
Bence minus kaska vardı.
500. Eyvah. Nice. Ne? Bir ben turu.
Böyle bırakıp da anlattın.
Evet.
PUBG'de da banyo kırdık.
Ay, yok.
Estağfurullah. Ay sen cevap cevap.
GG.
Aslında kan baktım bile.
Gındım mı блядь.
Повезет в любви бiter. Волбар. Harsın. Istihınca yestek bana bırığına. Asın değil. Ay gini.
Neden?
İyi asın de. Harsın ki ağustan skirimi. Потом скримиген ставка. Уф. Будто баня.
Сиба, а паскудук нахуй. Бля, хаешка там, сука, нормальный брак потейді, бля. Ебал нахуй.
Кайбудum olur plus 2 вақтарында.
О, плюс вақтары просто.
Girer mi bakalım? Yani belki açılan şey bak. Uf. Peskvan yok yanına bir ay daha bu bula.
Evet, bak. Aslında bari такие.
Güzel. Все, катат, до завтра.
Баба вот это попугалы. Егор Егорович Кэння, блядь, неуверенный пупот, блядь. Да.
Harsun scream'e bak ya bastım olur. До завтра. Стримы на радио.